What up? What up? What up? What up, guys? Let's get it going, man. Let's get it going. I think the tournament's about to start right now. Let's get that going. Let's see here.
Sub base, control, it's get rid of Karachi, and even the Surge Destroy is get rid of Karachi. They are so damn well prepared on every other map that Miami just have to be able to square up with them on some of their best maps.
Well, we're locked, we're loaded, and now it's down to seeing what Miami we're going to get here today. Will the Real buff that we've seen online give them a fighting chance to at least stay competitive, especially on this first map where, again, Atlanta's going to be really happy to see the Karachi. They are so darn fast on the map overall, and they find ways to just dominate on the objective on average when they're in the hard point. First, they're only giving up around 8 points worth of time to their opponent. That has to be something that is different if you're Miami trying to come out hot.
Yeah, and if you're Miami, you did play this map against two top teams so far in this stage, and they were really close games versus Optic and Toronto, and the one thing they stood strong on was their hold percentage, so you just have to improve on the breaking and the rotations to stay ahead of the game versus Atlanta.
It's a big shout. Let's see how it all turns out as we head on over towards Rubble for the first hill. Nades will land, but Vehicle opens things up for the top side over at AC. Celium still staying safe over at Bricks, and okay, this heavy-handed Hetero share for Miami down barrel side has worked out nicely for them to get the instant break back in.
Yeah, this is perfect because there's still 30 seconds remaining here at P1. You also have Lucky making sure no one's going to cross over on the left side of your mini-map off the rotation over towards next. But Atlanta FaZe, they're just trying to set up the proper break. Celium's only able to take down one. Meadows is able to find a double with that AR, and Meadows is a guy that I really want to focus on because he's had so many different roles throughout this squad. He was an SMG, the first guy in, now he's running that flex role with the AR, and he has to play well for this team today.
Yeah, Vehicle with the rival line in hand kind of start things off. He's done well to kind of hold off this Atlanta rotation around the back, so Spawns will stabilize a touch here for Miami. Looking over the top at P2, but Abizi opens up space right through mid. Next hit for Atlanta, trying to contest right at the front doors. Abizi from both weapons, finding a way to get it done, and Ant's prediction on who may find top kills, top damage for Atlanta is turning out nicely as Abizi's already on 4.
Yeah, it's a perfect start if you are Atlanta. Now you just want to execute this break-in to try to trap Miami in towards the backside of that dumpster hop. Draza is at least able to find the first, but Seven is waiting for the opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, does fall to Meadows, and Miami are doing a great job just keeping this scrappy so far.
Yeah, they're able to at least stabilize a touch. You know, that first 30 seconds, not polished from either side's perspective, but now FaZe from the break angle, holding from the front, locking down this jump wall, and Miami are looking like they're going to focus on rotation through mid-map.
And this is where FaZe start to pull away with the game when they play like this. They're just so ahead of those rotations. They're making the kills a lot easier for their side, and Miami are just walking in to the pre-aims of the AR setup out of Atlanta FaZe. It's another clean 4 dead. Only 10 seconds remaining here at Cafe. Abizi is going to get shut down off that streak, but Atlanta fully set up over towards the next hill.
And the thing that FaZe, I feel like when we watch them in this major compared to how they played throughout the rest of the year to this point, is this qualifier stage has been, they're challenging everything. If we feel like we've got rotation, send someone out, go rogue, make life difficult for your opponent, and so far that's handled by Sim beautifully. 7-3. Start Abizi even late to the gunfight against Vehicle, takes him down for his 8th overall, and FaZe are comfortable in the first 20.
This is an opportunity for Miami. You just have to make these kills count. You got players going from every direction, but Atlanta FaZe finding the initiative in their favor. Now, if you're lucky, you just got to take your time over towards junk side. Hopefully, your team is able to win a couple gunfights on the other end, but he gets cut down, and Celium's already started with the body shooting.
Yeah, confidence has been key, and, well, you saw the smiles on stage. It looks like this Atlanta FaZe team is just ready to get to work. Abizi on 4. Vehicle nearly his 5th in a row, but shut down. So now a chance Miami have to feel like they need to contest this and at least make life difficult on rotation, but Simp is already there. It's just another day, another dollar right now for Atlanta.
And you talked about Real online to land, so far sitting at a 2-8 start alongside Lucky at 1-9. When you're playing against Atlanta FaZe, you have to be able to slay with the best. Basically wake up that day and play your best Call of Duty. But now off the rotation towards P4, Atlanta FaZe are right where they need to be. You're getting those back spawns. You also have bridge control, and Miami are put on the back foot because you can't really soak a lot of time here.
Let's go
not at all. Vehicle had a good start. That's really been the only thing to mention, though. And that's kind of surprising because when we were looking at the overall stats, he had one of the lowest KDs in the hard point for the team. He also had the most engagements and lowest damage. So it's like he's trying to get things done, but not winning gunfights. Hasn't been the case here, but the rest of the team just hasn't shown up yet.
Yeah, just a little late to the party, and Atlanta FaZe are taking full advantage of it. And now it's only 25 seconds here at P4. Just going to try to flip these spawns if you are Atlanta. You have one player in Sim working his way up through junk side, and then Draza working his way around that deep pinch is able to at least find one onto a car bomb, but this next gunfight is going to be massive.
Absolutely the case. Real just trying to stay tucked in the corner. Stun will land him easy. No problem there to find the kill. Beautiful overhead look in terms of how that was broken down. And the lead now starts to look closer and closer towards about a 100-point gap as Atlanta FaZe will get first in towards Junk, and they have a full read on where this Miami hit is coming from. aBeZy just tucked into a corner. Challenge me. Gimba, you got to come on in. Come on in, water's fine.
Oh my God.
aBeZy's just doing it all. Looking for the full team. Sure, why not? Let him know about it.
Oh man, that's how you take over right there if you are aBeZy. You already had a cruise missile. You thought you were going to try to invest it there to make sure you held on to this HP, but aBeZy had a 16-7 start. He's going to potentially earn himself another cruise missile, but the time is right. I don't know if Atlanta playing for the kills first. I guess that's exactly what the plan is. They find the initiative, they're back into the HP.
And it's just all about making sure they have the right read on where this Miami hit is coming from. I mean, the onus falls on the Heretics to have to make something happen, as Atlanta are very comfortably going to walk away from this rotation with, like I mentioned, that 100-point lead. And just no one's losing gunfights right now for Atlanta. Not the start you want if you're a Miami fan.
Got to try to turn it around. It's going to be even more difficult now because there's cruise missiles to work with on the side of Atlanta FaZe. And just they already find themselves up by 100 points. You're going back over to the P1. An insane chow right there to Sim. Metals is able to win it. So Miami need to find something to start building upon.
And this guy right here may be the only person you need. Cruise missile can be dropped in by Sim. aBeZy likely to be the first one to try to move forward. But as Miami exit from the hard point, they do find a couple of kills. So that keeps the Heretics in position to allow Real to jump back into the hill. But 5 and 15, 20 seconds with the hill time. He's got to do something special here to get Miami back into the game.
Yeah, you take that too as well if you are Atlanta, because the spawns now flip. You know you're contesting around this middle hill. You still have one player in a crucial position to potentially get them off of the time, but Meadows gets a read onto Celium. So Miami, great job so far here at this P1. Now you just have to focus off the rotation where Atlanta FaZe have the preferred spawns for next.
Yeah, you need a couple of gunfight wins here at mid, because there is just no chance you're going to flip these spawns around the next 12 seconds. Good trades over towards Sim. aBeZy pops himself over towards backside rubble, and again, trades are decent here. Draws the last left over the barrels. Okay, 3 will fall. Atlanta will still spawn in, but Miami have a free route trying to contest early.
Yeah, you have to try to break in early. You have a couple players contesting their way already up through the arches and through red side. One player going around the deep pinch. Is he going to win the gunfight versus Draza? No, he falls. So now all of Atlanta FaZe know where the pressure's coming in. That's 3 dead in the feed. Lucky last player up over towards bottom ticket. Just has to play his life, wait for his teammates to get near him.
And it's moments like this that we really see where the Miami hardpoint struggles the most. Great exit from P1, but late to the party here in the second hill.
Yeah.
11th in rotation percentage across all the hardpoint map pool when it comes to finding ways to break open early time. That's again becoming an issue for them here. So we got to within 40 points, but this hold for Atlanta on P2 has been, again, very comfortable, very confident, and it looks like it's going to turn into a full 60 where FaZe can go up by 100.
Yeah, but now you have to cut your losses if you are Miami. You cannot afford to die off the rotation. Draza at least finds one, so now that's 2 players from Miami spawning all the way across the map. It's going to fall into the hands of Lucky and Metals, trying to hold down the lines over towards B3, both in some insane one-on-one gunfights, but Viku joins in the party, is able to keep Lucky alive, and it should be Miami Heretics winning a rotation over towards next.
Have to hold this, though. You absolutely have to, otherwise the game will just be over. And I will say, Lucky, the guy currently in the hardpoint, has turned away from what was a 1-9 start to 11-19 tally at the moment. Cruise missile in. That opens up Junk as Metals will drop almost instantaneously. Trophy system down. FaZe looking to break as we jump into an Atlanta FaZe listening.
Look at this communication skills like days, bro. That's why they keep winning on the block. Look at this
One shot. Yeah, I'm staying in a corner in church. I'm in a corner in church right now.
Lucky on me, all done.
Nice. Yo, could be one sack. Could be one sack.
Last 2.
I can't get time off the rim. I can't.
I'll get time.
I see nothing in church. Absolute third.
He's on time, Ria. Need the barrels.
Barrels. Ria, one shot. Absolute third.
Miami's playing white shot.
He's bottom tools on.
Nice. 2, 3. Just same side. Small spawning in the back. Drop. He dropped that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to slide to the left side.
What up,
Okay, I have a couple left side.
What's up, dude?
Probably left him in.
I'm laying down. Low door.
Lucky there. One shot, Lucky down.
I'm going left.
Come on, me.
Metals, bottom shot. I'm on 13, Bruce. Get close front. He's close to your car.
Yeah, we should just get this one. I'm shopping right now. Middle vehicle on the barrel of that shop. Shop showing old vehicle.
I have you.
That guy might have spawned down.
I think it's funny.
Let's go top right.
Nice. Let's go through.
Yeah, but I'm already diamond, bro. I'm doing diamond.
I'm stunning this. Just come with me.
I'm going through.
Sir.
I
don't see anything cool.
Almost beat two left. Trying to run later, bro.
Well, here we go. Atlanta FaZe without cruise missiles at this point. Miami's hanging on. Rotation over towards Junk is decent, and Metals is starting to turn up. A double form on the way in, trying to deal with the BZ, but when it matters most, the BZ comes up clutch.
That was the same problem last time we got to P5. You just couldn't find a trade onto a BZ.
Bro.
He gets it done for Atlanta FaZe. The leaks in the break, but it's only for a potential 20 seconds. Miami have the backspawn still. They have all the bodies on this side of the map. They want to fight for this remaining Junk time. You just got to take care of Mr. Abizi. He's making it look too damn easy. Just simply runs out of bullets in that gunfight, but it's still Atlanta FaZe with the final 10 seconds.
How about there, bro? You can hear me now?
Rotate over towards Rubble once again. Lucky could have come up from behind, though, and actually surprised Draza. So some high ground positioning now lost here for Atlanta. Easy working on it, but this is a tough gunfight versus Vehicle who wins it. And okay, here we go. Miami up to 160 plus. Chance to get a little bit more time here as Atlanta's a good split spawn. Way to come back into the hill.
Starting to turn up for Miami. Real had
I don't know, bro.
Lucky, but they're slowly trying to
nope, it's not enough, bro.
That's not going to help.
Real's too slow, bro.
Double. Now it's hit the go button if you are Atlanta FaZe. So we have the numbers. They're able to find the break, and they're also able to read the spawns. Great heads up play right there to Draza.
Miami, though, actually just walked right through that nade. So do you get a little bit of an option here through this back alley?
Lucky or not showing up today, bro. That's crazy.
Oh,
Abizi's just crazy with the G-Lock. Get it done, son.
Miami have to win this rotation now to P2.
And this is their opportunity right here because they're going to have a lot of people, a lot of reinforcements on this side of the map. They're able to take care of Draza. Now your next line of defense is finding a trade onto a BZ. It's very difficult all map long, but this one-on-one gunfight can go a long way. A BZ is able to find it. The trade is effectively going to be there, but Miami in control of the hill.
Spawns are good. Rotation trying to be tested by Draza. He finds one over the jump ball, but can't peek anything further. Selling down
train,
low.
bro. Get going.
To walk into the back alley. A BZ right behind him. Now it's just down to Metals inside the hard point, and the SMGs for Atlanta crack the code, break the hard point. Now they can win here.
And now they only need about 15 seconds left. Miami have one more good opportunity on the way in. Lucky's finds one. Vico finds a second with a nade. So still an opportunity here for Miami to at least keep it scrappy. But you want to contest this all the way to the very end. Finally find a trade onto a BZ. And now you're going to put Atlanta FaZe in a decision. Like, do we decide to get this one up, rotate over towards next? No, they're just going to keep on sending it. And this is where you have to take advantage off the rotation if you are Miami.
Keep an eye on Lucky. Able to find the first. Draws a tally at range, but you have to value your life here more so if you're Lucky. Trophy system down. Does not connect on towards the stun, and that loss may be about it as Atlanta FaZe will bring the rotation over towards New. This hit through Junk for Miami has to get through.
Dang, let's go, let's go.
Definitely strong enough to at least get Atlanta the early time.
But Real's right
nope,
up the
nope,
map.
nope.
Sip is able to
nope,
spot him.
nope. Metals dies, it's over. Oh,
he's only able to take down one, but he gets himself behind enemy lines. And it's only 5 seconds till Atlanta win.
5 seconds. Oh, Atlanta win. Oh, nope, nope, not yet, not yet. Oh, right there. Oh, now to that. Damn, son. Damn, let's go. Phase up, cuz. Phase up. Phase up. Phase, buddy.
It just came to like a very slow start to that game. Abizi was way too activated to start.
That's
40 and 22
crazy,
on the map. You heard the
baby.
death touch on it. Whenever he plays against Miami Heretics, he always has himself a hell of a time. And that's the way you want to start in the series on land at Major.
Dang, phase up. 1-0, son.
Champions, but Atlanta FaZe just doing what they do best. Not as clean as we all expected to.
Sure.
You had a couple cruise missiles in your back pocket, didn't really lead to breaks. A couple late situations off the rotation, and then even a couple breaking opportunities where they just completely fumbled towards the very end because Miami were able to pick them apart one by one. Just a little slow start for Miami, but Atlanta get the W.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And, you know, it is interesting to look at the statistics for the respawn for Atlanta, and the hard point in particular. Again, first across the board when it comes to points efficiency, but they're not necessarily in the top when it comes to rotating and holding or breaking. They're just finding ways to make things mixy, and they thrive in that chaos. And a lot of it comes from moments like you've seen from BaddShroomz throughout this entirety of the first match.
And he does it with an MCW right off the rip of the game. Then he switches to the Rival 9. He's just so comfortable with either weapon. That's what makes you one of the best players in the game. Obviously, he hasn't won an MVP. He's definitely looking to do so as the year goes on.
Absolutely.
Because when you got players like Sim and players like Sulliam on your roster, we're always putting up some insane stats. It's very difficult to try to shine,
bro.
but for a BZ to have a
Simp
start like
and
this,
Sulliam, bro.
he's in for one
But
hell of a tournament.
BZ just went off.
And it's just, he puts himself in spots where it's just like, you have to come get me. Like, I'm not going to
BZ's
overextend, I'm
like-
not going to overchow. I'll get my
BZ's
intel,
like, I'm
put
here
myself
too,
in the
so
best
I'm ready
position
to
possible,
play.
And then good luck.
Man, look at that
dump.
dump.
On the other
Ooh,
side of things, though,
he
let's
jumped.
speak some praises to Miami, because let's be candid, as the game started to get closer, they were still getting dominated in the kill
Man.
feed. Real in particular, not a great overall KD,
Draws
but the
Alba.
objective focus for Miami is what got them through a lot of their online qualifiers, and the time
Great
that Real was able to
job.
find in the hard point was still very good.
Yeah, that's good
Look at
stuff.
BZ though. Look at that. That was such a
But
clean
when you're
double,
playing against Atlanta
bro.
FaZe, you have to be able
Dude.
to slay with the best. And everyone basically going negative after map number 1 is not the recipe for success.
Man,
But you don't have any opportunities
I'm
now
telling
in
you.
these HP. You need to be able to respond in search
a
and
BZ
destroy.
really
That's
just
what
showed
Fred
up, bro.
most recently
Phased
from
up,
Yeah,
son.
absolutely. And, you know, the 6-star is not exactly a bad venue for them either.
Yeah.
They definitely play the map, I would say, not one-dimensional is not the right word, but they like to overwhelm you. They like to hit you with a lot of
That's
numbers. So it's going to be a lot of
crazy.
tests
Look
here to
at those.
see, has Atlanta predicted this map overall, and can they get them set up? Because like the desk had also mentioned, this has not been a well-rehearsed map in terms of
this
the
comeback
qualifiers
was
from
close right
Atlanta's
here.
Yeah,
from
Atlanta
this
only
jump.
played this one time, and it was all in round 11 versus
Grouchy
NYSL,
up.
and it was heavily favored for Atlanta on their attacking side. They needed to work on their defenses, but you best believe they've only played it once. They're going in practice and getting a bunch of
6-star
reps in
surge.
them, and especially off that one reputation that they had.
Ooh,
they're changing
okay,
their setups and stuff like that. So we might see a completely different Atlanta FaZe on the 6-star.
I think it might go to Rio, and they might take high rise Miami, but
with him
I
immediately.
think
As the new
I
intro
think
mentioned,
it's
First
gonna be
Blood King,
3-1,
he's
bro.
always
It's
up and
over.
in there early. But the interesting thing about kind of BaddShroomz as a First Blood reliance for Atlanta, Miami don't have that. Yeah, Real's been great overall search and destroy KD, great opening to a win percentage, but all 4 of them are taking a lot of engagements in the first 30 to 45 seconds.
So that means that everyone's in sync. We're all doing a lot of team pushes in search and destroy, and that's sometimes the recipes of success.
Sure.
When you're one of those new rosters fairly formed, because they've only been a roster for this whole qualifiers, you have to figure out certain
look at
things for search
BZ,
and
bro.
destroy.
He's just chill, bro. That guy just tied HP kill record on land, bro. 40, bro, with Pred. Tied it with Pred, son. That dude just went off, son.
You have to have your playbook stacked. There needs to be so
Absolutely.
many different adjustments throughout the middle of the game to make sure
crazy,
you're trying to walk out
cuz.
victorious.
And just put it this way, you don't want to 1v1 this guy. Update, he did just tie
Man,
the
look at
overall
them.
land
Look at Sim,
hard
bro.
point kill record.
That's how he started.
Number 1. Yeah, just casually. No worries, no problems. But we're locking on in. Fist bumps are out.
They locked
6-star
in.
search and destroy coming up next year for us. And I think, again, after a poor kill to death ratio performance for Real, now the jitters have to be gone. You played a competitive map as a squad. Real's got to show up here if Miami want a chance to take what we consider to be a must-win map if they want to have a chance in this series.
Yeah, he's been their all-star all
They
the
ain't gonna
qualifiers.
have
He's
it,
been
bro.
their shining light to
I
get
don't
us through
see
the majority
6-star
of
going their
HPs.
way, bro.
Even the search and destroy is the only struggle that they have as a collective unit has been in nose control. So Real definitely needs to step
I
up
mean, they do
in
have
this
better
search and
stats,
destroy.
but
And
let's
just
see
be
it.
ready for the punches that Atlanta fans are going to throw at you. Right off the rip, a double nade over towards A.
Double nade over towards A.
The rotation
Ooh, that's
immediately over towards that B side.
But Miami are going to voluntarily give away the B side, so figure they have to play retake, which, just a small statistic, you don't want to see that if you're a Miami fan, because their retake percentage
Hey, who do
has
you
been
got?
miserable. But seeing if they can
Who do
change
you
it here
got,
in Atlanta, it's
Terps?
gonna be a
You got
4v4.
Atlanta, bro,
Here we
for
go,
this?
retake on the way.
I think it's gonna
A lot of
be
time to work with.
6-4,
Miami attacking through the top side.
maybe Miami, bro.
It's going to be very difficult to win
But
any of these
if it
gunfights.
goes
At least know
5-5,
the
I
main
think
spots. You're
it
able to back
fades,
down
bro. But I
Sullivan
think it's
from
be
his position.
6-4
Only 8
Miami.
HP left, and this is where you hit that go button. Medals with
Oh,
the
right.
first blood.
Ooh, BZ, bro. Who threw the smoke?
By himself, slips away. He's so
Oh, Ace it. BZ, son. Yeah, shit on that kid. Oh, he.
to clean things up at BZ, just a little smoke demon comes out when the time matters most.
How do you let him make plays
Oh,
like that?
man. How do you.
That's just insane. You're
That's
finally opening first
insane.
blood. You just
He's
knocked
on
it
fire.
over
He
the
is
corner
locked
right
in.
there to BZ. He's able to find a triple. in the first round of this entire S&D.
Bro, look at this, so sexy. Ooh, just big IQ play, and then he turns, regens, and puts this dude
The fact
down.
that he's able to win this gunfight right here with the awareness, also the
Look at him, no sweat on him, bro. Just locked in, just locked.
Yep, I'd say 3-0. And let's be honest, smoke retakes have been kind of a key to success for everybody. So if Beezy's able to find his way through smoke like that, may need to reconsider what we're doing here if you're Miami.
Yeah, bro, reconsider what you're thinking, bro, because the Beezy's on one.
To see someone get overextended by Atlanta, but that's not their game. That's not their moniker. They're going to wait till you make a call before they make their response.
Yeah, and I love the adjustments already out of Atlanta FaZe, because where they struggled was on the defensive side for this map. They were instantly getting first-blooded. They only are 20% on that side, but everyone's playing that 50-50 setup, back down, use our attacks to retake over towards either bomb site.
Oh,
Droz is at least able to gain a little bit of info over towards A. Now the reinforcements are going to try to retake.
And at this stage in the map, Atlanta will know that, okay, let's just take over mid. Figure we'll give ourselves some points of interest to retake over towards A. And, you know, other side of the coin here, Atlanta's great at finding good retake percentages throughout this qualifying stage. Seeing if they can do it here. 35 seconds. A lot of it coming through mid. There's that same smoke we talked about. Beagle pushing forward. Does take down the first, though.
That's good stuff by Beagle. Even better out of Lucky. Able to get the objective planted. Atlanta goes for the smoke through mid-U. Lets everybody bombard one way out. And Miami, on the back of Beagle, just pushes right aggressively right up through that smoke grenade. He's able to secure the attacking ground. I thought it was a good start, at least from Atlanta FaZe, but we got to be a little bit faster on those adjustments.
Yeah, and again, first in retake percentage in Major League qualifiers. They have not relied on it, but they're not uncomfortable when it comes to playing it. But seeing it in 4v4 form, now 2 straight rounds, definitely a bit peculiar.
Yeah.
So we'll see if the tempo starts to shift just a touch here as you jump into round number 3. Atlanta will, of course, get the bomb over to Abizi, very often the carrier for the squad. And once again, same setup for Miami. 2-2 split, nothing over towards B.
Yeah, the double nades over towards the A side, potentially slow someone down, but B bomb is going to be wide open once again. But this time, Miami should have a little bit more of an info gained, where they can try to retake easy because everyone's through the middle of the map.
Yeah, the last time it was a full retake through the waterfall drop. Now it looks like it's going to be something maybe more centered towards the middle of the map. Not the case. They'll leave Lucky there to kind of maybe pull a late pinch. Everyone else will hop down again together. Metals, good first blood. BZ a bit more uncomfortable now with Draza dropping. Resets over towards Curve. Metals waits for it. Very nicely done. Sulliam now the last one left, and he is stuck in the pool, and the Heretics are all over it.
That's beautiful plays right there to Miami. Everyone was spread around the map. Meadows, another first blood on the defensive side, and at the same time, Real, who was working his way around the deep pinch, was able to catch that timing onto Simp. At that point, you already gained the info. The last 2 players have to be around the bomb site. Selling plays the same exact spot he was on the previous offense. You're able to pick them apart one by one. Great retake scenario right there out of Miami.
And it's important to note that first blood onto Draza allows Metals the luxury of being able to stay prone, wait for maybe a different pinch to come out. Very well constructed. So, okay, first retake not successful. Second, much cleaner. 2-1 the count. Lucky on 4 in a row. As Vika will take the bomb out and once again look to put a little bit of early attention over towards A.
And this time Atlanta FaZe is going to step up the aggression. Send a couple players up through the middle of the map. Abizi in a more aggressive place over towards A. But they're gaining a lot of info, and they could potentially trap Real in towards mid-U. But they are going to know the info of Lucky. He puts down a couple shots, and now you're just going to simply back down. And that time continues to tick.
This isn't going to feel great, though, for Miami. You have no looks to what's over on the B side of the map. You know Draza's playing DJ booth, but, like, so what? And the rest of the names over towards A haven't really given you enough clearance over towards this U-Haul yet. So this contact for Real could be just about everything and trying to get this bomb forward, but Vikul pushes up, gets dealt with. Real does win one at mid, but still the focus for Miami has to stay over on A.
And they recovered the bomb as well, so Beezy knew that that first one in his back pocket, bomb was down right in front of me, but that bomb is now off the rotation, potentially off to B, because Real pops that dead silence. He's already taken a lot of ground on that side of the map. So if you are lucky, let's just get the objective down.
Stun out. Real wants to smoke. Draza forces him off the angle. Bomb does successfully get planted over towards B. Keep your eye on number 3 in Metals. He is missed timing onto Abizi around the back. Does Lucky expect this? Not fully. Tries to sneak away and just nowhere to go. So Abizi able to turn this into a 3v2. Metals hunting for the trade. Finds it quickly. Now back over towards the site. Draza trying to play over the top of the bomb. Celium guarding. Someone's got to go and check. Metals trying to play forward. Deals with Celium. Does he get there in time? He sure does. Kill comes through. Miami take the round.
Such a beautiful heads-up play right there out of Metals. He knows that Selim was simply putting down cover fire. He had to be sticking that defuse. Yet Selim one shot commits on the gunfight and is able to find the second onto Draza. It's great plays right there from Miami. They didn't find that first blood, but they were instantly able to respond, turn it into a 3v3. But then that bomb rotation definitely caught Atlanta FaZe off guard. A couple rounds in a row now for Miami.
That's 5 in a row for Metals in particular. So maybe a chance for a cruise missile here in Miami. Search and destroy, which, again, it's been improved this stage with Real in the lineup, mostly because of Real. Now all of a sudden they're starting to find a lot of success as a full squad. Vehicle first blood, playing aggressive down towards the sky bridge. Metals also following up into Selim. Draza committing forward, but the trade is in, and Miami have done flawless work here in this opening exchange.
And Metals picks up a cruise missile. Now it's left in a 1v3. You can never put it past them, but it's not going to be easy when everyone from Miami is right in your face. They did not fall short on their defensive center. That's two rounds now. Previously, where
two rounds now
over towards B, but they were always showing face at A. This time, Atlanta FaZe hit over towards A, and they were prepared for the push. Metals having a stellar map at 9-1, cruise missile in the back pocket. This is how you take over.
And that was a pattern changer right there for Metals, as the crowd starts to get the Vamos injected into this Miami crowd. Okay, 4-1 the count, 8 in a row for Metals. Back to the offense. Do you call the cruise here? Just get your 5th round, Jay?
Oh, without question. Puts ourselves at game point, especially if we can guarantee it. It's exactly what you need to do if you are Miami, especially with the way that Atlanta FaZe are playing super aggressive up to the map. Real's going to have a lot of info gain.
Yeah, sees the head of a BZ. That's enough for him to back off. Bomb is dropped and left on the A site as Vehicle is going to take a super flank route right behind 2 FaZe members. Catches him by surprise. Oh! The 3rd. Sip. Last one left for a 1v4. No need for the cruise missile in this round.
And now you can pick up that bomb and start to work that objective, because Vehicle just made such a great play right there. And Sip, unfortunately, in the 50-50 is going to guess wrong. That bomb is going to get planted over towards A. It's a 1v4 scenario. Miami Heretics taking over to search and destroy. Vehicle can't find the ace on the round, but still a 1v3.
Little bounce pass off the frag grenade. Sim can't get the full regen off. Real trying to step in. Plays off the dry bar. Lucky holding even towards the more celebrated mid bar. And Simp does not have a route available to him. Trying to isolate the 1v1. He's given it. Lucky, hello? Couldn't finish off the last shots needed. Time is the biggest issue here, though. 13 seconds on the clock, and Simp will have no more time to fool around at mid. Miami get to 5-1, looking for their first map win on land.
They're just 1 round away from doing it. And that simply comes down to Vehicle, what he's able to get done. Real gets the infinite. There's a lot of players from Atlanta pushing up to our middle of the map. So Vehicle drops the bomb over towards A, instantly puts through their spawn and finds the perfect timing to find 3 kills in the round. Miami now at game point, and they didn't even have to invest that cruise missile, so
yeah,
still got that in the back pocket if you're Miami.
And honestly, a round like this, you've ran this kind of 2-2 split defense every single defensive round you've played of Miami. Why not do something crazy here? You've got a lot of rounds to play with. Not too much different, though. Lucky will play a passive angle over the top of B. Clearance through U-Haul for the defense around the A side, and as they don't hear any nades going off, Miami's going to try to restructure, assuming there's going to be a quick plant called in, and ooh, the cruise is going to get called in here. Abizi still finds first blood. This cruise needs to lock things in, but it's down too late. Abizi gets a second, and all of a sudden, Miami a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I just don't understand that play. Like, Metals is calling in, I have a cruise missile, everybody stay alive, but Vehicle jumps through the smoke grenade, he gets picked off, and then Real gets 2-piece. So it makes this round even more difficult. Lucky now in a 1v3 with only 20 seconds left, only 76 HP in his back pocket. But it's just not going to be time fair. At least it turns to a 1-on-1 though.
Oh, steps away, pistol out. Almost finds the last shots needed, but not the case. BZ's even laughing that one off, as he just absolutely takes over. And you're absolutely right. The call for the cruise missile just very puzzling to start the retake, which was already heavily stacked at mid.
Because all you have to do is just simply wait for the comms to come in. Because Metals knows exactly where everyone is when he invests that streak. But Vehicle just decides to take it upon himself, trying to shut that bomb going down, and eventually comes back to bite him. So Atlanta FaZe stay alive a little bit longer to search and destroy. Withstand the pressure
Rookie
coming in from that cruise missile.
Vehicle.
But now they're back to the defensive side where they have been struggling.
Yeah, exactly the case. And what do you call differently here? 3-man hit with a trophy system to support right on top of this A statue. Bomb making its way forward as much as it possibly can for Miami, but a moment of hesitation here, trying to play things over towards the top of security.
Lucky was
Lucky's
very
able to find first blood. That's on
good.
the opposite side of the map. So now BZ has to kind of pick up the gap over here towards B.
He's at least able to get info onto Real, but Lucky's trying to find his second kill on the round. Fortunately, can't find the timing onto Abizi. But with Simp dropping in his position, now it forces Atlanta FaZe to change their defensive look.
Yeah.
A couple players who were 3 stacked over towards A now have to spread map and try to win a couple one-on-one gunfights. Draza starts it off.
He gets 1 steps away. Good support from Abizi. A little bit of crossfire angles will make sure there's no immediate trade, but Celium left on an island over towards A will drop. The bomb now making its way to be committed onto this A side. Abizi re-wrapping back, and well, he's got to wait for Draza to get part of the play because he's on the super flank.
There comes Real as well. Draza's at least able to find 2, but Real is working his way around a deep pinch. Now it turns into a 1v2. They do not have any info on where he is playing, so can you just stall out more of this game clock?
He has to pop and check at some point, though. There's Abizi. That's the information from both sides. Opening shots good for Abizi. You know he's going to take that challenge, and why not? Okay, hold on a second. Cruise missile out. Atlanta FaZe get their 3rd. And once again, this ebb and flow of who's holding control over the map starts to continue to shift.
And the post-plant situation right there for Miami needs to be a lot better. You
Absolutely.
had Real through the middle of the map. You already gained info onto Abizi on their side. Someone has to be paying attention somewhat to the flank side. And unfortunately for Draza, he's able to get the timing to find the initial 2 kills, put them in the advantage, and then get the info onto Real to stay alive again in this search and destroy. Slowly but surely climbing their way back. Down 5-3. If you are Miami, this is where you have to stand strong, because 5-3 in search and destroy is a very scary scenario.
Absolutely the case. Can Metals step up? 10-3 already. Seems to be the raid boss. You kill him, you win, apparently, if you're Atlanta. Abizi quickly through you, catches Real with some tactical utility out. Yep, it was a stun. So first blood is automatically tallied, and once again, Miami just don't have any defensive pressure towards B, and Simp's going to confirm that, already getting this back curve position.
Yup, he gives the info to the team. Hey, B's wide open once again, so we can work this objective now with the man down. But you also want to try to set up Abizi for 1 more kill so he can earn himself a cruise missile. That objective is now going to get planted. Miami at least have a couple players here to contest immediately. Metals makes it a 3v3, instant response out of Simp, but now it's all up to Celium to clutch up into 1v2.
And he is far away from being able to check over the top of this B site. Waiting to see if there's anyone crossing over through mid. He's not going to get a chance at it. Lucky and Vehicle looking for the elimination, and there's the info for Cell. He's got to make a move. Here comes the play. Vehicle caught on sprint. Cell expecting the challenge, but Lucky's going to hold it. And the curse is broken. The Spanish flu's been shrugged off as finally Miami win a map on land.
What a great start from Metals. Was the tone setter for this Heretic squad early on into the search and destroy. But then in those later rounds, it's simply playing down to the clutch factors. Metals starts it off, but Lucky instantly there to respond with 2 of his own. Then once it turns into a one-on-one, the cojones right there out of Lucky to just stick on that defuse, going up against a great player in Celium. Such a heads-up play. Miami Heretics tie up the series with the search and destroy victory. And now they have some life, Alan.
Yeah.
Now they have some life.
Yeah, late comeback effort in the Karachi keeps you tight, keeps you close. Now all of a sudden you could walk away with what was a very convincing search and destroy for the first 6 rounds. You finish it off, you put it away cleanly just as Atlanta start to build some momentum. And hey, high-rise control is what we consider next. We'll talk more about it when we get closer towards it. But the thing about it is Miami's attacking stats have been great. The only issue is that's mostly come off of what they've done on Karachi, not necessarily what they've done on high-rise.
Yeah, they haven't found any success on either high-rise or invasion all throughout this stage with this new roster. They're sitting at a 2-5 record with both of those W's coming on Karachi. So you're going to have to try to figure out a way to square up against Atlanta FaZe, who only seem to lose this map, versus a team like New York who can keep up with the slaying. That has to be the thing of focus. We have to be able to outgun Atlanta FaZe in this map 3.
And you can hold that because that's going to have to be the same thing for map number 4 on a real hard point, which is not easy to do, friends. But Miami get their first map wood, and the crowd here in Toronto are loving it. And I'll say, honestly, we're loving the fact that we've got ourselves a competitive series here. Miami looking much better than what they've had done in the previous 2 majors. Can they find a way to take another map against the strong Atlanta team? We'll find out as high-rise control comes up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
In Toronto, they turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable.
Goes back to the bomb plant. I love it. Is Felony going to get here fast enough? Oh my goodness, Renetti at the ready. Do it. Do it. Love it. Goodbye, Lins. The round is over.
It doesn't get better. Like, your eyes light up when you catch him as he's running away from it. That's the instant call to hop the bomb. Nasty going to get that trade, but a 3v2 for Surge, and they are still smooth.
Oh, Nasty wins a big one. Go see. Can he get two as well? What a round. Thieves finally equalizer.
You are dealing with players that are running you down.
Toronto have to reset up again.
This is their last hurrah.
Only 2 defenders inside the zone. The others for New York. Worried about the overextension.
Oh my God.
Drop. Here comes the flood. Skies by himself could do nothing. Trophy system this time gets placed safely. On top of that, it's a 12v2. Toronto looking clear here at A, unless maybe some desperate nades land and popcorn them out of the zone. Hydra tries to step up, and Toronto takes the round 5 offensive win.
Oh my God, Ultra.
Nero on 3 straight. He'll be holding. Get the plant down. You lost a man early. This time you're able to get the first blood. Nero going big. 5 in a row. Looking for 6. Able to keep on eating. Maybe the ace. But I love this. It's all 4. Nero, a monster in that round, and he's on 7 in a row.
I mean, with the score the way it is,
Grab with the double through the hill. Still keeps the opportunity alive for Ultra. They get all 4 dead in the feed. They are potentially going to steal map 1 right now.
but the last 8 seconds are coming through. Kleenex over the middle of the map.
Oh!
It works out. One more hit coming out of Toronto. Turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable. Welcome back to Toronto and our Atlanta-Miami series. Currently 1-1 with Miami Heretics taking away a very convincing Search and Destroy. A moment where you thought Atlanta was going to start weaseling their way back into the conversation, but wow. I mean, it is an unbelievable map number 2 from Metals. And of course, the stick here from Lucky just calling Selim out saying, I got the confidence to hold this.
Yeah, it was just a good start for Metals. Like the fact that he was taking over multiple rounds early on into the game, earns himself a cruise missile, puts them at game point, and then all they need to do is make sure they don't make enough mistakes in one round to close out one round. And thankfully, Lucky turns that 2v1 into a clutch defuse for them to tie up the series at 1. But now the series doesn't get any easier for them because you're going into a high-rise where you haven't found any success as a squad, and now that we are guaranteed that map 4 in Rio, we all know that that's Atlanta FaZe's bread and butter map.
You know, the interesting thing about this, and maybe this is a bit of an artificial storyline, those that have been following this Spanish entourage since their time at Challengers, they are often some of the loudest players on stage. They haven't had a chance to do that yet because they haven't won a map. But all of a sudden, they find themselves in this weird position of, it's been late in the season. We finally get our map 1 win. You're playing up against the number 1 team, which, as much as there's a fan base for FaZe, there's also a fan base that doesn't like FaZe. And all of a sudden, you can maybe see a world where they start to band together to support this Miami team. If that energy gets flowing, not going to rule these boys out.
It's because it's them versus the world. Everyone knows that when you're going up against Atlanta FaZe, no one is picking you guys in this series with the way that you've been looking and the way that Atlanta FaZe has been looking, especially in high-rise control. This is so far throughout Major 3 qualifiers, 3-1 record for Atlanta FaZe. The only team that they tend to lose this map to is New York. They are 8-2 overall on this map, and on the opposite side for Miami, they haven't really found a lot of success on either side. And the biggest thing for me is their slaying. Like, you have players who usually take over in the HPs, who usually take over in the search and destroys. But right now for Miami, everyone's sitting underneath for 1.0 KD. That has to be a big factor for them to focus on in this next map.
Well, especially because Atlanta, on both sides, offense and defense, they are the best team right now in the CDL on control when it comes to managing lives. On offense, they only, I think, on average are like minus 0.9, and then on defense, they're usually winning by 5+ kills or something of the nature. So it's very convincing is what I'm trying to get at. Whereas, you know, again, for Miami, they have not really kept up in the respawn slaying against the top 4 teams across what they've been able to do even online. And now all of a sudden, it's a tall ask to try to take this map away, guarantee yourself a potential 5th map where an invasion search may bear some fruit.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. We can get into a game 5, anything can happen because we are on land, the pressure's going to be high, and they're just hoping to put themselves in that kind of situation. But you have to get through at least one of these next 2 maps that are coming up and walk away victorious in it. And I think the biggest player that I want to focus on who had sort of a great start in the map number 1 is Vico. Like, he's sitting at a 0.78 overall control KD. That's not good because control basically all in this game is about slaying. If you're not finding your kills, you're losing map control. If you're not gaining map control, you're getting instantly put into a spawn trap. And it's just very difficult for anyone that's going up against this Atlanta FaZe roster because they slay so damn well.
Absolutely. And it comes from every form too. It's not just the subs, it's not just the ARs. At different moments in time, it could be any one of the 4 players you see on screen. So there definitely needs to be some sort of a heroic X factor here for Miami to kind of keep things going, build a little bit of extra momentum. Map number 1, we got a little bit from Vikul. We also had kind of a nice come up from Lucky. It was Metals and Real that had the slowest start. So maybe you look to one of those 2 players to say, shake off those hard point opening map, you know, nerves, come back into this 3rd and do what you've been doing online.
I'm 100% looking at Real. Like, this is the guy that you put into the roster for these kind of moments. He's been able to slay all throughout Major 3 qualifiers versus some of the top teams in the game. He's been their X factor, and he didn't have a best start in that map number 1, but if he can go off and really set the tone in his high-rise control, they stand a great shot.
Yeah, he's been that way before. I mean, it just fact it becomes, you know, he was on the Rocket Academy roster in Modern Warfare 2. They did great in Texas in particular, but that was with a roster of players that obviously all found themselves into the CDL essentially by the end of that calendar year. So for a first time on the main stage against the number 1 seed, can he find a way to be who he was online here under the lights as we're getting ready for the high-rise control, loading on in through the cinematics. And again, the biggest thing here is it can't just be one side or the other for Miami. You need to really step up, especially when you find yourself on defense.
Yeah, it needs to be everyone because for some reason on their defensive side, they give up some of the most segments away on that side of the map. 4.8, which is insane to me. So you're basically putting yourself in a scenario where we got to guarantee at least 3 attacking rounds. But here we go into the map number 3. They're on the defensive side to start off. No trophy systems to work with on this push over to the B Street. So just want to be the team to not initially drop right off the rip as the Atlanta FaZe are pushing their way out through bottom blue. They find the initial couple of kills, already find themselves on that 8 point.
Oh, but yeah, Jose Propane Tank's still alive. So
there it is.
Okay, 1.0 KD right now, make it 2.0. 2 kills come through. So Vikul now finds himself very far forward. Shut down by a BZ as off spawn. Atlanta find their way back immediately over towards the B zone, and here we go. Metals trying to contest early, but this is a solo play by himself. Deals with the first, can't find anything more, and Atlanta will still stay alive. This time, though, draws Zane.
But right now, it's a little bit of a split decision right there from Atlanta. You have players stacked over towards B. They found 3 dead in the feed. They're thinking, okay, we get this trade on the last guy. We can still work up that progression, but nades come over the top. Everything was hit from Miami Heretics to retake a little bit of that map control and not allow that first segment at B to be complete. Wow. But all the kills in the feed, besides one on the vehicle, are in favor of Atlanta FaZe. They're still slowly but surely working up that progression.
Oh, and Cell actually steps off the A zone before the first tick of progress could be secured. And Vikul, you want to say him, he's going to have a hot start. 4 in a row, 6 and 2. Now right back up into the face of the Atlanta spawns. Tick of progress on it. B has been completely depleted. The one on A is close, but largely speaking, Atlanta just need to find a way on a spawn right now.
Yeah, they only have 40 seconds as well to do so. And if you are Miami, you are trading so efficiently around the map right now. Just have to account for the last 2 players from Atlanta FaZe who already found themselves out. Maybe at least gain info onto one. Vikul trying to sniff out where a BZ is, but a BZ finds a kill, so she instantly be there for the trade, and he's able to find it. Only 21 seconds left. Atlanta able to stop the clock, though, over at A.
Yeah, the clearance at B is good, but right back on towards the A zone. Celium will be existing with what was help from Draza initially. Beagle, what a start from 8-3. Peeling players left, right, and center, but first tick of progress is already done at A. Second is quickly on the way. Lucky looks like he wants to give this a try, and he's the only defender here. So now you got the double stack up, and, well, a 13 plays 9, and Atlanta are looking good for this third tick.
And you would think with such a hot start that Beagle had, they would be leading in the lives remaining column, but still Atlanta FaZe up by 5 lives. The third segment about to get complete over towards A. aBeZy now slaying in your spawn. Time is now extended. And this gets a lot more difficult for Miami with only 7 lives remaining.
And the B zone's already going in the blink of an eye as well. Draza's still on it, working on the third tick. Support from his teammates is good. Looking for the trade as, okay, Lucky will deny. Gives Miami a chance to hold here. Don't worry about the clock. Worry about the lives. And maybe worry about aBeZy in your back line as he finds one from the backside window. Right back in towards mid. Gets a look at the player over the top of the staircase. And Atlanta will win this round. It just comes by way of either lives or ticks. And it will be lives as the last heretic throws himself off the map.
And they complete 5 segments. Miami gave themselves a lot of opportunities. It's just that one opportunity where Atlanta FaZe were applying a lot of pressure over towards bottom blue. All of the kills went in their favor, and that's the worst thing you can do in control, is go to clean 3 to 4 dead, because everyone coming off the respawn, all info gained out of Atlanta FaZe to put you in a little bit of a trap. But then at least complete 5 segments to keep the sling in their favor. So now if you are Miami, you have to try to get something done on your attacking side.
And if we're to be really nitpicky about the Atlanta FaZe control where it's weakest, they sit 5th in allowing ticks progression when they're on defense, so maybe that is an option here, but we already saw the stats. Miami at the same rate, not necessarily great at finding good tick capture percentage when they're on the offense, especially on this map where, again, have not found a lot of success. So what's the angle? Looks like it's going to be some sort of a B setup here for Miami. Early, aBeZy already in position to try to challenge, but getting shut down.
Yeah, Draza still finds himself in a crucial position, though. Has top propane currently. Able to get the info on a couple players from Miami already working their way out of the spawn, but he's able to find the first. Now it's your opportunity to potentially take these guys off of B, but Miami, they're slowly but surely working their way up through bottom pit, trying to at least take a little bit more map control. aBeZy and Celium find one, aBeZy with the double, and now all of Miami back in the spawn.
Oh, what a transfer for Simp. Right down mid lane. Takes out a couple more Heretics offensive players. aBeZy on the pit staircase. Just trying to keep Miami stuck behind these glass windows. Also gets rid of the player down low. And I mean, the finesse game. Just so hard to deal with. If Beagle's patience works out. Simp trying to get his trade. Waiting to see where exactly Beagle's gone. And off the regen, Beagle will take that into a double metals following up. Leaves Draza by himself on B. But the rotation to A is perfectly timed. Draza on 4 in a row. Keeps the Atlanta defense largely safe.
And comes the pitch out of aBeZy. Able to win the one-on-one gunfight versus metals. The trophy system at least good enough for the trade. And now that time is continuously taken down. You're able to put someone over towards the A point. Again, he gets taken care of, but now with only 24 seconds left, you have to make this B push count.
Nades are landing on Draza. He can't challenge this B zone at the moment. Help is on the way. aBeZy is the one committed over towards this defensive spot. Nades are also going to help keep the clock ticking. First tick not locked in over on the B zone. So for the 5 ticks of progress that Atlanta got in their first offense, if this continues, Miami's not going to have a single one to tally here in this first offensive attempt.
Yeah, you can tell by all the kills in the feed that they're probably not going to get another opportunity to complete one of these segments at either point. 3, 2, 1. They found a couple kills in the feed, but now you just have to get past the lines of Celium and Simp. They're able to find the initial 2 kills. It turns into a one-on-one in towards this B point. Beagle just dancing with death. Thankfully, the nade is going to hit over, but Atlanta faced with the reinforcements. Able to bombard their way back into that B point, not allow a single segment to get away from them. And this is just what Atlanta FaZe do on high rise.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and you look over the course of the stats, it's just they find a way to get it done when it matters most, legitimately. Because some of their core statistics, the macro statistics, they don't necessarily turn up #1 every single time. It's when things get weird, that's when they really show when they're the best. So, not a great start here for Miami. Taking some of the momentum just immediately out of the sails after what happened at the search and destroy. Have to put together a really solid response here defensively. You got to find a way out.
You got to try to figure something out, and just slowing down Atlanta FaZe, potentially find a clean 2 to 3 dead. So you're gonna have a couple cruise missiles potentially to take into your next attacking round if you can get there. Just gotta simply keep track of everyone from Atlanta FaZe. I know you're playing against Simp and aBeZy, who will cover a lot of ground, but those guys make such impactful plays. You have to always play for those trades.
Oh, quickly, the clock is already stalled. Sim sliding back and forth between the generators. There's the assistance. Draza right in with a pistol. And it's just the longest bait and switch you've ever seen in your life. Everyone's so focused on Sip. Here comes the help. And now the stack is in. First tick done, second on the way. Vehicle looking to get himself in a position to try to challenge this. And a good kill for Metals keeps this stack a little bit more contestable.
Oh, man.
But team day is out. Second tick's going to be gone.
Second segment already going to be complete over towards B, and Atlanta FaZe still maintaining a lot of map control. They only have dropped a total of 3 lives in the entire round so far. Now time gets extended. This is why Atlanta FaZe are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the game, because they just make it look so damn easy. Great transfer right there to Simp. I would have been jaw dropped if he finds that kill, but Atlanta FaZe up by 6 lives, still maintaining a lot of map control, just had to work their way out through bottom blue.
Okay, couple of kills coming through. Miami also win a gunfight over to the middle of the map, so things again start to play that little tug of war where the defense gets in a better position. The Semtex from Celium onto Simp also aids. So now we've got an 18 playing 20. Miami are chipping their way back in defensively, and okay, here's a chance. Draza, last one really standing over mid, and every kill turns up early in favor of Miami. Good moment for the Heretics.
And now you have to try to keep them trapped as long as you possibly can. Someone needs to earn themselves a cruise missile. Try to gain a little momentum going into this next round if you can force it. But it's still tied up in 16-16 in lives remaining. Atlanta FaZe using their teamwork to try to at least work their way out, but they are getting cut down every single time. Guns, nades, everything is hitting right now for Miami.
Looking good. Only issue is, you didn't have any tick progression in your favor at all on your first offense, so you're going to win 2 offensive rounds in a row if you pull this one off still, which, again, is not out of the question for Atlanta yet. Still just under 60 seconds. 14 playing 13. FaZe have worked their way through the spawn trap pressure, and now they're on their way with eyes over towards A.
Still a lot of time to work with, though, if you are Atlanta. Just need one sequence of kills to go in your favor, but it's still Miami trading more effectively. Just maintaining the map control, putting Atlanta FaZe to slow down in their scenarios. It's now with only 35 seconds left. They're trying to rally their way up to B Street. They also isolate Real, so that's 2 kills in favor of Atlanta.
Yeah, Vehicle also committed down low. He was tagged. BZ searches out that kill. And here comes the surround. 23 seconds at the clock. Atlanta staging for their approach on in. Lucky has to worry about a lot all at once. Deals with the first. Trades are decent. Vehicle with the pistol. Continues to keep this pinstripe kill feed alive until Real finally finds the final kill. And now you're down to your last approach of your phase.
Yeah, that was a big one-on-one gunfight, because Simp would have been able to put the game clock at a pause that allow his teammates to still work their way up through this bottom blue area, but only 3 seconds remaining. All the kills on the feed are going to be blue. Miami are able to extend the map a little bit longer. But you would have been happy as hell if you can have a cruise missile going into this next attacking round, especially when you found no success your first go-around.
Yeah, it's just, again, it never really felt like there was a good concentrated approach for Miami on either of the 2 zones. And that, again, is a led towards what Atlanta is able to do. They were able to stay alive so easily. The finesse game on the individual level is at the highest level. So you have to find these skills to find them quickly. You need to find a way to confirm it, get yourself on the zone, put that objective pressure into your favor.
If you're on Miami, to get a little momentum right here, it has to be to start off kills.
Absolutely.
Put a couple ones in your pocket. Super aggressive out towards A. If you can hit a couple nades, a couple stuns to potentially start off in these trade fights to make your life a lot less difficult. But it's going to be contest already here at this 8 point. BZ just flies right on in. He's able to find a double. Metals last player up, just simply trying to play his life so his teammates can work their way out of spawn.
Yeah, it's a decent idea from Miami, but it comes up completely empty. Not a single kill tallied, and now Atlanta are all over your spawn. Oh, this is about the way where the blunder meets all of Miami. Stuck behind this back right corner, and BZ is just not gonna move. You've got to come to me, my guy. And this is where he does BZ things. First one good. Lucky with a quick trade. Okay, they get out of spawn trap initially. A couple of trades are decent, but it's just so much punish. 40 seconds on the clock and a 7-life gap.
And Miami still have yet to work any of the objective points, so that time is continuously getting away from them. He did have Lucky, though, who was able to stay alive on those engagements early on to work his way out of the spawn. Real with the pistol, able to take down Celium. So game clock at a pause, but it is going to get taken down by Sim. BZ finds the second, and now all of Atlanta FaZe just jumping around, trying to locate where Vika went.
Yeah. Vehicle very wisely gets out of there, trying to value his life. Madraza on the hunt finds the kill. Sim steps into your spawn. That's kill number 7 in a row for him. Doesn't have the last bullet needed to take care of Real, but may not make much of a difference. 10 life gap. FaZe still putting the pressure on into the Miami spawn. unfortunate team kill comes through. That makes, again, this pretty much an impossibility as Straza finds the final one needed. Last bit of time is going to tick away here. Miami have already put the controllers down, and they're going to start talking about the Rio hardpoint coming up next.
Yeah, that's GG, man. It's just very difficult. Everybody knows if you're in the crowd right now and you play rank play, when you get put into that hell trap on high rise, it's never fun to get out, especially when your guns are not shooting the same as the opposing team, or when they're just trading more effectively than you. But Atlanta FaZe dominating on the high rise control, not allowing a single segment to get away from them on their defensive side. Take a commanding 2-1 lead in the series.
It's so tough to play this team on high rise.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
It really is. Like you mentioned, it's just been New York who's been really able to figure out this Atlanta squad. Everyone else, they haven't really held the candle to them.
No,
I mean, statistically, it's astronomical. So, a decent effort, but largely speaking, a very tough venue for Miami to figure they could go back-to-back map wins here on LAN. The only bit of good news is, hey, at least you didn't really have anyone super down low. I mean, it was a decent, comprehensive effort. Real had a better map overall. It's still just one of those things that you look and compare the KDs between that and what Atlanta put together. It's just a world of a difference.
Yeah, it's even a non-traded kills. Like, everyone from Atlanta FaZe are a little bit over positive. They're feeling fantastic in those columns because, 150 HP, I can finesse a little bit longer with my life. That's where the S&Gs are thriving right now. But that's just way too easy for Atlanta. They just came in and said, all right, we do what we do best, which is outslay the opponent. We're going to stand a better chance. Obviously, Miami Heretics haven't found any success in control other than Karachi, and unfortunately, they don't find it today.
And that's the other point about it. Like,
2-1 Atlanta, 3. I'm telling you, it's going to be 3-1.
Win the series, or if they fall to the lower bracket, is it really has just been Karachi.
Yep.
Like, you're not going to be able to get through a major event, especially against the top 14, when you only have one control map that you find a lot of success on. So the veto process made this a little bit easier for FaZe, and now up 2-1 with, again, the hot hand starting to really come back together. BZ has another incredible map. Draza actually has what has been his first great map of the series at this point. You're going to go look at a Rio where, again, tempo, energy, momentum have always favored what this Atlanta team has done. They've been flawless here.
Yeah, based on every other hardpoint map that Atlanta FaZe have, this is actually the one that they stand out the most in because they're sitting at 6-0 overall record, but they are #1 in rotation win percentage. Yep. That's the thing for me, is that Atlanta FaZe on such a slow map, you're expecting them to always be in the mix, but they're doing the fundamental parts correctly. So you have to make sure you're ahead of that if you are Miami, because one thing they struggle on Rio is their break percentage. When you have such fast players like Metals and Real on the roster, you're expecting those break percentage to be a lot higher, but they're only about 26%, which is 9th overall in the league. That's not the best bet, and you need to try to take down Atlanta FaZe on their base HP, which you need to be on point with.
And that's the other problem when it comes to even anyone playing up against this FaZe squad, is how do you veto up against them? You know they're not going to play sub base.
Yep.
Everything else is good. So it's just hard to really find, a map set that builds favor towards you, especially if you're a team who find themselves kind of in the bottom half of the league.
Yeah.
There may be some options for the teams in the top 6, but for a squad like Miami that have really not found any success versus our other top 4 squads, not a lot of success on land is obviously kind of the major story point. It's hard to put together a map set to where you look at it and say, okay, maybe.
Especially versus this team, whose map pool is unbelievable. They only have one auto veto for every single mode, and that's all you really need versus all the top teams, because it even makes it difficult for them versus teams like Optic and Toronto, who found a lot of success on sub base. But when you square up against Atlanta, they veto it every time, so you have to figure out something else to play versus this FaZe squad. And unfortunately for Miami, you got to play them on Rio.
Yeah. And I think, to be fair, there was conversation happening in the green room about this Miami team when they played maps like Vista, right when it came out. Well, it's good. They're playing with some good speed. It kind of reminded us of, like, the major 1 qualifier Miami squad, where they're running and gunning and everyone's moving in sync with one another. Like, it doesn't even need to be calm. It's just this natural energy. But then all of a sudden they come up and they play teams like Optic on it, and they get the brakes beaten off them. So can you find a way to manifest that kind of energy that we saw from the major 1 qualifiers? Get this team really moving together with high tempo, with multiple players hitting kind of a teamwork ability, not just letting yourself stay isolated where I'm the last guy left and I need to try to survive against an Atlanta team that doesn't allow you to do that.
And that's the difficult thing versus a team like Atlanta, because you talk about teams like Seattle and teams like Miami who play with such intense pacing. Atlanta is also the same way. They just get kills with that pacing. That's what makes it a lot more difficult. So Miami backs against the wall. You're happy as hell that you're swanning into Rio, just not against this team. Basically squared up in that rotation, but the hold percentage is not the best, and even the break percentage is not the best there for Miami Heretics. If you can be there first early, you can give yourself at least a good shot.
Have to have it.
Yeah.
I mean, legitimately, you have to have it. So Again, can you find a way to manifest that when it matters most? Try to continue this series and keep everyone just surprised with how competitive they've been, at least through the first 2 maps. This is, again, a different ball game, though, coming into a real hard point where FaZe have not really blinked when it comes to who they play up against on it. So, Real, first focus. Miami find the early time, as it largely has been conceded over toward their direction, but as Atlanta try to set up their break attempt, kills are good, and that's going to be a 3 for 2 initial. Real with medals will teamwork out Draza, and that's 4 dead.
Yeah, and I thought it was a great start, at least from Atlanta, to withstand that pressure coming in from the nades and the stuns, slowly work your way up through Eskies, but Miami knew that that's exactly what they were going to do. So already 18 seconds at this P1. You have a couple players from Atlanta FaZe setting up a potential pinch. BZ's able to find a double early on into this game. At least at the break for Atlanta, but more focus for Atlanta is those spawns over towards the next HP.
And that's the other part about it, is it's not just the fact that they rotate well. Their general spawn awareness when they're the one player spawning out. When can I have the opportunity to actually be a nuisance towards this play? Step on in. Miami don't get a read on it whatsoever, and things like this start to happen. Real is able to tally up 1 trade. BZ runs out of ammunition, and okay, there's an opportunity. Market will open to Atlanta's name, but Miami setting themselves up through lobby, looking to set up their break early.
Yeah, they have multiple players going around the backside. You also have at least a player in the BZ who's working his way around the backside with that spawn that he was able to get, but Celium wins an insane gunfight. That's now 3 dead in the feed for Atlanta FaZe. Now, if you're Meadows, you have to at least stay alive towards the back end. The spawns are going to flip, but Atlanta FaZe have already gotten a read on it. This is why they are just next level at Rio.
Well, now you've got an opportunity here, though, if you're Miami. Not only the spawns from the backside good, but you've got Lucky staying alive from the front. So, okay, Heretics, 25 seconds to fight for, find their break. Just need to get this kill on Draza, and okay, here we go. An opportunity here to get Miami into the game early and a little bit of forward pressure beyond the hill on rotation. This is decent here for the Heretics.
Yeah, this is a good 10 seconds to walk away with. Now you just need to find a couple kills off the rotation. Selim is letting Vigo know you're not gonna me, even up close and personal, as 3 go in the feed for Atlanta. So they're gonna be chilling off this rotation over towards the next hill. You see Real currently with a little bit of top mid control. He's just waiting for his teammates to get even close before he decides to make that push.
And you have to hit this together. Simp kind of guarding the top side of the map, able to find the first. Quick trade from Vico is decent, but while that happens, Atlanta from the front creates space in the front. So it's just so tough to hit something at the same time from multiple angles. Vico's side door going to be shut down, and you got 3 teammates right behind you. Why are we not trying to hit that together? The punish is good from Atlanta in the last 30 seconds, still to fight for as FaZe hold the spawns.
And Simp winning that one-on-one gunfight allows his teammates to still spawn behind him. So Miami Heretics doing their best job of at least contesting this, but it's still going to be at least 50 seconds for Atlanta FaZe at this Money Hill at P3. With only 15 seconds now remaining here, you have to start thinking about that rotation. And Miami are deciding to just push right up the middle of the map. No. We got to go over to the next hill.
Well, the problem, I mean, Draza gets 1 kill over towards the front side of Bananas, but you're absolutely right. I mean, we're trying to break this by breaking through old and then into boxes where you've got a high-low setup. I mean, oh, mercy. Atlanta FaZe get the perfect read, the perfect kills. Medals, don't know what happened there. Don't really want to know as FaZe will bracket past the 100-point mark. Miami trying to get themselves set up again.
Yeah, that's a situation right there. If you're Miami, you have the numbers off the rotation, because obviously Atlanta FaZe are still soaking up that remaining junk time, but you have the bodies to win the gunfights potentially over towards the next hill. And now when that first wave gets shut down, Atlanta FaZe flip the spawns right on back. They know exactly where the pressure's coming in from. Trades are coming in deflectively, but it's still Atlanta FaZe in control of this HP.
And BZ on 5 is looking for an early cruise missile to make this really deadly for the side of Atlanta. Playing off the heady. Lots of damage, again, comes through. Not able to find the 6 kills. Selim's continuing to shoot bodies even when he's not on camera. And BZ will beat the rotation of Miami around the back through lobby again over towards bridge. Simp right there with them. And BZ, well, he knows where the next gunfight's coming from. Pistol out. Real will finally shut down the potential streaks, but now Selim's on 4. Simp trying to clear up more space for him to work for a possible cruise missile of his own.
The good thing is that they don't have a cruise missile yet, because Miami Heretics at least win a couple gunfights off the rotation, but then Atlanta FaZe bombard their way right out to that bridge side. Able to find the break immediately. Already up by 100 points. Celium now earns himself a cruise missile. He's still the cutoff man through top mid. None of the kill feed is going to be blue. It's all white because Atlanta FaZe are just dominating.
And it's just Miami just not teamworking anything. That's another individual push after individual push up top through Eskies. And Atlanta have no problems dealing with it. Now, 160 to 37. Miami just have to take a breath. You just have to get something set up.
And I felt like we've casted this scenario a lot throughout the Major 3 qualifiers with Atlanta FaZe on Rio with this kind of scoreline, because when they are playing like this, no one can seemingly touch them, even close to even come close to even touching them in this scenario. They already find themselves up by 130 points. You have cruise missiles to work with, off the rotations to neck, but who needs the cruise when you have people in those positions already?
Well, here's a chance, though, for Miami. Trophy system comes in, 2-2 split hit on the way, and all right, cleanly dealt with. Fecal, weak, still wants to try to control this Lopteski side. Information given, gets the elimination, and it's been a slow start for him, but yeah, great hit there for Miami. That's just what we need to see more of. Just wait for everyone to get set up and then hit the go call at the same time.
At least they're showing a little bit of fight in this game. As now with 25 seconds still remaining here at P1, Atlanta FaZe just reinforced their way back through top mid. It's a Sip and Selim Show who's able to find all four. And now with 20 seconds remaining at this hill, they are already having the spawns over towards the next. It's just a matter of moments for Atlanta call series.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Moment of neutralization over the top of the hill, but again, Atlanta just wait for the hit to come.
Oh my God.
With the turn on to Vehicle. And well, the only player to stay alive through this is Lucky, and he's going to get caught by the stud of a BZ. It just goes from bad to worse that quickly. Lucky caught, dealt with, and once again, Miami are just not anywhere near a chance of setting up a break attempt in any sort of coordinated form.
Yeah, we've only saw 200-point clubs so far in the entire season. And we potentially have another one on our hands as all of Miami spawning so damn far from this B2. BZ's having a jolly old time in towards the garage. Selim finds the third kill, and now they're able to flip the spawns at least for now, but already have a read on it, just waiting for the next set of fights.
Production, get the jingle ready. We're about to hear it. 2:15 to 59. Moment here for Miami to possibly get some of this last 20, but you look at the mini-map and it just, again, doesn't look good. You've got Atlanta already on rotation. Miami's still not even comfortable enough to really get into the hard point until we're in the last 15, which Selim is happy to sit here and make sure no one can rotate through that.
Without question. You can take 45 seconds of every hill and give up the final 15 and win the rotation over towards next. That is the recipe for success. And that's what Atlanta FaZe have been able to show all throughout this Major 3 qualifiers. As now they are only needing 30 points remaining to close out their first series at Major 3. You have a route being hit by Real, but he gets red. Selim's going to let him know about it. This is basically the last post coming in for Miami.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And it's just, again, individual after individual. Metals get stunned, try to do it, but it's a 1v3 situation. Last one alive is Real, and I think composure has been lost here for Miami. Atlanta very easily could put the map away right here. Miami still struggling to get through mid. Yep, cue up the jingle. Toronto wants to hear it. Sip down low, no worries. Real trying to work his way in, and it's going to be the third 100-point club of the year. Atlanta 3-1 this series.
Obviously not as clean as Atlanta FaZe would have wanted it to be. A little bit of a scary map. Number one, you fall short in the 6-star Search and Destroy. But the next two maps were absolute blowouts in favor of the best team in the world. They just come out and let everybody know in series number one of the whole event, we're not here to mess around. We're trying to go back-to-back champions.
Any worry about the Search?
No.
Okay.
Because they played 6-star what? One time? That's the second time they overall played it. So I think now going forward with a win underneath their belt and now a loss underneath their belt, the adjustments are going to come in the next time we see them play that map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, like, Ali talked about this in the desk with the invasion. It's like, yeah, they lost their last two searches of their qualifier stage. Yeah. They're both round 10.
Yep.
And it did look like Atlanta were trying some new ideas. It just didn't quite work out against two really good search and destroy teams by the end of Major 3 qualifiers. So, yeah, I think there's definitely some reflection to be had about, you know, what happened on those last 2 weeks and then also kind of what happened in this particular map on 6-star. I mean, the smoke retakes, not as successful as you would have hoped for. Also, they're trying to play a late 4v4 in almost every round, it felt like.
Yeah, that's the thing for Atlanta. Like, on their defensive setup, they couldn't find any success in the first blood column. But, like, you need to have a different defensive look, especially if you're going to have 3 players stacking over towards that right side of your map at that A site, and then Simp being the island player over towards B. Yeah. Simp cannot afford to die in that scenario because now everyone is forced to change their positionings, and then you get caught off guard with some bad Call of Duty timing. So I just think the more Atlanta FaZe get to play it, obviously the better they're going to be.
Totally fair. So Miami do break up the Spanish flu curse, able to find at least themselves one map win, but they drop into the lower bracket with still a very tough path ahead of them. Whereas for Atlanta, small hiccups here or there, but the body shotting did not stop, did not pause, was not even a consideration of stopping. Selling him, I don't even know if he's got enough ammunition in any given life to continue to do this, but still finds ways to make it happen. And with that, we also have, again, a great opening performance from BZ, who is on stage with Blaze with their post-game reactions.
Thank you so much, Alan. I got Mr. Too Easy for it, BZ, on the main stage. Show him some love, Toronto, as Atlanta stays perfect. And speaking of perfect, how did you guys just do it against these guys on the stage? Even though you lost to S&D, what was the game plan to close it out against Miami and keep your streak?
I mean, we're just so confident, you know. I feel like we were just firing on all cylinders. Even in the S&D, I was still like shitting on them. I was literally just shooting their bodies. I mean, it was crazy.
You know, so you guys come off a major 2 win in Miami. You go back to the drawing board and you say, guys, we want to stay consistent. We want to stay perfect going into major 3 quals. What was that talk like? How did you guys want to build off of that? Did you add anything in there? You just kept doing what you've been doing?
Honestly, just kept doing what we've been doing and making sure that we're always putting in that extra 10% effort, you know, in scrims.
Oh, what I tell you, 3-1 to BZ, bro. Freaking showed up today, just hot.
Now, I know you want to give 100% to this
the burner.
Everyone at home.
Bro.
Woo!
Go phase up, son. Phase up, son. I want one of those. I want one of those finger foam phase fucking. Those are hard. Let's go. 3-1, like I said. 3-1 phase up. I said it. I said it. I said it. What I say, chat? I said 3-1 phase.
Living up to the hype. Now they did slip up a little bit in the search and destroy.
Yeah, but they're not that. They're like fifth place, sixth. Like they're not.
It's funny because now both their game
3-1.
forwards have started so handedly one-sided and favored. But for Atlanta FaZe, maybe you're a little worried with that 6-star S&D. Like Ann said in the pregame, it was their first time playing this map, and it did not go their way at all. Even in times when they got the first blood and got that opening duel, they weren't able to convert those rounds.
Yeah, you know, it's the second rep on it, and this time around, it's just a guessing game. You saw some huge rounds out of Heretics. Their retake on B, and then Atlanta FaZe is like, okay, we don't like our B offense, so let's go over towards A. Well, Heretics is all ready for that push.
3-1 phase up, son.
You're down 4-1 at that point. I still have full faith in Atlanta FaZe in their search and destroy game. But yes, this was a statement in the respawns. You're talking about a team. They outslayed Miami in this series by 79 kills across the 4 maps.
Can you say that again?
79 kills they outslayed them by. And by the way, 31 of those were on map number 1. Despite it being close, they were running around. BZ was doing whatever he wanted, just running it up on them. They weren't worried at any point throughout this series, and you could see it in this game for Rio.
BZ averaging 30 kills per hardpoint, I think, and that includes a 100-point club performance in there. Wow. On the other side, Miami Heretics, I do want to say congrats on taking the search and destroy from Atlanta FaZe. If you look at what Atlanta has done here in Major 3, they're 21-4 in map count. This was just their 5th map loss coming in, and you got to think maybe Miami can do some work in that elimination bracket. They finally got the monkey off their back. They got that 1 map win.
I do love that for them. They did, in fact, finally get a map not only against Atlanta FaZe, but on land versus Atlanta FaZe, right? And Real, not the best map one out of him, but he slowly got a little bit easier as it went on. So I still have high hopes for Miami in that elimination bracket.
We see the numbers piling in here in the chat. Everyone getting excited to see the hometown squad Toronto. But first, if you missed any of the gameplay from a BZ, let's relive it in your Scuff play of the game. Nameless, we got all 40 of them.
Man, listen, this guy is just unbelievable. You know, we were talking about this match going into it. We talked about how BZ loves this matchup.
Yeah.
He's always dropping numbers against these guys, and this is the map that I was talking about. It was close in terms of score, but he was doing anything that he wanted. He was 34-18 when it was all said and done, until the end where he goes on a 6 streak to actually get that 40 bomb. This guy's everywhere. Everything all at once. So BZ is him when he plays Miami.
And he was him throughout the entirety of the series. I mean, yeah, 40 and 22 tied HP kills on lands with Pred from the side of Optic, but even following that into the search and destroy, he was 10 and 7. He was still going out getting those first bloods, still trying to keep them into the mix. And then the game number 4, 19 and 12. I mean, unfortunately for Miami, they just did not have the slang to hang with Atlanta FaZe.
Team diff.
We're only 2 matches in, and already I feel like we have 2 event MVP candidates in a BZ and Hydra. Finding out next, though, who will be the star of Toronto, because we have a big matchup coming up. Real quick, though, upgrade on the bracket, update, I should say, on the bracket. We have your lower matches figured out. The Heretics will drop down to play Las Vegas Legion, and LA Thieves are going to be taking on Boston Breach.
I mean, honestly, I was going to say that's a tough draw, but there really is no easy draw on the elimination bracket side of things. I think Heretics will match up really well versus the new look Vegas Legion, but we still got to figure out who Minnesota Rocker and LAG is going to play.
Yeah, I'm just excited for this Ultraverse Surge match. Listen, man, we haven't had an upset yet. That could be the one. Surge are new and improved. 04 looks like a beast, and it's his debut on that main stage.
Frenchies, make some noise. We got Abuza and Brezzy taking the stage when we return against the hometown team, Toronto. Coming up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please.
Not the headset, please. Not the headset, please.
Joe, do I actually got to do the whole maple syrup thing?
Yeah, I mean, at this time, you've committed to it.
What do you?
You were committed.
It smells horrible.
Yeah. You're actually going to do this.
Oh, Joe! It tastes horrible, Joe!
Oh, wait, that's not even, what is
I don't know,
that?
it's awful! It's horrible!
Why is it so liquidy?
Because it's sugar-free synthetic stuff!
What is that, dude? That looks like, that is disgusting.
It tastes like squirrel pee.
Enemy marked.
Nice. Hey, well played.
Mission is complete. Good work.
Stops the clock. You have to do a selling on the top side of the flat. Does indeed. That's good. Oh, the snap! Max stays alive. Another for Mac. That's unreal. 23 seconds. Pause.
Red dot, and he's gonna chase it. Hungry for the streak. Checks it. God, yes, come on, son. You cannot ask for more than that. The third kill for Fame as well. Give me the AC screams in the player cam.
Just have no aim assist on this kid.
Finish the, only you remain.
Oh, snap.
What is he doing?
Get him off of me!
God.
Get him off of me!
Yo.
Get him off of me.
Oh my.
Who are you?
I'm not mentally ready.
Get them off of me. It's time to start match number 3. Welcome back to Toronto, where we have the major winners round 1 underway. Love the new graphics package, and we love to see all of your beautiful faces. Welcome to everyone just coming off of work. We're 2 matches in. The favorites are through, Atlanta and New York. And now we've got our 3rd seed, Toronto Ultra, taking on Seattle Surge. And excuse me, Toronto coming in with that number 2 seed. Let's talk about this squad that won our first major. Alley Cat, what have you seen from them?
I've just seen resilience, I feel like, from the Toronto Ultra squad. I feel like even though they had a player in Envoy struggling severely bad in Major 2 quals, like now that we've come into Major 3, they fixed these issues, right? They focus on their search and destroy. They've gotten better there to try and separate themselves from the pack. And Envoy's put in the work as a player to now come back, hopefully stronger heading into their home major, because historically speaking, Boston home major, they bopped out. Miami home major, they bopped out. Respectfully, they weren't top 4 teams, but you know, the curse could follow them here.
Look at the numbers, though. They are on the road, Nameless, to repeat what they did at Major 1.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, a lot of other teams have gotten way, way, way better as well, right? But for Toronto Ultra, it's always been their search and destroy, which we'll dive into. But I heard, Allie, you mentioned Envoy. Also Insight and Hardpoint search and destroy has not been the same, right? Like, and when you think about Major 1 and how they dominated, completely different map set, and Kleenex was God himself on the map. True. It hasn't been the same. He's still absolutely amazing, but not the same as Split 1. You could see, goes into what Ali was saying in the Monster Energy pregame, the X factor has been Envoy. 0.86 respawn KD, 1.2 in search and destroy, 7-0 in respawn maps when Envoy finishes with a positive KD. Yes, listen, he's just had these maps where he has dropped the ball, but this is more so playing into when they play against the top 4 teams, they need him. So in this one, they should be just fine without him.
And on the flip side, the search and destroy and the attack, again, they went from the number 3 attacking team during Major 2 to now the number 11. So they are 9-21 in attacking opening duel win rates, meaning they're getting in these first engagements and they're not winning the gunfight. Specifically, Kleenex and Insight rocking a 0.7 right now in that game mode with a 20% opening duel win rate. It is unacceptable for a top 4 team.
Yeah.
We're not online anymore. We're on land, and that is where this young man shines. A 1.12 in S&D. You saw him top in the leaderboards for the control damage. Scrap has done it all this season. The question is, who is he gunning up against on the Seattle side? Who do you think could square up in a one-on-one today?
Well, that's a loaded question. I mean, honestly, like, it's more been a team effort for these guys. When you look at them and, like, their stats, they're all actually negative, especially when it comes to that hard point. But they've been getting it done. They're sitting at 6-6 in hardpoint throughout this split, and the damage is there. So to answer your question, I will say Brezzy. I think Brezzy has been extremely underrated since the role change, going over towards that AR and bringing in 04. 04 plays extremely fast. He sets his ARs up for success, and they've been finding it in hardpoint. But you can see the control has been a struggle on lane.
This has been a pretty, or this is going to be a pretty mismatch when it comes to these teams going against each other, because whereas Toronto has struggled in search and destroy, that's where Seattle Surge has soared, right? And Toronto is also one of the best control teams, and that's where Seattle Surge is struggling. So for the Monster Energy pregame, the X Factor is going to be 04. He's the newest player on this roster. It will be his pro LAN debut as well. Going up against the home team will certainly kind of test what kind of confidence and what kind of player he's going to be.
Nameless, I got a chance to run into 04 backstage. I asked him, so how many LANs have you been to? He's like, all time? I'm like, yeah. I said, well, this will be my 3rd. 3rd LAN, and you are going up against some juggernauts on the other side of this stage.
Major, by the way.
Throw these stats away. Let's talk about the nerves coming into this one as we take a look at our maps and modes. How do you shake these nerves if you're a rookie, or how do you just come in with the confidence he's shown online?
I mean, listen, man, you just got to rely on your teammates, right? Like, remember when we talked to Hook in the interview, and he's like, I'm just trying to be a leader for these guys and get them in the right, point them in the right direction. He's done a good job so far, man. They've really impressed. And when you talk about map 1, it's going to be important for nerves. Well, Toronto are 11-2 on that map throughout this season. But that being said, Seattle have also liked that in this specific split. So if you talk about maps and modes, this is actually incredible for Seattle. They've got basically all their best maps and modes from this specific split.
I would have to slightly disagree, simply because maps 1, 3, and 4, the exact same one Seattle played Atlanta against, and they weren't necessarily close. They went to a round 5 invasion. Naturally, that fell to the defensive heavy side of things, where Atlanta was able to take it, but 6-star was a 250-148.
Well, it was Atlanta.
It was Atlanta. Atlanta just put another team in the 100 point.
As soon as I heard that, I'm like, well, yeah, that's true, though. Toronto are very good. Not Atlanta, but they're very good.
Toronto going up against Surge.
Yeah.
It's time to make your official pick 'em. You ready to get another one right, Allie? Make it 3 for 3 on the day?
I am ready. Do you really have to ask me? I'm going with the home team, Toronto Ultra.
Going Ultra. Nameless.
I'm going to go with Seattle Surge.
What?
I'm going to take them in this series. I think the search and destroy for Ultra just hasn't been that great. And Seattle, they're going to impress 0-4. This guy might be the future prospect. You know?
I got bad news, Toronto. Nameless is normally right. 110 correct picks on the season, but I got your back. The Squirrels take care of business tonight. Scrap and crew, get it done for Toronto. That's how we have it all here on the desk. Let us know in chat which side you're on as we send it to the stage with Guy Blaze.
All right, Chris, I am ready for this one. Even though the desk is kind of split on where this one may go, I'm excited to bring out the home team. But before that, we got to bring out their opponents, looking to drown them out in the hopes of the crowd. Get ready, because here comes Seattle. Toronto, get loud for the Seattle Surge! Here comes Ofo, Abuza, and Brezzy, ready for whatever. Seattle Surge is here.
What an improved roster. 0-4 has breathed new life into this team. Hook now being that veteran leader, and the role changes have worked for Abuza and Brezzy. Remember, this team is top 3 in Search and Destroy on the season as a whole, and they have improved in hardpoint. Is it enough to beat a top team like Ultra? I think so. It's possible. We'll see. Let's bring out the home team, Guy.
And let's see if you're right and how well that prediction shall age. But Toronto, I gotta ask you, are you ready for the hometown team? Everyone at home, here comes Toronto.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having a safe place, so take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off and told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Givenchy my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint advantage spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you can take a guess.
Canada, show some love to the Toronto Ultra! Here comes Scrap! We got Envoy, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto, ready to go plus Ultra.
There is no better feeling than exiting that backstage to a sea of purple. Toronto Ultra now taking in the second seed for Major 3 qualifiers, heading into their home major, looking to not disappoint the 6. They have looked disgusting, and with the crowd on their side, there is no reason for them to fall short in this matchup versus Seattle Surge. It's time to just get the job done for the hometown team. Blaze, third match of the day. Let's get it started.
Yeah, Allie, the third match of the day in Toronto. Let's set this stage right. Are you ready to get this game started? Oh, I love that. Casters, let's get it going.
Thank you, Blaze. Ready to roll. It's good to be back in Toronto, and we have a fantastic match to get our winners bracket. Continuing onwards here, Seattle Surge chance. It's not as clean cut or as easy as it looks on paper, though, is it?
It's an interesting one on paper, as Nameless was talking about on the desk. Like, Seattle Surge basically got the best map set that they could ask for against this squad. Admittedly, Ultra, they're a dangerous squad, and it's so much fun seeing these guys on the main stage, too. Like, Insight and Kleenex have been a part of this team for so long. They're like, you can fall in love with these guys. You've seen them. The Ultra fans have cheered for them before. They just want to get that dub, and this is a great way to get the ball rolling.
Hey, one map at a time is what
That's
it's going to take.
Ultra. I doubt it. I guarantee it's going to be 3-2, but
it's a very long-necked dinosaur there, and a very familiar face on the front of that one. I was warned
maybe
in
even 3-0.
advance there would
I
be a
can't
dinosaur in
tell.
venue, and it's good to
Toronto
see
has a
it made it
crazy
through security.
crowd
My good
control.
God. But that man on the far left-hand side of your screen is the man you're going to be watching. Scrap coming into this series.
In Toronto, looking to see how the boys.
Spicy chance.
They
0-4
look
on the other side of the stage, though. His
scared a
first
little
major
bit. I don't know.
land.
Maybe
This is
locked
going to be an
in.
incredible test for him. Will the nerves be an impact? Will it be anything to slow him down?
That's his third land ever. Yeah. And the first time he does it in like the show on the big stage, he's got to go against some world champions. Like, this is going to be absurd from him. And 0-4, a very exciting player to watch. One of the few. He is a rare and distinct breed because he can match the pace of Hook. These two, when they fly together, when they are on point, they find their form destructive. However, Scrap, we saw the energy he's come out with. We see the energy that he brings to every single map that he plays. Scrap and Kleenex, they might be the players to simply take over.
Here we go. Map 1 of our winners round 1 for both of these teams. Into the hard point, first and foremost, it is Kleenex. Lovely shots into the first, and the bounce back from Seattle Surge. They win the opening gambit, they get the time.
And Envoy just trying to be a nuisance. Team leaves or loses the main gunfight. So, well, now he attempts to flank, but great reads by 0-4 and Breji chopping up the kill feed. And, hey, a P1 and opening break that Seattle needs just to get the ball rolling. And again, it is difficult. You got the land jitters coming out. As soon as the game starts, though, they just melt away.
It's fine so far. Solid setup here from Seattle. Ultra with a chance to bounce back in a moment. Kleenex and Co. playing it very slowly. Information pass now. 2 on the rotation towards Nuba. That's where Ultra are, so don't worry. If you're a Toronto fan, that scoreboard could change in a moment.
Well, Surge have actually played this incredibly well. No one's fallen on the rotation, looking for the entry gunfights, and, well, Scrap's there to shut down 0-4, but so much pressure towards the middle map, and Seattle might be able to jump on the break.
You may have run to the stage real quick, boys, but it looks like Seattle Surge have run over towards the new hard point. Can they get the kills? No. That's going to be a nice trade. Not enough to keep the play going. 0-4, the man of the moment, now creeping his way forward. He's going to run into Kleenex, or rather Kleenex runs through him.
And Ultra keeping these players at bay, watching the cutoffs. Great information coming through. Every single life right now from Ultra. Taking advantage, getting the intel. But Hook actually able to make the break. But, well, they are converging. They are swarming to take him down. But 0-4, that dynamic duo at least attempting to keep him at bay.
Pace is still good. Kleenex finding a couple. Hard point wide open. No one there in it. Kleenex is going to have to double back, get that time. Over towards the new hard point, though, all Seattle.
And, hey, look, opening break. Big right hook coming out from Seattle. Well, Toronto respond with the left of their own, but the setup over towards P3. Hook might spawn out on the left side of the map. No, he gets a close once the Surge set up around this time. It's their turn to strike.
Breji trying to keep it down. Envoy there, cutting his way through the defense of Seattle. Now, over to Hook, trying to keep them back. That tiny little cafe on the corner, that's the target. Inside, in behind. Scrap finding the kills in the front line. Oh, doesn't account for Breji. Scrap goes down. Abuza gets his, and that's going to be a solid hold for now.
This is a gunfight, though. This is the gunfight, maybe to get the time. Envoy applying the pressure. He's got his teammates on the pitch, so Kleenex there for a cleanup kill, and Envoy gets the man out of Hill. Seattle, though, at least started keeping it scrappy around the time, but Ultra, they've done their job. They have gotten this break.
Not able to get quite in just yet. Inside, holding on. Through the front, Kleenex keeps him alive and safe. Time now ticking for Ultra, looking to retake the lead. 20 to go here on this point.
That's still that big moment, though. That was the momentum shift, at least on the P3. Surge not able to hold, and hey, even for that scrap time, Ultra maybe on point for it. Inside, such a good job of staying alive as Scrap, the overseer, gets to be the dealer of death. Players spawning up and instantly taking gunfire.
Oh, man.
As well, 3 spree, looking to get a few more. Over to the street. New hard point open and ready for anyone to dive in there. Seattle will be the first in, but that just means Abuza becomes top of the menu. Will he be taken care of here? Kleenex trying to maintain position.
Dude,
Waiting
I
for the rest of the
paused it
squad to
for-
line up. They don't get it, and it's all Seattle.
And those are such good routes being taken. I think Kook, especially off spawn, that's who Kleenex is looking for. So Surge playing the mind games right now and collecting some time on a very difficult hill, but they do not have the power positions. That's what Breji right now desperate to get, but while his team is falling, Ultra just playing bully ball, out slang, and even clearing out their own spawn.
It's a slow and steady climb into the lead now, and that's a nice set of kills. Kleenex gets his also. Looking to keep Seattle trapped in the left-hand side of the map. Bad place to be for them. 15 seconds to go here on the streets, and it's been sweet for Ultra. Nice chance to take the lead and push it ever further forward.
Hey, Hook, though, 5 and 13. This is the moment that he needs to get rolling, trying to win the rotation over towards Junk. You are down by 20, and you are in a pinch as well. 2 players from Surge are not here, so play the corners. This is the duo Surge that have to pop off in 0-4. Well, can't get that second player, setting up Hook for the kill.
Hook's still got his job, though, on this side of the map to watch out. Gets picked by Scrap. 3 down, and Ultra in the point. What a break.
Just the perfect convergence. Now Kleenex is getting the distant spawn kills. He might get traded out, but Surge so far away before they can even think about breaking this hill. And if you don't have pressure towards Coop, this break is nearly impossible.
Yeah, there we go. Envoy 3 spree. Couple more now for him. Hook from down low. 0-4 backing him up. Cut to pieces. Envoy can't get both, but it's good enough to get the damage. The open hard point for a second. Insight on a 4. Scrap now pushes that front in, and that's going to be a nice hold again from Ultra.
Yeah, these guys head on a swivel, Insight on a 5 in a moment towards Junk, where Surge, they won the entry gunfights, but simply made nothing happen. Now Envoy gets to collect some freebies. Him and Kleenex, that little duo. Players are one shot, and the trades are there. Dylan Envoy, hard point, he has been struggling for the moment. 17 and 9. This is his flow state.
We could be looking at 2 potential cruise missiles now for Toronto Ultra. Flow state achieved. Let's go for a listen in.
I have my ultimate. One child. He's got church though. Behind your market. Behind your market.
And Hook is not in it today, bro. Neither is Breezy, bro. Oh, man. Look at Envoy just taking off.
Already one shot, make cut on time. Time's out of time, I think. Still pals?
Strap right behind them, just putting them down.
Already been cutting here as well. No one been cutting. And then it made it. Yeah, it's on top. Secret touchdown. Shot me. One more mid cut. Get mid cut, Hugh. Still on the mid heading. Cut. Nice, you guys. What's top AC again? They still top AC. I'm in red boys already. Alright, one new. They can be dumpster. AC over. On the way, Van. Yellow Van. Go across. Take over dumpster. Yep. Coming over. One top red. Only one at a time. He's still red stairs. Stairs. Nice. Scrap. Trying to run at it, brother. Could be Calf. That's you. Calf weak. That's my bad. One top out. Top out. Back down on one top out. Nice. Top out. Jumped off. Hey, we're super deep. Coming over though. He could have slayed forward.
Dang, look at that communication by Ultra, bro.
I don't know where. He's low ending. Low ending coming up us. I think he's still low. I'm just waiting dumpster. Yep. One on me. Oh, dumpster time. Coming over. Running at it. Dumpster over. One shot.
Back out, bro.
Absolute back counter. That's true, Jimmy. Lay back down, okay. Yo, semi-life front. Mid lane's open. I have a cruise still. Hold low for you. Hi, sorry, give me low red. I'm all low, like. I'm low. I'm getting third. There's a big fucking holder. Yeah. Hey. You have your own medallion? Yeah.
For the more regular viewers of the CDL, that's the traditional comms of Toronto Ultra, but on LAN it's a little bit more spicy. You can hear the absolute fire there as they manage to walk away with a much larger lead since the listen in.
Yeah, now these guys are going to be on cruise control. This has been a perfect P3 hold where Seattle not even a thought to contest the time. They even got a kill in a minute. 3 different players on a 2 spree for Toronto, and the time easily collected. Surge desperate for a moment of just some teamwork on the break to hit through Junk, but too little too late.
Oh boy, gets another. 25 seconds to go here. Scrap up close and personal.
Oh,
with the MCW
Scrap,
finds
bro.
4 in a row.
Big double.
Gets the roar as well. Easy reads on the spawn, and him and Dylan Envoy. 26 and 13, both on a 4 spree. The absolute wrecking crew. Business as usual. 70-point lead. They're feeling good on Karachi.
He could get another set of streaks, another cruise. Nearly. Abuza there guns him down. This is enough to get towards that hard point. New street open. You had a decent look. Seattle the first time round. Can you get it done here? The answer is hell no.
Dude, his
Scrap
body
a couple
up.
for good measure to make sure. Envoy on the flank, the street's wide open. This could be game.
MCW with that range. Scrap simply does not care. Torching him in the feed and torching him on the time as well. 80-point gap between these two teams. Ultra, they're looking fine on Karachi, an 11-2 record on the year. And they are at their finest.
Calling the crews, let them know you got it at the very least. Scrap it inside now, stacked up 3 members. You'd think they were playing control by the amount of bodies in that point. 21 seconds to have it, and that should be Matt for Toronto.
He just does not care. Scrap just wants that next kill, and frankly, they're too slow to give it to him. He's waiting for the pressure to come, and he's bored by the time that it gets here. Surge trying to get that last break, and hey, Reggie, him and Abuza picking up some extra kills to get it, but 7 seconds left until Ultra win this game, and we already know they got double cruise missiles to break this hill.
I mean, you could break the hard point, you can break the forward positions. Here we go. Choices, choices, choices. Brezzy finds his on the opener.
Use that cruise.
Envoy now slowly through the flank. Stunned up, they'll know he's coming. Can they find the kill? Here's Cruz number 1. No kills. Brezzy holds. There's still another in the back pocket.
Okay, hey, we'll see if they can make this happen. Insight looking to pinch in the middle, and actually he just finds the route. Headset not working on land. Hook didn't hear him coming, and well, this is going to be the break, and this might just be game.
Scrap. He's piecing inside on the pinch. That's it. No need for the second cruise. It's all good. Map 1 goes to Ultra.
Damn.
And this is the expectation from Ultra on Karachi. It is their map pick. It is their bread and butter. And my God, did they make it look good. Scrap frying main slayer as is tradition, but I know from Ultra fans, they love seeing performance like that from
It was too
Envoy.
easy for them. We're in their home field advantage.
Well. Both those guys getting cruise missiled out, and hey, Kleenex, the only player on Ultra going negative with a dominant
It's really
game
too
like
easy
that
for them. Look
Toronto
at that.
fans,
Scrap
you
32
absolutely
kills.
love to see it.
A certain degree of showmanship as well, I think, from the Ultra fans.
30
and the Ultra players,
kills,
especially, we saw
Envoy.
inside there. Getting the crowd going, not only in
Man.
the walkout, but towards the end of the map there. So a very, very delightful start. The fans loving it.
Look at these
as they
highlights.
should.
Look at Scrap.
The
Bop.
highlights from that one, and a lot
Bop.
of the Ultra boys chance. Seattle just not enough coming out here in map 1.
No, not at all. I mean, two
Envoy
things
Bop.
really to pay attention to as you look at the highlights. One, the scoreboard for Seattle, who was struggling in the slaying department. He's 4-8 in this moment. I mean, this is
Hook
early
was
in the game, and he
struggling.
only finishes with about 11 kills. So Hook simply stopped producing on the map, and then even for Insight, this is the hill over by Shaxx Junkyard where he's 6-6.
Damn.
This is where he goes on his spree, but he quite literally had his feet up for most of the game because, again, Scrap and Envoy having themselves an absolutely dandy time.
Having a wonderful time on Karachi to start things off. I think
Just
statistically,
pour 'em up,
if you're a
put 'em in the blender.
betting fan coming into this matchup, absolutely Toronto Ultras go. If Seattle put up a good show or won the map, then there'd be serious concern. But right now, this was Ultra, another day in the office for these boys, and a lot of bodies getting shot.
Yeah, two great moments. It's not just Scrap winning those difficult gunfights, but even Kleenex, again, he goes negative, but it's moments where he's sliding out and baiting for Envoy to set him up for the cruise missiles. I mean, Ultra just in way too good of a spot in that game. But for Seattle fans, this is the expectation. It's Karachi against maybe the best team in the game on this map. You're almost expecting to go down 0-1. That, of course, leads into the next situation, though. Seattle on land, they have never won a single round of control. So in theory, if you're starting the series down 0-1, well, now you're down 0-2. I know you got 0-4 on your team, but he needs to pop off an S&D, especially on 6-star, to try to take any advantage you can over Toronto.
Oh my, we'll find out what happens in a moment. But the Karachi, there is the game flow. You can see a couple of moments where, of course, Seattle did have the lead, and things were close.
They had a great opening break, boss.
And there was the battle of the bowls towards the middle of that one, cleaned up indeed. 6-star, search and destroy on its way. A very, very different look chance. You're right, we'll get towards the invasion control, see if Seattle can find a round win there at the very least. And God only knows, 6-star hardpoint invasion S&D to close out. Big question for me, have Toronto managed to find the search and destroy woes? Have they cleaned them up? We'll find out in a moment.
And of course on 6-star, it's an interesting map too, because Toronto haven't played it a ton. They have a few reps in, but very limited. So of course, we're not going to see sort of that intel game. And obviously search and destroy, the big question. But I know from what we saw the New York Subliners earlier, there is a stylistic shift between the way you're playing search online versus kills land. It's a different environment. The pace slows down. And it's going to be very interesting to see if Ultra want to mix things up and if Seattle just play at the same speed. Again, 0-4 and Hook, lightning fast. Maybe the two fastest players we have in the league. And doing that on land, it is a challenge to be able to orchestrate it. But on a map like 6-star, we saw Heretics do it in the series before. If you're flying and the gunny is flowing, you can absolutely make an impact.
There's a ton of opportunities, especially on 6-star, to still catch some of the top teams unaware. We'll find out how much homework both of our teams have done in a moment. And for 0-4, again, his debut here in the big leagues on land. We've seen him online. He's looked fantastic. If he can bring a smidge of that to this day, it could be a good one for Seattle.
And especially so for an S&D kid like he is. They're playmakers. They are constant. They are aggressive. They are willing to take those risks. And I know a risk against Ultra. This is one of the top teams that can absolutely punish you for it. Their S&D hasn't been the finest, but when it is together, well, I mean, hey, they were undefeated quite literally at Major 1. They're looking to bring that same sort of impact, but of course, Bregia on land, some of those stats were completely absurd. Opening duels, perfect record for him, and I know since the role swap has been made, Bregia also a player that has been frying.
See if the young Frenchman can find the same success that his stats have lauded him in the way to 6-star S&D. Here we go, round 1. Slow look here from Ultra on the attack.
And you at Seattle on defense as well. They got so many nades and tacks out over towards the A site that if they didn't connect on anything, a quick rotation. So a 2-2 split, but the A site mostly left open by Surge. And, well, Ultra reading the map pressure as well. Envoy making his move over towards the A bomb site. Has Scrap to work with.
It's got coverage, so now they've got space to work with. And that, again, no one drops yet. 0-4, will you be able to catch Scrap out on the transition? The answer is absolutely not. Scrap wins the opening duel, first blood, and the bomb down for Toronto.
And that's beautiful. You wait out the tacks and nades, you read the pressure on the map, and you make the instant play. And we talked about 0-4 being a playmaker. Well, Scrap doing the exact same thing. But here we go. Smoke's going to be out. Chaos around the A site.
Here comes the chaos. Oh, can you deal with it? Surge are in. Surge flying towards the bomb site. And Envoy, can he get all three? The answer is no. For Ultra, they blow their way on towards the bomb site, and after that, it was curtains. Good first round.
And for anybody that has paid attention to the challenger scene, that is the strat for the retake. You throw smoke down, and you pray to the COD gods and hope they're on your side. But in this lobby, the gods have been Envoy and Scrap, and these two guys still on point. So many tags up through the smoke, easy reads, easy two-piece, and so much damage on Bregia as well. Him and Scrap have continued to be the wrecking crew.
A delightful opening round for Envoy there. 393 damage across those 2 kills and the assist. Good work. Seattle now their turn to attack. 2 of them going through the middle. Now 3. No, still 2. As 0-4 waiting to get him on the board. Plenty of information passed over, and he saw at least 2 players over by the DJ booth there for Ultra. That bomb and the rest of the squad now making their way over towards B.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Kleenex too. He's going to be the lone defender of the site, and by the looks of his positioning on the mini-map, they might be giving up this plant for free. So Surge might be able to get this bomb down. That means Ultra, they're playing for the retakes, and they are grouping up together for it.
All of them have the high ground. Here comes a potential counterattack. Will they even let them get the bomb down? Opening salvo of fire. 0-4, you might not want to make that jump, my friend. Oh my goodness, the kills erupting already. Trades back and forth. Seattle Surge win the opening duel. Stop, heal, go again.
Oh, it's in the smoke though. Somebody got out, but it doesn't matter. Surge slamming the door in your face. And Ultra might have been grouped up, but they simply fly out into death. Those are the mixing moments, and well, it's that duo. Abuza picked up 2 in that round, and Hook got the stamp on the rounds. And these sort of rotation mind games that we're playing with, well, right now, offense having more success. Defensive teams might need to jump on the ball.
I think the moment there for the Ultra squad, they're like, no way, all 4 players are down here. Surely somebody's playing in the middle. Surely somebody's out by pool. Nope, they were all there holding hands, and those rival 9s singing. Symphony of 9 mil there on the site.
Yeah, we saw Surge last time. So many attacks that were out over towards A, but now we got trophies of Kleenex. He's made it. He is aggressive, and he's cleared out this site. Great tags as well, but Hook, well, the Enforcer able to get that first blood. That might just fall into Inside's lap.
Has it fallen in his lap? The answer is no! The nuke continues. Envoy now over towards the site. Resi from the smoke catches his. Can't get 2. Hook, his spree comes to a close, and now it's a 1v1. Abuza against Scrap for the round.
Rookie versus the sophomore. And Bomb is down as well. Abuza holding the cross, but this is a test of his timings.
The timing, and both players have made the read. Who will find the tail end of this chase? It looks like Scrap has the advantage for now, but Abuza will go around and around again. Scrap can recover the bomb.
Yeah, Abuza's expectation is that Scrap had the bomb, so he ends up just guessing wrong. Scrap has cleared out effectively everything. Final check for the sort of outer underground push, and now you're just forced. Less than 30 seconds on the clock, get the bomb down, but problem for Abuza, he is so far out of the picture that now he just knows the bomb planted, doesn't have any intel on where Scrap is going to play.
Scrap has no idea where Abuza may be coming from either, so now it's a 50-50. Will he come through mid? He does, and Scrap, an immediate dispatch, a merciless defense of that bomb, and he feels good after that.
I mean, look, the biggest criticism that we have had against Scrap this entire year has been his search and destroy. 6-1 start already, winning the 1v1 in the clutch as well. Got the final 3 kills of that round, I believe a technical 1 versus 3, and for him, just easy reads, elation on the faces of the Ultra faces. They are not feeling stress on that stage.
And after the walkout, they've got the right amount of excitement, and I think they're trying to keep it going through a search and destroy. Typically a lot slower, a little calmer, but not here for the Ultra boys. A 4 spree from Scrap of 6-1 overall. Envoy, here they come. 0-4 over the top, managed to get his. Over to Scrap, gets the 5th kill in a row.
And CleanX, maybe the cleanup crew as well. You got the man advantage, and that is actually bombed down inside of you, and everybody's falling. Abuza, if he gets lucky and can pick up this 2-piece, there's potential. There's one. Second doesn't line up for him.
Doesn't line up, and here they go. They're going to line up for the 2v1 situation, and Scrap doesn't get it, so he's still on a 5, even though Ultra get that round. A 3rd now for them. Surge, a little shaky, but not out of this yet.
I mean, they're just jumping all over him. Instant reach out, Inside and Scrap working together, both players getting the tags in, and I thought that clutch had a little bit of potential with Abuza sneaking through, but reaction time on point on the Ultra boys, and a 3-1 lead for the moment. Nice and comfortable. They haven't even needed those first bloods.
Surge, we'll see what they do now in this defensive round. Still eyes on Scrap for that single first blood. He's been good so far for him in the map. If he gets it here, he gets a cruise.
And Ultra once again just spreading the map and playing for information, so waiting for the tax roll through. Middle of the map domination. Envoy might have a stave off 3 of them, and he can't get it done. 0-4 with the MCW, that first player to strike.
He hits it and he runs forward as well, so you're trying to take over as much of the map as possible. You don't want, whoa, you spot Insight. That's a big one. A lot of information passed over now as they start to encircle around the Ultra lineup.
There's so many corners to check in the back of the map too, so Insight is taking some space, but it's one player to look every single direction. CleanX is responsible for mid, and everybody's rolling through. Seattle with the trade, Seattle with the domination. Scrap just wants the cruise, he's able to get it, but it would be a 1v4 that is not gonna happen. So big victory by Seattle for the round win. Small victory for Toronto. A cruise missile can be devastating on 6-star.
We've seen it. There's a lot of open rooftop spaces. There are some particularly well-designed skylights that do allow an object about the size of a cruise missile to fly through. There's almost a guarantee in the back pocket there for the Ultra boys. Still only 1 round difference. And Surge, again, with these incredibly strong defensive rounds. When they are decisive, it is a thing of beauty.
Aggression has been this team's key to success, and on offense, well, looking to fly together, looking like a full-on A hit, and the site mostly left open, maybe a triple up through the U side of the map, and Ultra, well, they're going to be able to spot you on the cross, but that's a peach of a nade. 0-4 going to back him down.
It's going to be perfect. Lands, nails it. A little bit of coverage there, just some suppression. Just keep those players at bay. They're trapped in the connector. Here comes a 3-man hit through that. And Abuza's got to watch the back line. Scrap versus Abuza. Here comes that opener. Reggie gets his. Meanwhile, the flanks, Abuza keeps it safe. Life in very much in the real strong look there from Surge. All down to Insight. And it's a clean sheet. Ultra down and out. Surge equalized.
They just clobbered him in that round as well, and that is no hesitation coming in from Seattle. Surge, all 4 players clear out A. They get the space, and again, no waste of time. Get the bomb down. You got, what was it, 0-4 backing up, watch the flank, 1 guy push out, all bases covered in an easy and efficient round there by Seattle, who, by the way, they have been dominating this first blood battle. Right now, 5-1 in favor of Surge. I mean, Ultra might be a tie game, but you need to get one soon.
We'll see if the first bloods matter. Hasn't mattered so much for their success. Over towards A immediately. The bomb might already get planted there. You've heard a lot of noise in the background. You can count the sounds of the frags. You know they're on that side of the map. Get the bomb down.
Yeah, Surge also need to kill Scrap to make sure the cruise missile does not just call this round.
Resi trying to keep his spree alive now on the retake. Looking out for Scrap. He's going to be the first line of defense. Bring him down, and it's a good look. There's the feed. Oh, big win from Scrap. First blood.
He's insane. Can't win a gunfight like that. That is going to make this round nearly impossible, but now Insight might be forced to clutch. Him and Envoy running for the hills.
The King of Clutch now makes it. Oh, wow. Makes it a 2v2. 20 seconds on this one. Envoy. Smoke through mid. Insight back onto it. Wins a big one against Abuza. Can't get a second. Hook. Waiting for the immediate trade, but no. Envoy's playing it slow on the back line. He's never going to guess this. It's not going to get checked, and that is the lead for Ultra.
And I tell you, that first gunfight win by Scrap, I thought they had him dead to rights by that statue, but his gunny simply hits different. If he loses that one, that round collapses immediately after the fact. Instead, well, Ultra in a position to clutch. Insight catches Breji or maybe Abuza, not gun ready. Surge feeling the pressure of dealing with those Major 1 champs.
I mean, that B-bomb site as well, the A-bomb site rather. There are 3, 4 if you count the secret sort of stairwell entrance, lines of attack on towards that site. So such a tough spot to be in for Hook.
And you see this A site being left completely open. This might be the call to use the cruise missile. Scrap playing on the back line, and what a beautiful first blood. Ultra, well, they will take that every day of the week. Now you don't need to use the cruise.
Yeah, you've already been gifted that one. Over to the absolute silence, the rattle of gunfire. Scrap can't win it. Hook, last man alive for his team, now done. Down, out, 5-3. Map point, Toronto Ultra.
And look, Ultra, they're a team you could not afford to make a single mistake against, but normally we talk about the devil being in the details, the small mistakes. A first blood, team killing your teammate first thing, you lose the map when you make a mistake like that. Surge back against the wall. And honestly, that is not the first time we have seen Surge make a mistake like that. So they have not cleaned it up for land.
It's a stinger. But it's not going to slow down the Ultra boys. Here we go. Attacking round to potentially close out the map. Scraps 11-5, certainly helping there. And don't forget the cruise in the back pocket as well.
Yeah, if you get the bomb down, just go ahead and call that GG. Right now, Abuza so much pressure on the defensive side to maybe get one, but he needs to stay alive.
Nades are out with nearly an empty pockets. Here comes the cruise. A clear line for it. Through the roof. No good.
Envoy, though, at least going to be able to get the bomb down, so a pure 4 versus 4, and they should know no flanks rolling through.
Here we go. Envoy will be the first line of defense here. Kleenex on the outside pool. Will he catch the players coming down the stairs? Is there anything left to throw? No. Scrap, first blood. Here comes the smoke. Kleenex might be able to go very large here. He catches out one on the cross. Inside there for it as well. Trades coming down. Abuza! Gone! Toronto Ultra take map number 2, 6-3.
And Ultra, again, these guys starting their tournament off right in the hard points. The only bit of criticism this team has really faced is for guys like Envoy. Do not go double negative. Well, he comes out map 1, absolutely fries. Second bit of criticism is that man on that dinosaur where his S&D has not been in its finest form. What does he do in his first search and destroy map? He goes 14-5 and absolutely calls game. Getting the first bloods when you need, getting the cruise missile, dealing the damage as well. One of the better S&D performances we have seen all year across all players, and certainly for Scrap, the best he's had. 4 first bloods as well. You could not ask for anything more.
All right, congratulations. There we go. So far, the first 2 maps in the series have been an easy one for the boys of Ultra. Will this be a clean 3-0? Potentially, yes. Oh, yeah. We have a tough one coming up for Surge, Invasion Control. That will be the next map in the series, and there's no getting around a chance. Surge, not fantastic at the mode.
Now, there's a sales pitch for Seattle Surge if they had won the map, too, for being able to do something on Invasion, but now there is too much pressure. We're watching them make the same mistakes they have made online, and, well, they've brought it into land.
Well, folks, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, an opportunity for Surge to find themselves, get well composed, and hopefully not tilt. Get out of the way, Tilty. The boys have got one more map to play. Invasion Control coming up after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, we'll see how the clutch can continue. Scrap finding success in search and destroying. However you paint it, whatever way you look at it, Chance, a dominant map from Ultra.
I just think Surge liked to die to Scrap, you know, running straight into his bullets, and then obviously it was an elongated clutch where he just plays with the timing. Nice rotation, Call of Duty timing at its finest, and of course, after he gets the bomb down, it's just easy reads. It was the same thing in the hard point. Scrap is just like unkillable, it feels like, against it. You have to trade him out because the 1v1 gunfights, I don't know if he's lost a single one. Dude's walking into map 3 with like a 2.2 KD. He is feasting on Seattle.
He's feeling fine, isn't he, guys? Well, we'll see what happens in the next map. We're going to Invasion to play Control, map 3 here in our series. This is to advance onwards into the winner's bracket. Loser goes down. We'll find out if that's going to be the case. Scrap's feeling fantastic. And the record is pretty good on Invasion as well. Not so much for Seattle Surge. This is going to be a real tough map for them.
Winless in control on land. So these guys have certainly struggled, but they've had a bit more success in the Major 3 online stages. There is a small sliver of hope, but again, I don't think Scrap's even going to give them the option. Him and Envoy still have been on point, and you see the setup from Ultra. They were just so concerned about an A hit off the rip that they basically quadruple stacked it. They barely care about this B zone.
We care not for B, it's but A where our love lies, and Abuza's doing what he can to get onto it. Go on, son, get in there. 0-4 backing him up, and there's a 2-man cap now.
You quadruple stack it, maybe just to get bodied. Envoy wins a big one, though. You challenge off the time, and Abuza killing everything in sight. This is a force spree from him. Finally gets cut down, and you haven't got that single tick just yet. Hook, he cannot get it done.
No one seems to be using their minimap right now. We may as well take it away in the next game. Let's see what happens over by B. The second segment is nearly done, and that should be it.
That's such a big missed opportunity from Surge. It nearly was perfection. Just like Karachi, opening breaks were on point, but now you're fighting tooth and nail with a slate reflector over towards this B zone. Capture just about gonna roll through. So Surge, plenty of potential now in this round, but a long way to go.
Scrap loves those. I'll run past you in my slightly higher sense. I'll win that fight 9 times out of 10. Force spree now for him. We saw him go ham in the S&D. Nice work from 0-4 there. Stops that spree dead in its tracks. You have 2 minutes to play right now if you're Seattle Surge to throw yourselves towards A. And loads of lives, 21. Oh, it stays in
fight. Ultra don't have a ton of pressure on the front side of the map, but CleanX found the timing to cut down the reinforcements, but Abuza might have the route with 0-4 to get the time, and Surge, the pressure's on. They could triple stack this.
Surge have done it again. They managed to get themselves in there. Here's the triple stack. You have to go, Ultra, or you are about to become a statistical anomaly. With Seattle Surge on the precipice of winning a round of control, there's no one to stop it. It is seemingly untouchable. Into the contest. Done. Seattle have done it.
That is ungodly. They had 2 strong breaks to get over to the A zone, and they jumped on it. Maybe a little slow reaction time to make that commitment to go towards that point, but once they got it, no time wasted. A 7-2 round from Abuza, and now a massive advantage on this map.
And memes aside, that was a very clean round from Seattle. That was very, very good. First major success we've seen them have here on the mode. And damn, it was a good one. Can they keep that going on defense now? Shy of just 2 minutes that round took. Brilliant work.
That is unreal. And I mean, now Ultra, you're forced to respond. You have to win a round on offense in this moment, but no cheeky stuff coming out for the moment. Scrap being left towards A Street. Maybe he wants to make a late hit towards that zone, but the primary play for the moment over towards B. CleanX, good damage done, but you're losing the opening break again. Surge are swarming right now on Invasion.
Scrap continues to win these gunfights. He is indomitable, up close, even with the MCW. Clock stopped. Oh, looking for the avenue towards A. Not going to happen as Seattle retained some control. Slow cap at B, not necessarily a problem. They're worried about these shenanigans mid-street.
Yeah, Ultra, they're toying with the idea, trying to apply that pressure and keep maybe a little bit of that action open towards the side, but Surge, they've stacked the pressure well, making sure you clear out all the funny business on the bottom side of the mini-map and turn your attention towards the top, where Ultra are actually struggling to get near this zone. Big gunfights being won by Scrap, but Hook's still there to take you down, and you got the spawn trap set up. Surge, this moment, they could dagger Toronto.
Oh, the opportunity to do it. Envoy buys them a little bit of air into the lungs as they get forward. Hook. Oh, a classic corner, but even better, Gunny stays alive. His position very much known, on towards B. He's going to be able to get a hit in there in a moment, but nothing left to throw in this life anyway. We should see B captured. A minute 44 will be the play at 20 lives either side.
Yeah, Surge, well, maybe not able to apply the pressure enough to stop B, but the gunfight's flowing. That is 11-4 from Abuza as well, as they have Ultra basically cornered into the top side of the mini-map. So all bases covered. Ultra going to be real far away from that A zone, and again, it is a necessity at this point for them to get it.
Good God, what a gunfight that was from inside. A little slower now on the attack. Scrap with a fantastic power position. That's so 3. Cut down these players. Brezzy last man. No one in position now. Hook, he's going to be trapped on the inside of that garage. He ain't getting out with his life. This could be it from Ultra.
Oh, big win by Hook, though. You don't go for the stack, so it's only 2 on the point, and now make it 1. Envoy has help on the cross, but that was all that he had. Position given up, and only a single tick able to roll through. Typically, That is a good thing for the team on attack, but from Ultra, it is still a problem.
It's one segment captured. Great work from Ultra. You're looking for a couple more, though. On the slow and steady crawl through the middle of the map. Every corner checked, every player tagged.
And because it's Surge, these guys play at such an electric pace that you might actually lose this on lives. You're down to 10, so if Ultra can keep the pressure up, maybe you could achieve that rare feat on Invasion and win on lives. But with 48 seconds, it's looking more and more unlikely by the moment. Scrap, though, still unkillable in the feed.
Yeah, right now the game for Seattle Surge, secure the map, control those zones, and protect your lives, because it is not going to be an easy thing to do. An anomaly on the approach now as Envoy cuts his way through the backline. You're running out of space, Seattle, and you've got 30 seconds on the clock to stay alive.
And he's keeping track. They knew Bredger was there, so good stuns and good trades. That's another 2 down in the feed. Last 2 guys by the point. Envoy gets caught in no man's land. 0-4 there to strike him down. Kleenex, that next player in line. 15 seconds. You gotta go. It is a desperation effort.
Every second counts. Inside. Can he get the second? He should. That's going to be space to move forward, but not necessarily the health. Final 10. Scrap might be able to dip a toe. Abuza tags him up. Hook surely reads this on the minimap. Wins it. Inside. Wins it! That's the round.
And with 3 lives remaining, Seattle Surge keeping that big bad wolf at bay. By the hair there, chinny chin chin. They go up 2 rounds to none. That is an absolute class round there by Seattle. This map firmly in their grasp.
I thought Hook's house was made of straw for a moment there, but he somehow turned it from wood to brick. And they're bricked up going to this. 2-0 so far in control. We asked for 1, Seattle. You've done it even better.
Yeah, it was a hell of a stun grenade, too. I don't know who was connecting on those players trying to make that initial break, but Ultra is simply not enough in the tank in that moment. And Kleenex, I mean, I know he was baiting a lot for his teammates in map 1, but struggling here on Invasion. Of course, as an SMG player on a map like this, if your team is behind, well, it be like that. But now Surge just doing the easy thing. I mean, they're out slaying. They're going to get this B zone. They have set themselves up so well.
Who is this, Seattle Surge? Where have you been all season? Kleenex, though, he gets himself rolling. He's had a slightly slower game, 8 and 14 overall, but again, difficult for the submachine guns to find a huge amount of success on Invasion. And success is going to be the name of the game right now. 2-man stack, Brezzy on the flank. Oh, Insight managed to cut through, so they don't capture B.
Yeah, I was about to say, they went from 3 players on it to everybody chasing kills towards the middle of the map. So Surge still got to go back to square one. Still could be problematic. You want to make sure you get this extra zone and stay on top of the ticks just in case Ultra went around, because Ultra right now, the pinch of time. 2 players going around on flank. Almost every single player has fallen. You have not gotten the zone yet, and Ultra, they have the blender of a spawn trap being set up.
Insight looking to save the B zone and somehow pulls a kill out of nowhere. Abuza cuts him down. Scrap should be able to trade this one out. Oh my word, there was a moment there where I thought a beatdown may be in place. Onto the B zone you go. Scrap does have a frag to work with though, so here comes the hit.
Hook's got 1 gunfight, by the way. Hook just wins the gunfight, so the A zone's open, so Surge, they might have been dealing with some pressure over towards B, but Hook might make a hero play and open up the door for his teammates.
Hook knows, though he has no trophy. He has to take the fights on the outside of the zone, so he may be able to find a kill or 2, but it's done. Great work there. They overcommit from Ultra. The numbers, the resources pay off. Just about 20 seconds to play here. This is not over yet. 1 good hit, Seattle Surge, and you might be able to get B.
Well, this still could be a painful round. Those are nice nades from Abuza, but you still got to run through towards the tank. And Surge with 10 seconds left. They're making their approach. Kleenex on the cross. Going to be skeet shooting on these players trying to fly by. It is a crossfire. For 2. Last player alive. 0-4 without a trophy. Can you get him off the point?
Onto the rookie. Oh, he wins a big fight against Scrap and a teammate. Oh no. 5 seconds. You've got to fly towards the point. Envoy might be able to stop them, but that could be the capture. Kleenex. The capture's good. Over the way we go.
11v7 on lives as well. Surge, now you got to pump the brakes, slow it down, and do not throw anything away, or maybe cut your losses and be happy you got the B zone at all.
Well, Seattle, you've got 5 lives. That's 1 mistake, and here it comes. Scrap on the dance. Reads Hook, no lives left.
And I gotta say, with rounds like this, it's gonna be interesting. If Ultra managed to win this next offensive round, you could actually maybe tie it up on Tiggs. It'd have to be a pretty dominant performance, but they're also up on slaying as well. So Ultra in a bad spot, but maybe they could pull off some magic as Hook, last man standing, just waiting around to die.
Ultra get on the board. They managed to save face here on Invasion, but yeah, this is going to be interesting. The kills department looking a lot more solid. Scrap has started to turn things around. 20 non-traded so far at 24 kills in total.
Still need a very big round of Toronto if they want any hope, though, of winning this map. Back against the wall, you got to win in offense. A very difficult task. The rate, I mean, one of the worst we have seen in control in CDL history. So a difficult map to do it on. But Ultra, well, they are one of the very best. So pressure still on Surge. You want to get it done here, and it's a full-out A hit from Ultra.
All right, boys, all aboard the A train.
Nice shots.
0-4. What a lovely first blood and second, and Hook picks up his as well. So last man up was Kleenex. The gamble has not paid off, and 0-4, he reads the reinforcements immediately. Over towards the B zone you go, slows them down, but not enough to stop them getting on the point.
Yeah, that man is flying around the map. Those are long slides into just absolute hell, and Hook again. Cleanup crew does get traded, but you got number 8 Breji shooting you as you cross off spawn. So Ultra still feeling the pressure, and this is going to be a slow grueler of a round.
That's so tough. Able to eat that stun grenade, a concussion, and just crawl around that corner. One segment of B done, halfway through the B zone. Standard stuff so far for Ultra. No shenanigans just yet. The opportunity for Scrap to keep that mid-map safe and maybe transition towards A, but as you can see from the mini-map, it's a lot of work here from Surge all over the place.
Yeah, and Ultra, yeah, I was going to say, Scrap putting himself in an interesting spot. I think Ultra, they're just hoping for that one moment to slip through and maybe punish a mistake of Surge. But Surge, no mistakes just yet, although the gunfight's not flowing. A little bit of pressure. You do have insight behind you. In Seattle, no one on the minimap has turned. Finally, with that spawn coming through, those arrows turn right around. So heads up gameplay right now. But as you're looking for insight, now Envoy, the reinforcements are here.
Oh dear, you find one more kill. It's going to be Hook hiding in a corner. They're looking for him, though. They haven't found him yet. Oh, spotted it out. This might be a big deal. Insight. He loses the fight to Hook somehow, so you're safe and sound now in the base for Surge.
And just to keep track, it is 9-7 on the tick count in favor of Seattle. So, of course, Ultra, they have to win this round, but if you capture the A zone, you get defense for the round 5. So, Ultra, make no mistake, they need it. They got a minute to make it happen. Oof. But you are still so far away. Surge, they have been on point so far.
There and back again. The tale of Toronto here on this map. 1 minute to play.
Wow, there it is.
0-4. Strong stuff. Hook on a force spree now as well, looking to get himself streaks. He's definitely in the spawn of Ultra now, and I'm sure they know he's there. They're on the prowl to try to find him.
This is hell. This is absolute hell.
If this is hell, whoa, then Hook might be the devil. Gets one, pushes Ultra's life count down even further.
I mean, that's a 25-second investment just to get out of Palace. You got such a long way to go. You do not have any time. It has to be this push right now to get to that A zone.
Abuza, will he have the fortitude and the constitution of that tank he is on top of? Yes, he does. Scrap trying to get the trade immediately. Abuza just staying alive. The only man on that side of the map. It's not going to matter. Brezi through the middle. Here comes the funnel. Fly, Ultra Fly. Final lives in the round. Oh my goodness. Here comes the streaks as well. Seattle Surge, we merely wanted a single round from you. We didn't necessarily say you should win the map. What a bang. The Surge get on the board, and they make history for themselves.
Yeah, and we just looked at Scrap kissing the sky and saying goodbye. That cruise missile, the stamp on the game. We were gassing up the map, too, because the expectations, Surge, they have been winless in control on land. You almost virtually start the series out down 0-1. But they just had a clinical performance on Invasion. You get the offensive round, and you get one of Abuza's finest maps of the year. 33-22, 6,200 damage. You needed an answer for Scrap. Abuza delivers.
Well, 2-1. We will be seeing that 6-star hard point in a moment, but there are the stats. Again, Abuza, absolutely deserving of the flowers there. 15 offensive kills, 18 on the defense as well. The man was on the OBJ. Great work there from Surge, finding some success here in what was a grueler of an Invasion control. Very much for the boys of Ultra there. Tough looks from them across the highlights as well, Chance. Hook with a crazy two-piece to secure the round as well from the inside of the A zone. You name it, we got it.
And you just had Surge doing such a much better job of creating those moments for the actual A pressure. This might have been a crazy round where Hook sorted that iron defense towards the end, but great stuns from his teammates, an annoying, cheeky spot, and even with no respawns, able to get it done. And the reason this series is going to be so interesting now, because I know the Karachi did not look good for Surge. The guns were not hot. Hook starts out double negative, but that was not their map pick. This is the map 4 they were looking for. Very happy they are to see 6-star, so maybe an opportunity for Surge to pull off the upset.
Yeah, that's a scary thought, Toronto fans. You're now in Surge territory. They want to be later into the series. The deeper you go, the more frightening it gets. We'll find out if that is the case. Confidence has to be starting to swell for the Surge boys now. Again, 0-4, major debut for him. An incredibly difficult series against one of the top 4 teams here in the league. And so far, he's got the icy as the composure, and things are looking good. 6-star, hardpoint, coming up next in Invasion S&D. We go back to it for the final map in the series, and dare I say it, Chance, what a banger that could be.
And I do know one of the points the Des made is how this isn't necessarily the strongest map on the side of Surge this 6-star, because they got beat by Atlanta FaZe, but Toronto fell to the exact same fate. So both of these teams have gone up against the best in the game. Obviously Ultra among that conversation, but Nixie looks on 6-star. There is no clear-cut advantage in my mind for either of these two teams. I know Scrap has been that main factor, the consistent main slayer, but Abuza was there to match him. You need a performance like that again.
We'll see. The smiles are gone from the Toronto boys. It's strictly business now.
You spoke too soon.
Or is it? Or is it? No, it's strictly business. As we look across their hard point here from the qualifiers on the build-up to this LAN, 86% in the whole percentage. That is an incredibly strong stat, Chance. Anything else there that sticks out to you?
Well, honestly, this might be a situation where the 12th might look bad on the rotation game, but it might be a situation where Ultra just know the game so well, they know where and when they need to rotate towards, because not all hills are built the same way. So Ultra, they have been the best hardpoint team in the game, convincingly so from the start. I know a few teams can go toe-to-toe, but these guys have been destructive. But maybe those new maps that came into the mix, the new look on 6-star, who can take advantage of the pool hill? Maybe Hook or 04 can make that their home.
We'll see if Seattle Surge can drown them out and stay on brand when it comes to that pool hill. We're not too far away from getting into this hard point, folks. An opportunity now still for Seattle to close, or to try to take the lead at the very least, or get into this, because Ultra is still map point. One more and they move on.
And we talk about the homework being done by these two teams as well. I know Surge, even where the respawns have faltered, at least that first hard point, you still have the opening breaks for these guys that have been on point. Even on Karachi where they got bullied out, they started with a 40-second lead. We saw the same thing on round 1 of the Invasion where Surge, again, devil in details, these guys have put in the work, looking for another strong opening break here just to set that tone.
Here we go. Map number 4. Ultra looking to get the win. Into the hard point, you send it, lads, and here comes everything. The kitchen sink hits that hard point. 04 gets it done with a gunny. Brezzy joins him there, and that's such an opportunity to get into that hill, grab some of that time, lads. Comes everything. The kitchen sink hits that hard point. 04 gets it done with a gunny. Brezzy joins him there, and that's such an opportunity to get into that hill, grab some of that time, lads. Watch out for the steps, though. Scrap's going to get his, but nice work there. Everyone on Surge finding their kills. Can Envoy get 3? Hell yeah, he can. That point is his.
Yeah, Brezzy, he has been hesitant to chow in this series, and he gets punished for it there at Kleenex. No fear of the chow. He'll fly into 4, and he might fall, but not before he picks up 2, and now you're just getting cut to absolute ribbons, as you are not going to be able to get towards P1. Brezzy a little bit slow in these moments.
Also an awkward timing there. He does bring Hoop down with him. Envoy once again. He has been the absolute tender of the bar. Cuts through, gets those big kills. 4 in the opening rip. And the final 5 are now going to be done. We'll go over towards the lounge. Anything but relaxing though so far.
And yeah, I mean, they're not even shooting back with Kleenex right now. So rotation towards P2. Surge are going to get here first, but Kleenex, he is waiting for these gunfights. Nice little slide. Better reaction time as well. And Surge, they got the back spawns, but they also are going to be in their spawn, getting cut down. Easy trades there from Insight. Next player in line, Brezzy. You know he's gonna fall as well. They're not shooting back. That is domination from Ultra.
I was gonna say, you had it all there. Not even a single second of friendly fire. Jamie Craven gets himself another scrap. Picks up where he left off. 0-4 though, right out of spawn, right into the fray. You're still not able to break the hold that Ultra have had on this one. So far, disgusting work. And that's a sweet 3 from Envoy.
And Surge, they are not even thinking about teamwork, not a thought in their minds, and that rotation not going to be a thought either. You're taking gunfights just to take away 10 seconds, but you have such a long way to go and Scrap the back line. You know he's challenged.
He's challenged, hold it down. Here comes a cooked frag. Will it be to perfection? Yep. Rezzy's gone. New hard points up from lounge to bar. Here we go.
And they're just cutting him down. I love the little jump peek by Scrap, too, just to get the intel on Hook as he tries to find that timing. So Ultra doing the little things right, always getting that extra little bit of information and holding this hill down for a moment to perfection.
Seattle on the slow approach. You've got to open up another lane of attack here, lads. Oh, the timing has paid off. The break is magnificent, and that's a good 30 seconds to have. Seattle, enjoy it while you can.
And these are going to be split spawns as well. So 2 players from Ultra in the back, 2 players are going to spawn out towards P2. So Ultra, honestly, in position to re-break this time in 0-4. Well, you want a better trigger hand in that moment. Gonna get punished. And, well, look at the spawns now.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it while you could there, boys, because Toronto right back in it. Oh, that ass got kicked. Hard point broken wide open once again. Surge now have got to fight their way through towards the new one, over to the bottom side of security. And this is going to be a tough battle indeed.
I just need to see Bredgy start to shoot with some confidence. 3-9 for the moment, and well, leading the charge. Triple hit from one direction and the flank from the other. Big gunfight for 0-4. Insight shuts it down with the rival 9. I'm surprised Insight doesn't have PTSD with that gun, but hey, getting it done for the moment.
Boozer only finds one here from Statue. Over towards the hard point again, and Ultra very much in the driver's seat. Slow looks from Surge, but they might be able to turn things around here. Nice 3-man break. That's going to be it. You're in. Can Kleenex clean house? He might be able to. The second to his name. That is sensational shots for the rival.
Tobias is insane, and now he's even playing the time. He picks up 2, doesn't get traded out. Now the reinforcements are here. So you had a nice break from Surge that collapses instantaneously as Ultra continue to pump the score up.
There was simply no answer for Kleenex there.
And by the way, Surge, they're hitting old with 8 seconds, not even thinking about the rotation. Bredgy's going to be by himself, so that's a big investment for this old time. And Ultra, you're going to have so many bodies just to deal with Bredgy, who's been left completely by himself.
50-plus point game over towards the pool is now up, and you've got a bad situation to be in if you're Hook. Envoy cleans him up. Bredgy now alone in the pool, nobody to help out. Can he win at least one gunfight from down low? It's an awkward one indeed, but he's staying alive. Reinforcements by time. Envoy, though, reads the play. Can he get the second? No. So you still have control, Seattle.
I mean, Bredgy, he has been sink or swim in this moment, and he's actually done an electric job. He got left by himself in the water, but, I mean, hey, Slim Trunks on. He continues to fry.
Bredgy finds another kill. He's got a 4 spree. It finally gets put to the bed. But wow, what a hold. 20 seconds to go, and Ultra do dip a toe. They get a little bit of pool time, but not enough.
Turnstile wrote a song about Bredgy, that underwater boy, putting in some serious work, but still a decent lead from Ultra, and for Seattle, still a long way to go. Rotation of P1 can get bodies in the hill, and a cheeky spot from Hook, able to get at least the trade, but here comes Kleenex, no wasted time.
So nearly gets away with his life. 0-4 though. The battle continuing, but trades are done. Envoy wins his 3 now in a row. And a perfect spot to find another. Can he stay alive? Oh my god, he does one better. Gets a kill. Inside. The dance is on. He has coverage. Oh, over peaks. Abuzer's there for it. And now Surge swarming the point.
And Hook's just going to be soaking this time. Well, never mind. It's Hook. He's going to be chowed, and he's going to be dying. 50-point lead, and Ultra right side spawn still attempted to clear out this time, and eventually they get it. The dam breaks, and Surge back to square one. Wrong side of the map, and you are not getting this hill time.
Ultra holding it down still. Trades only in the feed. His insight's there, going to be in the middle of the point. Bredgy and Abuza, they battle their way through. A little bit of time here. Envoy once again. He has been running circles around players in this bar. All hard point long. Oh, gets another one. God. Somehow walking away with it. Rotation of P2 done again. And Ultra chance. They were immaculate the first time. Can they do it again?
Yeah, Envoy's loving his new controller. Him and Scrap again just having a kill race right now as he gets set up towards P2. And Envoy, that front man, gets the nade kill as well. 0-4 trying to make the break. And hey, nice 2 kills. Looking to trade out Envoy, but Envoy, the untradeable, continues to be a threat.
Oh, he somehow manages to find that as well. Hook in. Takes care of business at the kiddie pool. Over to the flank now. He might be able to pick it up. No, Kleenex is there. Too much to handle. Concussion lands. 04 slowed down now as well. More time to Ultra.
Yeah, Envoy just went God mode on this hill. 24, make it 25 kills now. I mean, he is called at the moment where you need him most. This has been a dominant performance on 6-star, and maybe Hook, the guy that's feeling that pressure the most. Him and 04 cannot get any production on the map. Ultra are slamming.
I would love to know how that second kill went through. Brezzy wins a big one against Envoy there. Rotation complete. Once again, Ultra are in. We saw breaks last time round. Will that be the case now? Brezzy forward. Damaged into 2 players, went after the kill. Who can he get the trades? He can. Stay alive now and try to get the hold.
That's a big read as well. You know the back spawns are coming through, so this is the moment of Surge. If there was ever a time to turn it around, it needs to be on a P3.
You have to win a lot of fights. Here comes the opener. Inside gets his. Hook is in so much trouble. It's a day 1 spot. Envoy reads it. They line up. But it's Ultra with the cleanest break you'll see on P3.
Damage done, and that might be the moment where they just call game. Inside off spawn, well, he picks up 4, and this is easy time for Ultra to collect.
You break the hard point, and maybe break the spirit of Surge here on 6-star. Envoy, nice transition to a boozer, not enough for the kill. Insight's there for it, that's a cruise, and that is a huge win here on the map. 200 points crossed as well.
The rare collateral coming in there from Insight. They're getting achievements while they're dominating Seattle Surge. They might not get the 100-point club, but this is an easy look for them to call game. One good break, it will seal the deal.
Here we go. Crunch time, Seattle. Security is the name of the game. It's the name of the hard point. 3-man hit through the middle of the map now for the Ultra boys and the crews to work with as well.
There it is. Get everybody in position. You trap them in the sight, pin them in the back, and win the gunfights. If Insight can even pick up one, that's great, but everybody indoors. And they're winning the gunfights as well, so Surge, hey, there you go. The bulletproof glass, their best friend.
You survive the opening salvo. You hold the line from the back as a boozer. Nice work here out of Surge. 30 seconds to go. Scrap, patient. Here comes the hit through. Sneaky dives to the point. 04, hot on the trigger, stays alive.
Yeah, Scrap confused in that moment. Weird timing there from Surge, but hey, you deal with the cruise missile, you go into an open hill. Ultra might have loved to have it for the moment, but at least you get the rotation, but the pinch is coming. You got Brezzy working one angle, you got a Booza coming from the other. Surge, they're trying to orchestrate perfection. They even got the entry kill.
You had a lot of time to make yourselves known over by Pool. Scrap. Oh, the timing is magnificent from him. A little bit of damage. Abuza's there on the inside of the pool once again. So Seattle try to hold on. Oh boy, big wins, but Abuza sadly a team kill. You still got the time though. Surge, hold on.
Yeah, Insight hoping the kill is going to fall into his lap. Abuza, this is the timing. Envoy, great technique, great form. The speedy swimmer, and the break on the pool is in. 04, last man around the zone. He falls as well. Ultra swimming their way to victory.
Oh my goodness, they're in. Last chance now, Seattle. You've got 30 seconds on the clock. Scrappy shooting hot. Can't get any more out of the life. Brezzy's there for it, but the hard point is still on the hands of Toronto. On the break forward they go. Contest nearly done. Clean house. All on a Kleenex. Can he win his fight? It won't seal the game, but it'll keep Seattle away from it.
Yeah, kill the respawners, and there's a nice win. Now you make your way towards the pool. Kleenex trying to figure out where he's going to be. Pick up the extra kill, dive in with the Renetti. Or maybe play on the outer edge. An awkward moment in 04 pieces him up. Surge still desperate to stay alive, but that rotation, well, Ultra here first once again.
And Envoy once again, he's on 35 kills. Say what you will about his hardpoint game, he has turned it all around, as have Ultra. Final moments here. Surge, last shots, here we go.
And look at the beating heart of Envoy, 36 kills, 2 minutes in the hill, and a 4 spree at the end of the game. Envoy can do no wrong. 39 kills, an electric performance. If only there was more time for the kill record.
If only there was more time, where his teammates won't be getting off it. They'll be closing the series out and they'll be moving on. Ultra put on a show for this stacked out crowd here on the Thursday as we send Seattle Surge down
just
to the
like
lower
that,
bracket.
3-1 Ultra, I told y'all.
And everybody knows how the tides have been turning in MW3, the top 4. Well, they have achieved separation. Today was the day to test that theory, and so far, 3 for 3. The top squads remain perfect. Ultra able to get it done. Maybe a painful round of defense on invasion control, but outside of that, these guys have been nearly perfect. The hardpoint woes of Envoy have been answered. 2 absolutely dominant performances, and even Scrap, 14 kills and 4 first bloods on the S&D. Couldn't ask for anything more.
I keep wanting to go back to the story of Envoy because he has had the most spectacular turnaround. His hardpoint game was abysmal. And now you're looking at 39 and 21, huge damage output. He's not necessarily, and he's got 2 minutes in the hill as well. So that guy is doing absolutely everything for the squad.
It is truly hilarious, right? Everybody that was on Envoy's head, people calling for anybody in the top 4 to make a roster change have been insane. Envoy world champ for a reason. There was never a doubt he was going to respond and rebound in the game mode. So there you go. Toronto starting their tournament off right. Clinical in the hard points, fantastic on the 6-star, and doing it all for the fans.
Doing it all. The fans have been absolutely loving it, and they still are. Well, a lovely start to the tournament for Toronto Ultra. Nerves there a little bit. You never know what's going to happen on LAN, even in MW3. Spicy stuff all around. Congratulations once again to Surge. And with that, though, we throw to the man of the moment. It's Envoy on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much. Toronto, show some love for the home squad as you guys go plus Ultra and get another win. Envoy, you're up here playing in front of the hometown team. What does it feel like to get a win for them?
I mean, it feels amazing to be on this side of the stage this time with you guys behind us. It was absolutely amazing. You guys showed out, and we can't wait to see you guys more this weekend.
There we go. Okay, now you get this done in a 3-1 fashion against these guys. I want to say Ultra is 4-0 up against the Surge. You haven't lost to them. What was the game plan going into this matchup for you to make sure you secured that 4-0 victory?
For us in this match, I think it's just more about the search. So once we won map 2, we felt really comfortable in the series, and I think that's what's going to be our focus the whole event is search, because that's what hurt us Major 2, and it helped us win Major 1. So.
All right, there you go. Now, you know, in this series, you know, you guys are one of the best control teams in the league right here, and you went up against one of the worst, but they took you guys down there. Is this something that you wish your squad would have did better, or something that they did great to get that map off of you?
I mean, their break on the first round at offense really threw us off, and it was just good plays by them. They obviously win an offense, which is hard on the map. So once that happens, it's going to be hard to win the map regardless. So props to them, but we got to be good or better this weekend.
All right, and lastly, what do you want these fans to know so they can stay hyped all weekend long?
Hey, we'll see you all Saturday. Thank you guys for the support. Welcome to Toronto.
Welcome to Toronto. We want to see this place sold out on Saturday as you cheer for the home team. That'll do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Envoy chant going down here live in Toronto. The new addition, the missing piece that this squad was looking for to eventually win a world championship. They're looking to a guy who's done it before. And can we start out with a comment on the hair? The man is brave enough to rock a mullet during the hockey playoffs. Mad respect up here in Canada.
You picked the wrong person to ask that question to. I don't know any of what just came out of your mouth because we're not watching hockey, Chris.
Do you want a mullet, though?
No, I don't want a mullet.
If Toronto gets a 4-0, will you get a mullet for Major 4?
I'm not gonna get a mullet. Why are you keeping
I'll get a mullet. All right,
line?
thanks, Nameless. Somebody's got my back.
I want to say, I don't know.
But that was a spectacular performance by the Toronto Ultra, and specifically Envoy, a guy who was struggling that we've been highlighting for weeks. He bounced back throughout this one. 30 bombs and 2 hard points, almost a 40 bomb in this last one, and really primarily came down to their breaks. There were a lot of times they needed Envoy to get that huge 2-piece. Think about the Water Hill. He finds 2 through the back. You think about the P3. By the way, both times on P3, Seattle Surge was set up, ready to get a ton of time. Toronto Ultra completely slow down, take their time, and it's Envoy spearheading it, finding that first blood. That is why you picked him up, and now you can see.
It was really impressive performance, especially in those hard points. Ali, on the other side for Seattle Surge, you were able to take a map, an 0-4, his first CDL appearance on the main stage. Didn't seem to be bothered.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't, I feel like the 0-4 that we had seen during the Major 3 qualifiers, but again, they are going up against Toronto Ultra, the home team, as their first match of the weekend, so not going to go in on him too much. If anything, I really just want to focus on the turnaround of Envoy. We saw the stats heading into it, a .86 respawn KD with a .77 on land. He came in against a team like Seattle Surge that has known to upset these teams, specifically in the respawns, and he was able to do it in both hard points in this series, going 30 and 18 and following it up with a 39 and 21, showing out for the hometown crowd today.
Yeah, and then also they had some massive search and destroy improvements. Scrap went crazy.
14 kills, is that good?
Yeah, with 4 first bloods as well. You know, this team, they were last in first bloods coming into this event, so that's something that they really had to focus on, and who better than your best player? Scrap, unbelievable performance in the series.
Speaking of Scrap, he earns our Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at it. It's the 1v3 as he picks up 3 of his 14 kills from the search, silencing all the haters in the chat with this one.
This play out of Scrap was just insane because I remember watching this in real time, be like, oh, Scrap got 1, Scrap got 2, and now he's got all 3. He goes for the ace, right?
And so he's slow-ass 1v1.
Yeah, he's stuck in this 1v1 that is literally taking forever to the point where we can fast forward the minimap. COD timing at its best, unfortunately, for the side of Abuza, but he allows this bomb to go down, and unfortunately, playing this retake, Scrap already has the info where he probably is. He's already cleared out the backside of Pool and is able to get this one.
Yeah, and he also set it up to where he planted on the other side and then played the opposing one. And anyways, like, you know what? I'm just going to chow them anyways, right? Gets the win, stands up and starts going crazy. That's what you need in Search and Destroy. It's that type of energy.
And it's that moment that kind of sets the tone for the rest of the team. So shout out to Scrap, shout out to Toronto. They get the job done today. And as you heard from Envoy, they get to chill till Saturday. So here's a look at your updated bracket. Elliot, we still got Optic and Royal Ravens to go. How do you feel about that elimination bracket that kicks off tomorrow?
I just feel like it's so funny because on the left side of, not our left side, on the top side of the bracket, it's like as the day goes on, the underdog team just keeps getting harder and harder and harder. And we have Optic versus Carolina Royal Ravens, which I feel will be the closest matchup on the day. But Seattle, again, a pretty good draw in pulling out Minnesota Rock.
It's got to be an upset, right?
It's been all 3 ones. Chat, let us know. We're heading to a break. When we come back, Optic Texas takes on Clayster and the Carolina Royal Ravens live from Toronto.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if Easy's been seen, he will drop off the map. Now, as hot as the game may seem, I know one thing that won't be that crazy, and that's the comms of Toronto Ultra.
We kill him?
Calm as ever, Toronto Ultra, now to the other side of the stage. Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. Whoa! He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1 down doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
right, hey, chat, watch this.
All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad. Get your cowboy hat out. It's time for Carolina versus Optic Texas, live from Canada. Welcome in, everybody. Major 3 continues on with our winners bracket coverage. This is the opening round, and so far, 3 of our top 4 seeds have powered into Saturday to play in that winners round 2. Alley Cat Nameless. Let's now talk about the final team in that top 4. Optic Texas is taking on Carolina, and almost everybody in the chat right now is demanding an Optic win.
I mean, I would expect so, right? They beat everybody below them except for Atlanta FaZe, which leads you to believe that is their end goal at the end of this weekend, is to make it to that grand final and be able to take that chip home at the end of the weekend.
Allie, when you're looking at this team, what's the identity of Optic Texas?
The identity of Optic Texas would be a roster of very talented players that goes against the statistics. The reason I say that is because you look at the stats, and their map 1 record is number 1. Their map 5 record is number 1. Their series record is number 2. Notice how there's no actual specific statistics in that sentence, but they're 10th in break percentage. Their control round 5 win percentage is 9th in the league. So they're going against all odds and still being one of the best teams in the league.
Listen, this team would be considered dominant if Atlanta FaZe didn't exist. Let's just be honest. Like, when you watch these guys play, they are thrashing everybody. They've only lost to Atlanta FaZe since January. We talked about it in the pre-show, and they're improving with every single match. Throughout this stage, they're playing all their bad maps to prepare for this tournament. And your X Factor and Kenny had his best stage so far.
Yeah.
He was lighting people up, especially in the respawns. And you could see they're 57-15 in maps, 16-2 in series when Kenny has a positive KD, and with a negative KD, they're 20-33 in maps, 7-6 in series. So he's very much important to this roster. He's a playmaker at times. He will get it done also on the intellectual level. And you can see the red flag, round 5's in control, 1-3 in round 5s. They've been working on that. They tried to play invasion towards the end to prepare for the big match.
All right, small slip-ups in those round 5s, but Optic has been able to get the job done in a lot of game 4s. On the other side, Carolina has shown already that they can beat a Power 4 team. They took down New York subliners, and we saw it was Gwyn who really took over that series. Does it have to be one player to take down Optic? Can you rely on Gwyn to brute force it once again?
I mean, listen, they're going to need a team effort, but Gwyn can take over a series.
Okay.
We've seen it happen. I won't say that he can't just take over, because he absolutely can. And you can see here, they're so much better on land, 6-15 online. They finally got everybody in the same place for their last match, and they looked absolutely incredible. To me, though, like, they have a much better time when Clay and Fellow are playing consistent, especially in those respawns. They have been up and down throughout the entire stage. And, you know, in terms of their team identity, the Masters of Camouflage, they play to their competition. That's the way I look at this Carolina Royal Ravens team. And as I just alluded to, Allie, Fellow is their X Factor.
And I completely agree with you. You know, and Fellow in this series is going to have to kind of compare himself to Kenny, who has been my favorite pickup on the side of Optic Texas right now. And like you said, has had an incredible Stage 3 qualifiers. And their best time is when Fellow is doing well. And their red flag is going to be in hardpoint. 1-7 in the last 8 maps, 3-8 on the qualifiers so far, and 17-27 on the season. They just haven't been able to put it together. They keep these series close. They keep it within about 50 points, but they cannot close out these hard points.
Yeah, they were very bad at search and destroy the last couple of splits. Well, they put so much work into it, and throughout the split, it paid off. 7-3 in the mode, but their hard point took a big dip. So for them, can they get back to where they were in HP? I think they can.
What I love about this is Carolina has a guy named Clayster. He always tries extra hard against Optic, especially this Optic Texas lineup. And today, he is going to be playing on sub-base as well as Rio for hardpoint. Did not see this coming. Nameless, did you expect a sub-base in this series?
I did. I think Optic, you know, they've been undefeated on it throughout the season. They're like, you know what, if somebody's going to give us a sub-base, let's play it. But the thing is, for Carolina, it's one of the only maps they've been able to win recently. They won it 2 times throughout this split. Been one of their best maps on the season. And when you look at the rest of it, same thing for Karachi. That is Carolina's best control. So they feel very confident looking at this spread.
Allie, you like this best of 5 for Carolina?
I'm gonna have to say they don't get the high-rise search and destroy that they were able to take last time versus Optic, and now they're gonna have to play Karachi versus an Optic team who's very comfortable on that map, but they don't have as deep of a map pool as Optic Texas anyway, so it's to be expected.
We got about 60 seconds until the players are ready to take the stage, so let's take this moment and lock in our official Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless has been on fire.
Well,
You're
last
3
one I
for
kinda
3 on
trolled.
the day.
I
Or
picked
did you?
Seattle. I trolled in the last one.
Yeah.
But hey, they showed some fight. I'm going with Optic Texas in this one. I think they take this one 3-1. But it'll be some close maps.
I thought you said Clanfellow got this.
Not
You're going to hear it in the
Not
group chat
officially.
later,
Not
I'm sure.
officially. Allie, where are you going?
Ooh, this is the hardest series on the day, easily. I have to go with Optic Texas. The crowd buff goes crazy every time.
And I, too, have to choose Optic Texas. Carolina Royal Ravens have looked strong at times, but nobody's looked stronger outside of their matchup against Atlanta than Optic Texas. This is going to be a great one. Final question for you guys. If you had to pick one player to drop biggest numbers for this series, who's the MVP?
Kenny.
I'm going to go with Pred.
Kenny loves land.
I think the last couple matches, Pred has really turned up. He had that takeover series in their last one. I think he's feeling good. It's his time.
All right, guess what? The players want to wash their hands, take an extra minute here.
Honestly, I respect that.
Let's break down the first hard point here on Subbase. If you're Carolina, if you're going to repeat and get that first map win, kick off your series well like they did against New York, how do you beat Optic on it? Because they haven't lost this map yet.
You need TJ to transfer what he's been doing in Search and Destroy to that opening hard point, because Optic Texas has been so good at these map ones. I believe they're 6-1 on this season, so that's already going to be hanging over Carolina Royal Ravens' head. So they're not expecting to win this map #1 early in the series, but they're able to take it. It's going to have to be off of both SMGs and Gwyn and TJ.
I mean, Carolina are comfortable on Subbase. I mean, a lot of times you watch Optic play the map, they just had a rep on it. You know, I think it was their second to last series. They're so good at spawn manipulation. When it gets to P3, they pin you in the back there, and they just rally up their points the next couple of hills there, just force people to spawn bunkers. So if Carolina, you know, they're on point in their rotos, they can absolutely take it. You can punish teams on Subbase, and they have great players. They can slay with them.
Bad news for Carolina fans. We're about to dig into the numbers, and I have a feeling these are pretty good for Optic Texas. Stage 1, they were 6-1 in hardpoint. Stage 2, 6-6. Not great, Allie, but these game ones have been looking pretty nice in major
this
qualifiers.
is specifically, like I said, talking about the map 1 improvements. They went from stage 2 being 6-6, just even across the board in those opening map 1s, to now being 6-1, which this is huge for an Optic Texas team, which at the beginning of the season had to clutch to win these series. It was a lot of insane plays off of players like Shotzi and Kenny to win these hard points, but now they're doing it comfortably because they're all on the same page, and like you touched on earlier, Pred having the stage of the year.
Yeah, and more bad news. In this specific matchup, Optic are 6-1 map record against Carolina. They've been frying them. They've only dropped a search and destroy. So for Carolina, it does feel like you almost have to Neslo Optic throughout this series. But listen, crazier things have happened. We haven't had an upset yet today. And Clayster has made miracles happen in Call of Duty for years. It is entirely possible. I'm just excited for the match.
I think Pred is done staring down people in the bathroom. The match is ready to go. Let's send it to the stage with Guy Blaze. He did it to Sully.
All right, Chris, it's time to get this last series of the day started. And it's the matchup we've all been waiting for. And the first squad coming to the stage is coming from the Lone Star State. But I'm going to let you know they are not alone. Get ready, because here comes Texas.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Green Wall, get loud for Optic Texas. Give it up for Kenny, Shotzi, Pred, and Dashy. Looking to get another win. Brick by brick, kill by
Fans travel far and wide to watch this team play. They travel well, and listen, in this year, it's for good reason. They have the right pieces and the right players striving towards a goal, and that is to win champs. They've been improving with every single match, meticulously with their coaching staff, and I'm excited to see what they whip out here in this tournament. It starts versus Carolina. Let's bring them out.
I'm excited to see them as well, but the next squad has been circling the stage for a hot minute, and they're ready to touch down. Toronto, get ready to give a warm welcome for Carolina.
Right now, lining them up for Ravens. They win the majority of these.
Clay through it too. This one is done. See you later, New York. Fly on home.
Rallying up the slide.
Pistol hits!
Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Carolina Royal Ravens. Here comes Clayster, Felony, Tej, and Gwyn. The Carolina Royal Ravens have touched down on the stage and ready to get a win.
The Carolina Royal Ravens in the best position to cause an upset today. Does LAN revive them once again, having their first stage in the same building? But in the past, they haven't had to go up against the green wall. Clay has some fans, but not like that. It's going to be blue versus green to close out day one of Toronto Major number 3. Let's go, Blaze.
Oh, Allie, I'm so ready to get this one started. It's a lot of fans in the building, but Toronto set the stage. Are you ready for the last series of the day? Merc, Maven, let's roll.
Roll on. This is, listen, it's a big one for our final one. The one we thought maybe the biggest chance of an upset for Clay and company. One story, like it's your first time in the winner's bracket, right? For Optic, business as usual. You want to win a tournament. But you thought it was kind of interesting how the maps played out, because a lot of the best ones for Optic also strengths now for the Carolina team.
Yeah, I think if you look at Carolina, sort of when they've caused upsets, it's been through the sub base. Now, call me faded, but like, you know, they're obviously undefeated as Optic. They opt to play it. I probably wouldn't have. I think you have a deeper map pool in the hard points, but they opt to allow it. And again, that's just my opinion on it, but we're playing this map 1 here because, again, they are undefeated. They don't have the chance to play it that often. They are that good on it. I just felt like they were a better hardpoint team.
Well, I think, yeah, in a lot of matchups, I get it, but like this one's a little weird just because that's like the only hardpoint that's been okay, really, for the Ravens side. Like they've been struggling there mightily. That's been the one where it's been good. The one where, like you said, you got upset against New York. Granted, they lost to Seattle after that. They were kind of floundering, but like, we'll see. On paper, it looks so good for Optic in the maps, but yes, again, just some strengths here for this Royal Ravens team. And, you know, Clay's going to be fired up on the main stage. They want to make a run. He's had his frustrations about showing up to a major, playing one match, then going home. Well, guess what? You got everybody throughout the qualifier together. You guys grouped up. You made it. You're in winners. You had the chance to lose 2 and go home. Can you make a run?
And this team really hasn't had many mistakes this year, right? It's really just a phase matchup. Every other matchup they have won.
For Optic, yeah.
Yeah, they've had some close series throughout this, but there you can see it's 6-0 undefeated. Pret is just a madman. I don't know. It just feels like every time he is on this map, he's got to run a 2.0. He can easily take over. It is his home.
He can be an absolute freak here. What do you know? Shotzi straight to the water as he'll look to make the play. Pushing through kind of right between that cut will be TJ, who try and get in behind. Not going to happen as Kenny is able to pick that up. To the depths goes Shotzi. Now out to make a play, but the rest of his troops dropping.
Yeah, I mean, you see Carolina, they just kind of know something is up and Fellows able to win the gunfight. So you are just kind of out of the game there for 15 to 20 seconds. Carolina's able to earn some time. They pick up that pinch. TJ having a one-on-one, but Pret is going to take him down. A nice trade from Gwyn, and now we're focused on the left side of that mini-map over towards that P2 rotation.
So we know this has been a strength for Optic Texas. I mean, one way it's been banned quite a bit for them because they've been so good on having lost it. Carolina's only been able to play, what, I think like 2 or 3 times throughout the Stage 3 qualifiers targeted against them as well. But for Carolina team to struggle a lot in hardpoint, why do you think this map has worked for them?
I think they're just sort of well, Gwyn's had some insane moments on this map, right? Just sort of what it really is on this is if you control the middle of the map, you just can find so many easy kills, right? And that's where Optic, they thrive. It's just sort of control easy power positions, flood them coming into you, and then Shotzzy can go on, take your route, flip those spawns. It's just a map where this man can get lost. He really can.
Yeah, there's like level 2 headies like everywhere, right? Like all those power positions as you're talking about. But as he tries to get through the door, it's Clay and Fellow that are shutting it for now. Dashy and awkward timing as that'll be 2 now for Clay. And so far, so good for Carolina. We cast them here as of late. They have been strong. What, the one loss was to Toronto, right?
Yeah, 250 to 150, right around there when we were looking that up. So Toronto, a great sub-base team, but yeah, I mean, it's been a strong one they have relied on throughout the year, especially early in these series. But big kills here for Optic for this P3 rotation. Dashy just putting pressure on, able to win that one-on-one. You see what this does. Fellow Clay have to take such long routes where Gwyn just spawns. He is going to be out of play for the next 10 seconds before they even get to P3.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to probably try and take the chow, pick somebody up rotating from ult. He's got such a hike to get across. We'll see if they can deal from the player rotating out of the hard point. They're able to do that in Dashy. He should be spawning safe with his squad. No, actually, he'll be spawning out. I thought he'd be spawning deep, but he'll spawn in behind. So can he get there in time? Can he get shots in behind? So far, it looks like Shotzzy and Ken have been able to hold on.
And you're at least keeping them off the hill is Carolina. You still have Gwyn around, but Shotzzy with some great shots from up top. And now this is the problem with this map. You have to be careful if you're Carolina here. Do not overcommit. You see Kenny, you see Pred sticking around P2, trying to flip for this P4. Fellow's going to spawn up find one and then just kind of play his life so they can win this rotation.
Yeah, they were trying to set up the trap. It looks like you'll be okay for now if you're Royal Ravens, at least with 15 seconds left. You don't get pinned. You know what a major swing moment that can be. So they'll try to set up an answer. But it was a great start from Royal Ravens. You bounce back now if you're Optic Texas. You take the lead, go out in front. We'll get over to TJ's POV, maybe to see what kind of plays he's able to make. He's going to kind of be the point man now to deal with the pressure that's coming in. You got 2 Optic players starting to move on forward. Chance for Royal Ravens to hold.
In Carolina, have to be careful. You're really towards the front. They only have 2 players. That back spawn could be open for Optic. So let's see if they are aware of that. But so far, so good. But that is going to be 3 dead. Now pressure on Clay. And this is what I was talking about. Shotzzy's starting to get loose, using that movement. The close spawns are in for Carolina to try to look over this player on the hill. And they're able to find 2. So things slow down. It's just been this back and forth battle. Who's going to find the break?
That was a great job by Clay. Like, knowing everyone's dead, get forward, cut off like every angle where somebody might be able to pick you and rely on the boys to spawn in and then help you out, where it looked like it was going to be a really tough position with 3 down. They might get broken, but close spawn does what it should. Clay able to make the play as he's just soaking up the time right now. 44 seconds in it before he drops. And you enjoy this 30-point lead. You get the final 10 to 15 seconds now if you're Optic. But what do you see on the minimap for next?
That's a huge kill right there by Pred on the Fellow. Just now they know where the spawns are. And you trying to have them trapped on this right side for this P5. You would have loved to have that player out and win this rotation instead. You earn this scrap time. You're going to get set up for this P5 where you could really take over this game.
Well, we should have a lead change here, Lumia. They are set up to do just that. A couple of kills through for Royal Ravens, or maybe they can push off that and find an opening, but you'll have the troops here to deal with it, and Dash will be the first man up to try and shut this down. We'll get right back to his POV. As he's looking for number 3. He's got eyes on multiple. That's playing from second story. Coming through in the pinch is going to be Pred, who's finding the opening as Dashy kind of slows them down. Pred tries to put them down. 7-point advantage still for Royal Ravens, but nice sequence there for a moment for Texas.
And it feels like Carolina is really playing around sort of a 4 MCW setup here, right? I feel like sometimes you see Gwyn or TJ pull out, double rivals on specific kills, but maybe they're just trying to slow the pace down versus this Optic team so that when they get into these setups, they're not losing a crazy play. They're trying to slow the game down. Everyone can watch specific angles, and now they have this 30-point lead.
Well, I mean, that's how Optic Texas can play too. Like, kind of slow it down, get to their spots. Just lay on the kills. And a better chance to maybe pick some people. You haven't got an MCW in your hands, but we'll see if Pred can get the work, just able to dip and dive and get away with 24 HP. But as you got the little bit of scrap time there for your Royal Ravens, it's Optic Texas' turn to now try and go out in front again. 3 kills through. Clay, the last guy up to pick up. He's able to stay alive. What can he do with his life as the rest of the team coming in with the reinforcements? They're going to hunt him down.
Yeah, they're going to hunt him down because the other 3 spawn out. Shotzzy was able to make a play through the window, through that P2. He won on one-on-one. That put all the pressure onto Clay. TJ, though, able to find a double to get them off that hill. But this is what Optic's so good at, recovering, again, just playing around the kills, and now they have position for P2.
So we're basically through a set of rotations, just about a tie game. Any big adjustments maybe either team need to make?
No, it's really, to me, it's just a question of who is going to sort of chain two hills together so far. It's a back and forth. You're winning rotations. When you don't win it, you're rotating, getting set up. Everyone's had great holds.
Yeah, it's kind of the nature of sub base at times, right? Like, get into your setup, spawn them out, rack up the time, but it will be an Optic lead, and that'll continue to grow now as they've got a good setup here onto P2. Guy forward will be Gwen. He's trying to be the difference maker, maybe get in. Dashy will shut that down. We'll swap right over to his POV. It is not the easiest of shots, but he's able to pluck off TJ's head. Now, good job getting underneath, staying alive, trying to bait for the help to come in. Survives longer than maybe had any business doing, but it's a break right now, at least on the board for Royal Ravens.
Yeah, and Carolina's going to need this time. They push with 30 seconds left, so they're going to need this because the spawns did flip. But Optic up 25 right now, trying to take this map one, stay undefeated. Let's go to a listen with Optic Texas.
Absolute P1. He's going dark going. Dark going. I hear you. Back up. AP2 fellow, one shot. Absolute. He jumped out front. TJ low. Get top spawn. TJ watch out. He's like, I will up. They get top side, that's it. I can try to get him. First guy, he's already stunned. Two. I touched on every. I still good up. I still. 35, one shot. You need help. Right, dead. Low left. Time fellow dead. Low left. Queen back left. Absolute time. Queen. Yeah, they spawned two. P1 Clay, bros. He's in server. In low server Clay. In low server? Yeah, low server. You need to kill this guy right. What is low right P5? I go up right. I'm playing for Clay. Where's the guy left? I don't see server Clay. One shot. He went lockers. Absolute. I'll see the right. He went server Clay. He went top server now. You look. Alright, here's TJ fellow. Lower TJ. I didn't hit him. Lower. Dead. Nice shot. Nice yellow fellow. Make sure you're blocking. She was blocking. P5 fellow. Watch out, literally pull it. Back corner, watch out. Channel P5. They tunnel spawn. I have P5 again. P5 ditch, dead. I'm on shot. P5 on me again, I'm on shot. I'm running out of AG. I don't see him. You got me, Brandon? Low right, Kelly. One more. Give me another one. I left him. I think they went tunnel, Ken. I have tunnel. I got P5. Low server. No P5. I'm not P5. I got up cancel that. P1, Gwyn.
It's a nail biter right now. 180. Heard the comms with Optic Texas. Let's kick it right over now to one with Carolina Royal Ravens.
Everyone's right on 5 top computers, guys.
Yep, once they're top there. We should probably rotate here.
Mid-map, Shotzi, mid-map. Right as top computers.
Yeah, I stunned him.
Dead.
Top computers dead. I got him off his streak. I got him off his streak.
Hill, one shot. That shit. 1 P2. Gotta be loading. Back P2. I'm holding it. I got full decision.
Yeah.
And he's out. Top snow. Going straight to God Hitty.
Shotzi weak top snow. He went God Hitty.
I don't see him.
I'm gonna pinch P2, bro. I'm gonna pinch P2. One is P2 on you.
One trips on me, one top 10.
Top 10 got me, Brett. I'm staying alive.
One top God Hitty on me.
I spawned out computers, guys.
That's up to. I got Kenny on time. Computers. One's got Hitty, I think.
One's got Hitty.
He's top 10. Top 10 guys.
Weak.
Top 10 guys.
Jumped out on hill weak.
Okay, and I know top third, right? Yeah, shot our side time shot.
And top got Hitty.
All good, slow down.
That has a streak, right?
Yep. No, I killed him off. That Hitty Fred on one shot in. I'm gonna hit tunnel, bro. Unless you
we're going tunnel.
I'll wait till
20 seconds, guys.
Need to chain together some points, he said, Joe, and they look to be doing it here. 10 points needed for Optic Texas, and they pulled away in this map one.
I mean, they have just taken over in the slaying category. Everybody on a spree. Map control on the side of Optic Texas. They stay undefeated on subbase.
I think when we transition between the listen-ins, we were looking at a 180 to 180 score line, and just from that point forward, the absolute clamps go on to Royal Ravens. They dominate from that point forward. I think you heard in the listen at one point, like, Big Fellow was like, let's get a full 60 here, let's set up. And then, like, from that point forward, it was like death. Their setup fell apart. They weren't able to get any kind of hold to maybe make a late rally.
I just think, I mean, listen, you get the P3 break from Carolina, but after that P4 hold, when we were on the listening, Pred was top snow, just slaying. You just saw they couldn't move. And then finally they have to flood through the front. They're able to adjust. It's just, this is what Optic does on this map.
Listen, it was a close one.
It was close,
like, yeah, you played them tough, and that was maybe your worry a little bit is that Carolina Royal Ravens, that's their one solid hard point. Maybe they come in and shocking. Granted, there were opportunities. It was tied at 180. But the confidence was there for Optic Texas. You know about the vetoes. They thought they were the better team here. They're undefeated. They want to keep that streak going and assert their dominance, and they do that especially late in the game. But for the most part, it was, yeah, you hold, we hold, you hold, we hold, just back and forth throughout the course of it.
And I just think nobody wanted to make mistakes. Like if you saw this out of Carolina, everyone's got an MCW out. You're playing all of these different angles. You're slowing the map down when you do get map control, forcing the other team to really have to take their time, fight over specific positions. The problem is Optic got out of those situations. On the other side for Carolina, again, around 180, we're going to get to that point, and then Pred just controlling top snow, top servers alongside Shotzzy. I mean, just the trap was on.
He goes on, what, 5 in a row before he drops his next life. I think it's 4 or 5 in a row. Pred taking over. I think like 10-1 stretch or so for him late in it, but you can see just the surge. It is so back and forth until just the final 2 hard points is Optic will lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the break comes in, right? You see 145, 151, there is a break. You had some points in for Optic, but you get the break out of Carolina. They're up to 180, and then that's where it stays. They just lost map control, can never get out of that trap. I mean, beautifully done by Optic.
Yeah, anytime like the lead was like carried through a couple of hard points, like it wasn't for much. It's like the lead stayed the same for the most part. That was the first time there was like kind of that big swing, and they closed it out. Now we get ready for Invasion, Search, and Destroy. You know, when this team first came together for the Carolina side, you know, we were wondering when the improvements were going to come there. They looked so good in hardpoint to start. They've, well, maybe fell off a little bit in hardpoint, but there's been some improvements in Search and Destroy, and why? Maybe a chance for an upset.
Well, that's really it. I mean, this Invasion has sort of been their go-to on the year, right? We saw it last major. They had so many, like round 10, round 11, some big clutches. But you had some moments from them. But yeah, a focus has been the Search. Yeah, a drop off in the hard point, but got more competitive here.
You had to, because you like weren't winning any searches. Like you needed to get something going there. Talk to me a little bit about Optic though, and them in Search and Destroy.
Well, I mean, they've just been consistent as ever here in the Search and Destroy. Again, just really testing that map pool. They're probably happy here they get a Karachi rep, because if it goes to a game 5, because what, 9-2, they were like undefeated last stage on it. They were getting better and better, allow Shotzzy to really have this flow. I think a map like Invasion they let through, because this is a chance for them where, all right, if we're going to play a New York, if we're going to play a FaZe, we are without a doubt playing Invasion.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens, and like when we talk a lot about map pool and wanting to have a wider map pool and how important it is, because you're talking about some of these maps that like you haven't seen much if you're Optic, because you've been so good at them, whether it's like a sub-base or a Karachi, whatever it's been. When you're Carolina, you don't have a whole lot of choice. Like you end up going to those. Like, yeah, it works out for them because they're pretty strong there, but you don't usually want to be playing the bread and butter of like one of the best teams in the league.
No, you do not.
But you just don't have choice.
Yeah, they don't have a choice. What? They veto Invasion control, so what's open? Optic's like, do we want to play High-Rise? You want to play Karachi? Like, Karachi? Yeah, we're going to play Karachi.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, the best Karachi team in the game. We'll see if they can get that effort going forward. What was it, like 2-0 stretch for on Karachi for the Ravens as well, I believe, are the Major 3 qualifier?
2-1
maybe? Okay. But they definitely had some bright spots there. We'll see what they're able to do. But yeah, kind of throughout this best of 5, it looks better for like Carolina that has in a lot of their series, just due to the fact that's what Optic wants to target as well. So we'll continue on to this. Get ready for the Invasion, Search, and Destroy. Ravens look to answer back now. Taking a look at Felony, S&D on land this season, 1.15. He had that crazy ace on Invasion. He had the situation he's calling the streak. Comes up a little bit short on the time. Like he had some heroic moments on this map in Mo. We'll see if he's got some more. If Optic have got this one of the bags. We now get rolling into the map 2.
Yeah, and this Invasion right now, 5-4 for Optic, but throughout the qualifiers, 2-0. So something they've been working on, getting better and better at. Showed throughout these qualifiers on the other side for Carolina, sitting at 1-1. But I don't think they played it very much because they just didn't have the choice to. It was one, again, at Major 2, they relied on.
Well, somebody they're going to need to really likely take over if they're going to get some upset victories here will be Gwen. Rookie of the Year candidate. He has been spectacular when he is on point. We'll see what he is able to do, but they get the first blood. They have the 4v3 advantage. Pred taken out of this one now. It's just about executing. You get some information there if you're Gwen. You might be able to isolate Shotzzy in the back before you work on getting this down. They're just trying to play for that. Able to do just that. Nice patience there. You get the eyes if you're Gwen. Set one up for Clay.
The fellow now just trying to take the fight, at least force the trade. He does just that. TJ near the bomb and to start the plan. Dashy gets taken down, and that is just great patience. Reminds me of a New York round we saw earlier today where you find the first blood and you kind of just stop. Force the defense to have to make a play. It's on Shotzzy. He gets spotted trying to flank.
And maybe if you're trying to get bombed down in that moment, he does get through with the timing. And trying to make sure, yes, those timings do not happen, because if he gets in behind, Shotzzy gets to a position where he can kill maybe 2, 3, make an insane play. He's had those moments on this map. But there you spot him, and he thinks he's getting to his spot, just doesn't realize he's got a target on his back.
And a lot of the times you spot him, but it's like, who's going to run in there and maybe try to fight him?
Yeah.
So, but Clay just stayed patient, able to win that first offense.
Now Optic's turn. Take a crack at it. Craig got dropped in the opening moments of that round one, in trouble there, but able to stay up. Now Shotzi with a little duel of his own. He did get eyes, I think, for just a moment on TJ, who was coming in to maybe chow, but he's got a little bit of help here. They're going to try and work this 2-on-2 game. Stuns out, going to hit. Looks left, there's one on the right. TJ repositions, get the angle. That's a nice little dynamic 2v2 around the site.
I mean, rarely do you see a two-man setup the way we just saw from TJ and Gwyn. There is a quick trade, though, and it is going to get messy as Shotzi's able to find two in the round. Fellow, though, through with the Renetti. Clay gonna shift on over. A smoke still to work with, 40 seconds to work with, and Kenny's gonna find Fellow now down to Clay. Able to find the first pre-fire for the second. He knows he's weak, can't get up top.
He's just trying to maybe get a different angle so he can get first bullet and catch him off guard. Not able to get the movement on point. And Optic will take the round, but Shotzi with some bright moments there. I think his gunfight when he had like 12 HP, just able to scramble away.
Well, the fact that like there's not a pre-fire in at him, or a trade, but honestly, the TJ Gwyn sort of setup. Normally, there's one like mid-tank, but they're kind of on either side of the door, watching both ways. Don't always see that, and I was afraid like the stun, if it hits one player, that player looks out the door one way. TJ was there for that trade, so nice little setup there, trying something, but Optic still with the win.
Gwyn was able to get the first blood last time they were on offense. We'll see if he can maybe find an opener for them again. But similar kind of setup. Just no early first blood. So still, again, all be about the execution here on the A site. With eyes on that, we'll go to Dashy, who's playing from the tank, has a trophy to work with. Can he get a line of sight to maybe get a kill? Pred just get away again. I think he knocked out like 40 HP the last round. This time 7, but gets out. And then Kenny able to get the first blow into TJ. That'll be bombed down right on top of the site. And now your push and execution has come to a standstill.
Yeah, Kenny then now on 4 in a row. He's working through the flank with Shotzi. There is the team shot. Gwyn is able to find one, but Kenny, he finds number 6, I believe, gets the cruise as well. Great shots out of Kenny, and last year they were a little pissed off when that man was laughing on the stage. This year we're happy because he's on our team.
Yeah. Isn't that the truth? But Kenny shooting absolute beams out to 7-1, finding everybody. The opener on to TJ, and they're just challenging him one by one as he's singing through the round. They'll have a cruise to work with. Massive advantage now over to Optic. As Kenny has been huge for this organization, and a massive moment there. Just give them the edge 2-1, and we'll see when that streak comes into play. But he's got 7 of their 9 kills. Kenny is on a one-man mission.
Yeah, Pred and Dashy are hanging out. Dashy's probably got like 4,000 damage, though.
4,000 damage through 3.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff. But Gwyn will follow up with that's his second first blood in this one. Last time it led to a round win. That was on offense. Can it lead to one here defensively? Clay will be the lone guy over towards B. As Kenny continues to inch forward, playing for info, but also probably just playing for a one-on-one. I'm sure the man's feeling himself right now.
Yeah, bit of heat check, and he's just going to go for it, trying to find this player in Clay. Clay's going to need some help, some assistance here. He's like, hello, did he cross? I think he did, and now during the mid-tank push, Optic's able to find 2. Now Kenny is flanking, so there's just movement all over the map. I don't think Clay's going to have any idea Ken's going to be here.
Oh, that timing. Oh, it's absolutely atrocious, but he's somehow still alive. Ken continues to dance, able to get a bullet in, but will drop. What a weird one this is. Now to a 2 versus 2. TJ's got Pred locked on bomb, able to win that fight. They had a 4 versus 3. It fell apart, but still a chance to maybe close it out. It's all on to Dashy. So many clutch moments. Now the 1 versus 2, down to a 1v1. Dashy. Clay, 30 on the clock.
Yeah, it's just a question of, does Dashy check this bomb? Clay just trying to find the angle. He really hasn't peeked the angle quite yet. And there we go, Dashy with the beamer. I mean, Clay could have hopped that multiple times. He never checks it.
It's like the one pull side from Seller. Like he was never going to check that thing. He was set up. Dashy, just confidence that Clay's going to take the fight. He does just that, but that was a weird round. Like you get that first blood, we're all focused on the kind of push through for Kenny. He's on a heat check trying to take a one-on-one versus Clay because he's feeling himself. He ends up getting the whole way through without Clay seeing him somehow. He gets that awkward timing after a whole skirmish goes down mid. The map like flips on itself. That was a nutty one.
Yeah, and you had the first blood if you were Carolina. So one you just have to take advantage of, especially on a defense. Some cracks in the armor and Optic take advantage. Kenny just going for a pre-fire, allows shots maybe to get into that spot, but TJ just runs at him. Just runs at him now. Pred trying to get that trade. Sorry, it was Pred.
Where did he go?
In that spot, and there is the quick one. But you can see Carolina just playing so patient to get another first blood, waiting for Optic to find a trade.
Pred's leading the way in damage taken. That much I'm sure of. Like another time where he gets away with single-digit HP, just able to snap away. He gets another before he falls. Dashing to try to follow it up. A felony with a big multi-kill as he's able to survive now to a 1 versus 1. Fellow, Shotzzy, another wild moment in this game too. Bomb down between the players right now. And Shotzzy.
Yeah, if he checks this is some next level stuff out of Fellow, I'll be honest.
He's just tucked away, and he's got eyes on Bomb, obviously. Very, very clear line of sight on that one, as you can see from the third person cam. Not going to check it. Shotzzy in the rafters. 4th round on the board now for Optic.
I couldn't think of 2 players with different play styles than those 2. I mean, yeah, Fellow, I doubt he's going to check this.
No, different wavelengths when he's about players, yeah.
Fellow, obviously a great Surge player, but Shotzzy just watching the bomb. Able to put his team up 4-1, but another first blood, and you lose the round after.
Yeah, I mean, you've done some of the hardest stuff, and like they've been like clean for the most part. I mean, what? Yeah, Gwen's was clean. TJ's there is clean. He's able to get away with his life. You've had great openers that are not traded. Nice tracking there and good help on the cross as Gwen gets the other. Okay, this is a little bit more of a first blood. You get the first 2 now. You have 4v2 advantage. This is one you cannot let slip away. You got to close this out. Stay in the fight here on the map too.
Yeah, you saw Fellow just sort of in between the rounds, talking to his team, trying to make adjustments. They have been through so much on the stage. Guys like Fellow, guys like Clay, been in these battles before against the green wall, and that's a clean round. Just a nice little hard counter through that push on Cafe.
Well, yeah, just sort of like, boys, we're all right. These are winnable rounds. We've gone down to, what, a couple of 1v1s? Or like a 1v2 for Dashy, I guess, but...
And then 5 first bloods, a 5-1 in that category.
Yeah, and that's... 4-2 scoreline's pretty painful when you have the 5-1 advantage. So what, Gwen has 3, TJ's got 2. And we continue on here. Kenny hasn't got a kill since that 7-1 start. He slowed down a bit, was kind of the powerhouse for them. The rest of the boys started to step on up. This Clay looks to get a little damage in there. It'll be tough to get the kill, but he gets a few headshots there onto Ken.
They spot Shotzzy crossing, so now maybe focus on isolating him. Ken wants to get into a position to help his teammate out. Shotzzy can be so difficult to deal with here inside of Broken. So many eyes on him on the other side of the map. It looks like Bomb's starting to work over towards A. That's going to be TJ again. So maybe just knowing there's 2 towards that B street, you think the A defense might be a little bit softer towards that spawn, and that is the right call.
Well, they were worried. He's checking Raptors. He was worried they got aggressive because they had no eyes on this side, right? Like you
just got to check it, you know?
Yeah, check everything because you had really no info. Shots at range from the rival. Good luck with that, but the way that Kin's been shooting, you're getting stunned up so you can't get your health back. Very tough one-on-one for Gren. He's got 12 HP. Nice little peek there to win it, though. TJ manages to stay up. Clay tacks on another, and it's a clean round again from Carolina as the First Bloods, they're starting to play behind him.
Yeah, and it's just sort of this reaction. All right, we see 2B street. Let's force them. Let's get over towards the A-bomb control. Force some players out. What that does, that forces Ken through connector. You see TJ's ready on that. Gwen's got, his crossfire. So they're playing these angles and these rotations well.
Well, I think you said it right at the beginning. Like, they saw Shotzzy cross. I'd just be like, all right, have fun.
Yeah, we're going to keep you over there.
Yeah, we're not playing hide and go seek in there. We'll go to the other side. He can be so elusive. It's either he gets like caught in that spot and provides like nothing for the team, or he ends up killing 3. It just depends on the moment, but they opted not to deal with him. Go ahead and work the A site. Aggressive up the B street this time is Optic.
They might catch Ken on the cruise. He is very close to number 5. That's TJ who's able to find the first blood. everybody inside. You avoid this behind the aggression. Now Gwyn is still caught, so he's gonna have to try and get to his teammates. Try to get out of there, but Shotzi gonna hunt him down. But I think you take that all day if you are Carolina. The cruise is invested and you find one.
Yeah, you take it, but it shifts a little bit now that you answer back and put it into a 3 versus 3. Can you actually win the round? A crazy gunfight. A smoke is out. Shotzi through the smoke, able to win one. Pistol hits now for Dashy. Felony left by himself in a 1 versus 2 now. He's going to drop, and it is another round where you get the first blood and then the wheels come off. Granted, you got some info behind the streak. You're able to get them out of some power spots, but like it's another first blood that slips away.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, TJ gets aggressive again towards back DVD, and then I think Clay just gets some bad timing. He's trying to get into a spot to help his teammate out through the smoke, and then Ken just walks up the street, gets a freebie, and then they just sort of know where fellow plays. So able to watch that pinch. I think Clay just a little impatient there. Not really know, do I help him out, do I not? And while that happens, he got caught.
Call of Duty, in a nutshell. One more round needed now for the 2-0 edge here for Optic Texas. Tread spot in the cross. And so play from mid, MCW in hand. He's had some tough fights in the early going. I think he's had like 3 or 4 first deaths, but he's also been elusive when he's needed to be. The Shotzi's POV will be playing deep now. He's on 3 in a row. Some shots through from Gwyn. Gets him to about half HP. Just trying to stun for info, and it looks like
I think that might have been the smoke, because you see TJ, after that doesn't go down, they kind of wrap. They're able to catch Ken in the spawn.
I was wondering if that's what it was.
I think the trophy catches that. They're like, we cannot push this. Now middle of the tape, Pred locking it down with Dashy. Shotzi going to get aggressive, and on rotation behind another first blood for Carolina. It looks like Optic gonna win the round and go up 2-0.
I think you are spot on. Trophy eats the smoke, plan falls apart, but yeah, you end up with what? 7 first bloods?
I might have been 8. 8? I think it was 8-1. Yeah, 8-1 in the first blood category.
8-1 in first bloods, and you lose 6-3. That is a tough one if you're Carolina, but also show maybe the resilience there for Optic as they're able to bring it back when down players and clutch up to take the map 2 and go up 2-0, but yeah, that's about as offside it's going to get from like a first blood into round win ratio.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
That conversion rate is way down. I will tell you that. As you just look at the scoreboard, you would not think this is a 6-3, but it is a very back and forth battle. But I mean, Optic with their playmakers able to find multi-kills. When it gets a little crazy, their players staying alive, and in every clutch scenario able to win the round.
Fantastic job there from Optic Texas, from man-down positions, taking rounds, taking it 6-3. It was a close one in the map 1 until they ran away with it around the 180 mark. I guess, it felt like more back and forth than it actually was, I guess, in the search and destroy. Like, it felt so tight, I think, just because the number of times that it felt like you had advantage if you were Carolina, but ends up being 6-3, ends up being kind of a resounding win. You're in control of the series. You're looking good. The upset potential is seen to be there for Carolina, sees you walking out the door.
I mean, again, your chances are here. You play 180 to 180 in the hard point, and then you just door slam shut. You get 8 first bloods to 1. Every opportunity in the world again, and Optic just take over with their raw talent.
Yeah, the talent taking over right now. You can see the firepower certainly there on the Optic Texas side as they continue to rip and roar, looking for a major 3 victory, but this is just step 1. Looking to get past Carolina. We move on to the control after this quick break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Hello and welcome back to Toronto. We continue on as the fans get ready to go here for what could be our final map. We'll see if Optic can close it out in 3-0 fashion. Well, a couple chances maybe for upsets across the board today when you think about our 4 matches. Some tough round 1 matchups. So far, the top 4 teams handling business. We thought maybe Ravens chance to upset the first 2. The opportunities were there. I know you've got some fundamentals in search and destroy. I know you were a little peeved with how the first blood conversion ratio was going.
I mean, it's just one of those things you go back and watch, just figure out what you wanted to do after the first blood. Just feel like they were not on the same page, Carolina, but into the Karachi control. You see here, I mean, Opti has not played this in a long time. They played it once throughout the Major 3 qualifiers. Normally teams veto it, and you see why. On the other side for Carolina, though, they've been trying to find more success in these respawns. They've been 2-1 throughout these qualifiers.
And it's one of those things, I mean, yeah, okay, you haven't had it in an official match. You're still scrimming it. I'm sure they're still staying in form. But it's a little different when you're not playing it like in the actual official match. So we'll see if they still have the sauce. Are they still the best Karachi control team? Are they able to bring the Thunder here and get it going early against Royal Ravens and shut this series down? As it's a 3-man hit towards top 3. We'll see now if Shotzi can go over the top. Is Kenny and Pred able to find openers?
Yeah, you're going to have Pred already put pressure over towards B. And sort of Shotzi, due to that, just kind of play around the spawn. So Pred just going to slay middle of the map. You have nobody on the objective at the moment. Kenny's getting to that spot, and Shotzi, he's just going to be annoying.
And those are the kills too. They just get under your skin. The more of those that happen and you just see a kill cam, you're like walking by somebody, they're posted up, just shooting you in the back. But Pred looks to win one. Dashy there with the help as he's able to line up a double. Progression there at A.
And this is what Pred and Shotzi do at times like this. You're going to check it again, and DJ back on spawn as Shotzi just continues. And if it's not Shotzi, it's his duo in Pred. They are such good at roaming and slaying around the map this entire time. You've had Kenny and Dashy just work on the objective.
Yeah, and the progress will be through. The minute extension about to be in, and we'll see if they can now bring it on to B. You've got 2 people backed up trying to deal with this. Kenny trying to finesse. He's in kind of a 1-on-2 there until maybe the help gets through. A wall bang is in from Pred. He's going to pop dead. He's 4-0, so a good start from him here. Maybe a chance to get a cruise. Thought maybe one there if his teammate Dashy dropped, but he was up to the gunfights. He moves to 3 straight. You got 3 basically stacked on Diner, 1 spawning up back alley, trying to set up a kind of pinch here. Will be Shotzi working back alley. What kind of work can he do as the rest are working their way up through red?
Yeah, nice stun by Gwyn to be able to catch him. Challenged that well, but they are down 6 lives. So Carolina, they have to use that first kill and start to get some aggression inside of red, but Kenny holding the line. Next player up is going to be Fellow. Didn't have the crossfire now with Gwyn. So doing a good job, but already through the back will be Kenny, but they're able to find 3.
Yeah, it's one where you kind of snap the next gunfight. You think you have 1 done. Doesn't end up getting any, but yeah, the presence has been here. The aggression has been here. Still leading by 5 lives. It just takes one big moment where you start to transition this onto the point and things start to unravel. You really just get one person across, though. It's Kenny. It's going to be the lone man.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that you got these close red spawns opted. You had TJ inside of red, but with nobody inside of junk, it's always an option. There we go. Now they're going to spawn out. TJ going to start to get aggressive. Dashy's still there in Carolina. They've stabilized well, only down a life.
Yeah, I mean, since this has gotten really to the B attack, and since you had a pretty good position set of red early on for Optic Texas, I thought it was simply going to be a matter of time, but you really have stabilized. You slow this down, you put the clamps on, but now another chance here. Shotzi looks to make the plays. He pushes in.
Yeah, as soon as that spawn comes in for Gwyn, Fellow turns, starts shooting. He knows Shotzi in this position. Now he's got a little help from Dashy, so Carolina trying to sandwich them early before the reinforcements get there, and they're able to do so. It's what makes Optics so dangerous on this map. Players like Shotzi and Pred finding those routes, but you're now on 4 in a row. If you're TJ, maybe you can carry that into a 5 or 6.
Yeah, solid job here. There's number 5. Rely his teammates are going to make the play. He's trying to get back to full HP. Doesn't get back to full, but doesn't need all the HP. He'll earn a cruise. The defense there at Diner is perfect. Not a point given up, or a tick, I should say. There on the Diner control, but and the fact that you're able to earn this cruise. I mean, honestly, I thought with like how it was going early on and just the positions, all the kills coming through for Pred and Shotzi, it seemed like they had all the position in the world for a transition and setup maybe onto Diner, but calm, cool, collected.
And that's just why it's easier when there's 1 point left for the defense, right? There's less map for those players to roam around, to take routes. It's just sort of that singular objective that you can set up in. And you had those close spawns at times for Optic, but you not get through red, at least cleanly. So nice job by Ravens.
Let's see if Ravens have any more success on the sides. He'll carry that streak in if you're TJ, but Pred will quickly put him to bed. Almost getting put on skates, I thought for a second was Gwen, but he's able to re-snap and center or at least get one. But the rest of the kill is going to go the way of Optic Texas. Number 3 and Pred, just a guy kind of lurking, looking to maybe make a play as you start to fan out for Royal Ravens. He's got a chance to come up behind really anybody at this point.
Yeah, they have to know. You see 7 and 8 trying to check corners, look for him. It looks like Fellow's able to spot him. TJ working through the rest of the map, but they get onto the objective with 2 players, so progress being done. Gwyn just watching over, but it's going to be Shotzi on the flank, maybe to shut this down.
See how many he can get. Already able to lock down one. Second bit of progression, though, will be done before they're cleared off of it. Everybody basically wiped off the board except for TJ, who's still trying to finesse. Good luck with that one. You see the top of Dashy's dome before he peels you out of this and sends you back to spawn. Still 45 seconds remaining, so you look for the extension, but still dealing with shots. He was lurking.
This guy flanks, runs back to the base, gets behind the door. The stun connects. Clay doesn't check it. Just so hard to deal with. They still have to get A.
You thought a pretty good defense once he held on to B. Pretty satisfied with that, but yes, you need to answer and at least get A. You got somebody onto it now, so you pause the clock with 31 seconds. Off the top rope is going to go Shotzi, who's trying to collapse on this. They're able to clear TJ out of it now. On the other side of it, you're going to have a 1 versus 1. Able to win that. That'll be number 7 in Felony. He was able to take it, pause the clock again. You get out to mid-map. All the kills go through for Carolina Royal Ravens. So now an interesting moment here, Joe.
Yeah, now Gwyn's going to try to get here to help his teammate out. He gets there quickly, but he's not done up. They're going to try to use the cruise to help out Fellow. 1 tick is in. It's going to connect with 2. Clay is here now. Pred, the last player alive for Optic.
He got some progression done here. Second bit nearly here. 3 people now stacking it, looking to rip and roar and close out this second round. Just a second to go. And Royal Ravens behind the cruise, the mid-map plays. Shock him in the round 2 to take the offense, and they are going toe-to-toe with Optic here.
I mean, props to Carolina, the way they set that up, but it was really Fellow. He knew he was the lone player. He was able to spot Dashy. He knew the route that he was taking. The rest of the team, they were Coop side. They were trying to find the players lurking top 3 from Optic, or they're thinking about going towards A. As soon as Fellow gets on B, they're like, all right, how do we get to our teammate? Able to use that cruise, and that turns into an offensive round win.
Yeah, I was worried it was going to fall apart when Gwen. I thought Gwen had like a freebie at
Me
first.
too. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
No, I know. It's like, did you not see him? It looks so weird as we transition. Maybe it was just for us, but I was like, oh, he's got a kill there. Good help. And then I thought it was going to fall apart, and suddenly, no. They're able to strike again. You carry, 4 over, make it 5 now for Felony. Won't be able to earn a cruise. It's, well, you got a lot out of TJ's, obviously, as he was able to take out 2. Just sort of flooding over towards Diner, but you don't get a second one to work with. Last time, you know, you're able to get A pretty easily here for Optic Texas, but just could not find an opening in the armor of the B defense for Royal Ravens. Clay working on a streak as well. Just 3 still work to do. As we'll get back to TJ here at mid-map. He's having a hell of a map, 15 and 10.
For TJ to get onto the point. So nice little teamwork, sort of covering fire. Preddy's on 5 in a row. Dashy gonna win that gunfight. Gwyn just been playing safe. And then, of course, if it's not Shotzi, it's Pred in your base.
Yeah, Pred, he's thinking 6, but, you know, shooting through the chain link fences could always be the hardest thing in the world. He doesn't get the kill the first time. Clay able to chow then, so that'll be no streak through. Now, Shotzi. Dude. Daddy out, looking, lurking, killing as TJ's going to drop.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody here on B from Carolina. Just due to Shotzi's play, they are so far out. You still have Gwyn hanging out junk. Clay's gonna get caught, and now you're relying on Gwyn to make the play. They're trying to find him. That's Dashy. Fellow with the stun is like, all right, we got rid of Shotzi. But again, just waiting on Gwyn. They're able to spot him. But he's at least finds 1, so I guess you deal with this.
I mean, they got Carolina spawning like they're the offense there for a while. Like they had them out due to the setup, but you're trying to get back in. Such a good job holding this last time. We'll see if you'll be able to do it again on to B. Shotzi fighting, pistol dropping 1, can't quite get prone in time, so Clay will be able to trade that out. You've had enough bodies here to make sure there's no progress, but you've got that close red spawn. You keep funneling it through and continue to try and do damage, and there's your chance.
And that's just it. And you were up 5 lives. So these funnels, the trades going their way, that is the advantage. You finally stack this point, does Optic. Have multiple players on it. Gwyn trying to work the pinch. 3 players. Shotzzy still finding spawn kills. There is 1 kill through, but Carolina not going to get there in time.
Yeah, you got like the ultimate setup there. You got exactly what you were looking for with Shotzzy's position combined with the rest of the team just spawning an absolute Narnia is Carolina as they're trying to battle back, but it's like you spend such an effort battling back. By then it's like, yeah, res wide open, obviously, and things just, it's like, it's just eventually it's going to fall apart once you get to that position.
Yeah, I think they had 1 chance, but once those red spawns came in, you got the 3 dead right away. Like, there was the opportunity. Once they got Shotzzy out of their spawn, they were trying to get over that dumpster and get set up Cafe, but they just get caught. Just looks so annoying to play against. These 2 players who...
They're so good. They're so good.
They're good at, yeah, and I don't even know if it's the right play at times. They have chances to stack the point, but it leads the round wins.
Yeah, and you got the win there, and you're in control of the series is what matters. But you need to get this round if you're going to go to a round 5. Shotzzy still hit as he works to get back to even. On the point for now will be TJ. He tries to get in some objective work and wins another up close and personal fight. Right over to a drop shot there from Gwyn, but Shotzzy is prepared for it. Working towards that second bit of progress. It's close. TJ just trying to step, maybe get that done. Not able to do it as Shotzzy. He's got the height. Woohoo! All over the map.
And this is why people don't play them on this map, because now you just lose Shotzzy. From top 3, now in a chicken coop. 1 kill does go down, so maybe you transition. Huge kills by Kenny. Not able to find the 3rd, but if he goes down to that first player there is a chance for that B point to be open.
Yeah.
You finally deal with Shotzzy, and I think you can get onto A.
Maybe an opportunity. Now his fellow is able to win a tough one. Dashy, though, still set up here at the car. He'll get dropped. And now the presence is here, or is it? Because you still have Shotzzy alive. Kin from top AC able to take one down as well. Lurking in behind, though, is going to be Gwyn. Did they lose him in this madness? It seems they may have.
Yeah, they might know someone is here. You get the progress done. Number 1 in Kenny, though, going to go on that pinch. So 2 dead. The transition could be here for Carolina. He's going to get on to B. Maybe distract the players off spawn.
We'll see what they end up opting to do. You're winning the fight still at mid-map and right back onto this if you're a TJ.
Okay, so yeah, okay, looks like number 4, Dashy, is going to ask for Kenny to back on up and help him.
Yeah, I think you got on this like right before they were on A, so they should have realized the gig was up. And it looks like that will be the case. He's able to get 1 bit of progress done. You'll also finish A. You've got everybody backed up to Diner. You deal with TJ, who's the point man now for Carolina Royal Ravens. So you got 90 seconds to work with. Lives-wise, you got a 4 life advantage if you're Optic Texas, so advantage is there for you. Just 2 ticks needed right now for Royal Ravens. And what? You're looking at a round 5 defense if we go that way because, well, they just got 3 the first time through, right, if you're Optic.
Play did he get picked by Kenny. That's 5 in a row for Ken. Not going to find the 6. Good trade. But it's got to be cleaner here for Carolina. Down 4 lives with Fellow through the middle of the map and controlling top AC. Maybe that's where it starts.
Here we go. Push is going to start. Gwyn just trying to get back to full HP. I think a stun hit him for a second there. TJ, the same thing can be said. He's trying to get on forward. 2 people looking over him. Crawling forward to take the first fight. He's able to find it and able to pounce TJ. Just popping up, and a 3rd will drop. He's weak. 4th falls as well, and they are stacking the point. Round 5 may not matter. They're trying to shut him down. Ali, looks like this series is going a bit deeper to a map 4. We go as Carolina's strike.
And that was just well played by Carolina on their attacks. Just both times, there's a couple of moments where, again, Optic is in their spawn. They're keeping it hectic. You can hardly get onto the A point, and then someone finds a kill or 2, maybe put some pressure over towards B. In the transition from A to B, so clean out of them to set that play up. And then TJ just knowing all the spots to check.
TJ, he's been playing well, but like this is like, I thought it was going to be the same as like the first 2 maps. Like you play them tough, it gets away from you, you lose it. It's 3-0, and all we're talking about is, oh, Carolina got 3-0, but they play them very tough on each map. Like, but this, you come in and get the victory. You brush off maybe the first bloods you threw away in that map too, and you're able to get the victory there. As you said, it's been a long time really since Optic got a rep in an official match there on Karachi Control, and Carolina make them pay.
No, I think obviously the first offense was just job well done with the crews on that transition. I mean, for Optic, a lot of the times it felt like you got what you wanted. You got Shotzi loss, you got Pred loss. It looks so difficult to play some of these situations from the Ravens POV. Just how do you deal with this time and time again? But when the openings were there, they found those kills. That's when they took advantage of it.
Yeah, well, when they simplified the game, I think. Like, once they knew where all 4 players were, and it became this sort of 4-on-4 fight. Like, you think about the round 1 defense, or you think about the moments there at the end of that. But it's not like the 2 points and people getting lost and tracking people down and tracking names. It just became like the 4-on-4, and they took their time and set it up. I mean, it was effective. They were executing.
Yeah, just waiting for that right moment. And now we go to a Rio hardpoint where it hasn't been great for Carolina, but this may be one of the weaker maps on the Optic Texas side, right? 3 and 4 on the year in an opening. I mean, you picked this if you were Carolina for a reason.
Carolina, I mean, the times that we've cast in there and they've found their victories, I feel like it's usually been a hot start by TJ and Gwen. They've sort of been the leaders.
Well, that's their search. Their Rio search is insane.
Well, yeah, but no, even we've cast some real hard point. Like when Gwen and TJ are popping off, like that is when they've been able to find the few wins they have. And TJ, I mean, the way he's been playing, at least in that map 3, you feel good about it. Now, can Gwen step up on the main stage? We know how hypercritical of himself he can be, but God, he can bring it. As we continue on now, if you're going to get this done for Carolina, you've got to take it in a reverse sweep fashion, maybe get it to a Karachi search and destroy. But you finally get to be in a winner's bracket. Do you really get to kind of flip the bracket now, throw things on its head if you can somehow pull away a win here?
I mean, yeah, you absolutely would. But they still got more work to do.
They do, lots of work, lots of work.
I mean, Optic sort of got a lock back here on this Rio hardpoint. You probably don't hate to play this. You have the talent. No matter what, if you are Optic, and that shined through the first 2 maps.
Yeah, it's like a weird one because, you know, if you think about it, like what is holding Optic back right now? You haven't lost to anybody but FaZe, right, in months. You are going to be playing Rio hardpoint, but it's still one you think about the rest of the competition. The rest of teams you need to be. It's one you want to improve on for sure, but yeah, one you're more than likely going to be banning.
Yeah, I mean, Major 3 qualifiers, they only played it 1 time, so 0-1. On the other side there for Carolina, 0-2. But you can see, but hardpoint metrics, one of those losses for Texas. Again, we're on this Rio, but 4-9 for Carolina, but the plus minus, that plus 40. That is very strong there from Optic.
They've definitely been the better hardpoint team. I mean, without question. And one of the big things that we talked about, I mean, you get that map 1 win. It's really been their improvements there, I think, has been the big talking point. Just been the map 1s have been a lot better. But that's also, it's not just map 1s, just in general, it means your hardpoint's improving. It's not like that's always your pick or always the opposition's pick. You get a variety, depending on who you're matching up against and or how the league schedule goes. They've been improving in the mode. Now can they close it out here? Or, I mean, I know most fans probably in the venue aren't about it, but map 5 sounds kind of fun to close out the night. They're like, close this out, let's get it done, let's move on. Let's prep for Saturday.
Yeah, and they really haven't had this sort of, for Optic, they have controlled the first days very well. Winners round 1s, Shotzi and Dashy have been dominating on Thursdays at tournaments.
That's like
they haven't had this threat.
Yeah, he tweeted out the Thursday stat line. They've been unbelievable. They've dominated, but can they shut it down here? I'm going to have eyes on Gwen and TJ on one side to be the playmakers for this squad. We'll see if they'll be able to do it. The first engagement with TJ and Shotzi, it'll be an awkward one, but it's Fellow trying to trade it back into the point first and starting to rack up some time will be Optic Texas. As they let one slip away, now can they put the clamps on, close it out.
A nice start here for Optic. Dashi watching over his teammates, and just too many bodies there for Fellow to deal with. Pred now able to find a double already, 30-0 for Optic.
Yeah, this is about everything you would want, because you know how difficult it can be to get time at P2 the first time through. No trophies, you're getting smoked a lot of times with nades getting through. Or if you got one down, can it deal with everything that's coming at you? But they're going to get their setup. Can you answer back though? Because there's going to be 50 seconds at P1. That's godlike to start this off.
I mean, we've seen that at times, but usually not the break. Fred now trying to take a round. He's going to find Clay. That will give them those back spawns. So Carolina didn't have to adjust, but it looks like Kenny still spawns out. Now maybe with that one, yeah, they should have the spawns. Now going to start their break push.
Yeah, I mean, you got pushed all the way out to garage, so you got what you want if you're Royal Ravens for one side of it, but now can you deal with the pressure from the other end? So far, so good. TJ going massive. They smoke them. Fellow finds the third, and I mean, that's what you want. That's what keeps some of the utility away from the point. Push out garage side, deal with it, get the setup you want. It's 3 straight for Fellow, 3 straight for TJ. Nice little 6-1 start for Fellow.
And Gwyn goes all the way through boxes, picking up middle of the map flank. And he's going to go right back towards lobby because they want to rotate. They want spawns for new. So I think you do a pretty darn good job. Now, Optic, they will take those 15 seconds all day on that scrap time, but there was an opportunity for Carolina to keep them pinned back there, get all of that time and win rotation over to P3, but you keep a 30-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, you win on both sides a little bit, I guess. Well, okay, if you can get this time early. If you're Royal Ravens, like you give up that 15 to 20. Now can you secure a lot of time here at third? But as some of the openers come through for Dashy and Shotzzy, that might not be the case. You're at least able to take down one if you are Clay. Shotzzy will be through on the trade. You get a little breathing room here for a moment. A bit of a split spawn, I think, for a second for Optic Texas. You got one out on the other side if it's Dashy. Everybody else hitting through the back.
Yeah, I don't know if Carolina's going to be able to read this. No, Fellow actually does.
Sure
Fellow
does.
turns, was ready for that spawn, ready for that route, and Fellow goes massive 8-3 to start for Fellow. As they recover on this rotation, I thought maybe with Shotzzy getting them those close spawns, they were going to flood on through.
I think oftentimes, I swear to God, when we've been talking about there's been a spawn or something, you're like, I don't know if they're going to read this. Like a split spawn, it's been like Fellow that's picked it up. I mean, he's on his game. We know
they just know it's an option.
Yeah. They're ready to deal with it. And now lead change as Carolina Royal Ravens will go back in front, but a tight one, obviously, here early on. You see the lock bottom left of the map getting ready to pop near garage, and early on, you're looking to chain maybe 3 and 4 together if you're Carolina Royal Ravens. In this, if you think at least of the sub base, something they really struggled to do was put together 2 body of work in a hard point. Chance to maybe do it here, but here comes the onslaught now of Optic Texas.
Yeah, what's the timing to be like on the pinch? Shotzzy's going to win it, so it's a 2-on-2, and you have no idea where Shotzzy is. He's spawning your teammates out. There was a chance for Gwyn to win that 1-on-1, and now from up top, it's going to lead to an Optic break. There is a stun. Fellow was on 5 in a row, but you disrupt the setup from Carolina.
Yeah, I think you're happy if you're Optic Texas that you break this up.
What the hell?
I think you're happy if you're Royal Ravens and you sort of at least keep them out of the point. Don't let it give you time. Keep it a bit scrappy, but it's still going to be Fellow leading the way at 13-5. The monster moment there for Gwyn. You take a 40-point lead, and now we hop all the way up the bridge side.
I mean, you had, what, 50 points from the first hill? Since then, 17, and Carolina have taken over on this rotation. Fellow already in a great spot for that trade as he is still double positive having a map.
Can you chain together 3 now? If you're Royal Ravens, or this is when Optic maybe start to answer back. Shotzzy, he's been spotted, thinks he's tucked away in the bush, but he repositions a little bit deeper, and then the help gets there from Clay. So, I mean, if you're Carolina, at least you haven't allowed them to get much time here early on. You get 10 to 12 seconds, but then you've had a fight here. You've had a contest here. This has been a really solid 2 to 3 minutes out of Carolina Royal Ravens, but still very much in this fight right now if you're Optic. 30 seconds left to go, and yeah, you'll take that break. You'll take that time. Great stretch here from Carolina.
And now Gwyn is in a spot for this rotation over towards P1. They're still finding kills at ult. TJ trying to get aggressive, will stagger the push. What is the timing going to be like for Gwyn? I thought he was just going to lurk, stay on P1. He tries to get aggressive and get aggro. So that will find an opening, for Optic to get back to this P1 where they were so good to start this game.
I mean, he was going to have so much to deal with, but yeah, he'd love for him to maybe just be tucked away, get a kill, maybe surprise too. Instead, they're able to push out behind that kill onto Gwyn, and now your chance to, in the second set of rotations here, to kind of flip the script, start to rally some points for your Optic Texas. Like, what do they need to improve on? Because it felt like Royal Ravens were a step ahead throughout that entire first set.
Well, I think really it's just a P3, P4, right? You have to be able to win one of those rotations.
You got 50 seconds on P1, then 45 on the rest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to me, it's a P3, P4. I think they did a good job at P2, not having spawns, finding time, and getting the break. Can they win that rotation later in those hills?
We'll see if Optic Texas can now pick it up, get this one to be a bit tighter. So far, so good. I mean, they dominated the P1. That's been the one they have locked down. 3 through now on the feed. As they start to fan out, get position, keep Carolina spawning out wide left, as they've been able to do on the minimap so far. Rotating early to bottom will be Shotzzy as he gets set up for that P2. The rest of the team positioning or transitioning now through mid-map. Got a 2-on-2. for the next bit of control, but it's Fellow. Clay able to set it up. Shotzzy, though, lurking and tucked away in a corner, able to win it as the SMGs pop it off quickly here for Optic Texas.
Yeah, but Fellow almost able to win that second one. I thought if he wins that, he would have got his team spawns. So you recover behind Shotzi's play. He's up to 21, and now Pred reading the routes that Carolina are taking. Almost gets caught reloading, but has the pistol.
That's one of those moments, like you let your teammates take some fights, they lose them, sure, but you're just ready and waiting, chomping at the bit. The triple from Shotzi, so big, and now it's 5 in a row. Looking to maybe get a streak, but that's not going to happen as the utility hits. He will drop, stuns popping everywhere. Dashy trying to battle from the back, step as long as he can, but he will fall. We have a 12-point game right now as Optic have made the rally. And it's reminding you now a little bit of that game one, at least when you think about the score line, as we got to what, a 180-180 tie. But it's Gwyn who's also on 5 in a row. Will he be able to maybe earn that streak? That'll be the number 6 on the minimap, and he looks to have an opening. He's going to be the one rotating off ult. He might be able to get the streak as he lurks in from behind. We'll hop to his POV for a moment, just see what kind of timing he's going to get. There's number 6. There, I thought number 7, but the movement there from Shotzi to win the fight.
Yeah, you do get spawns though if you're Carolina. I think you get a little bit lucky to be spawning close here, but Optic able to read it. Able to find this fight, and this is what they needed to be better here. So far they have been. You were hoping Gwyn timed it well, but instead it was the opposite. It was a bad timing for him on that long route, but he's just gonna try to fight on right through with it, TJ, to get on the point, but Optic now in the lead.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you're rotating off of ult, like, does it end up being perfect timing, or are you there just a little bit too late? I mean, at least he gets the streak. Maybe he'll be able to do something with that as we get later into this one, but it's been all Optic Texas in this second set. You're enjoying the 25-point advantage, and it is growing. You'll give up the final 15 or so. If you're Royal Ravens, you'll rotate, maybe try to stop the bleeding. The game's gotten away from you a little bit. Take a deep breath, try to answer back as Optic have started to roll. Into the hard point, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, if Carolina, they would love to hang on to that cruise for P5, but if they can take this cleanly and save that cruise, but it may not happen. Dashy with a triple, and now you might be relying on Gwyn, because Shotzi was going on a crazy route, and yeah, you're gonna get this out. This is not what Carolina wanted. You wanted to win that rotation, use this at P5 to break it, and have that lead. Instead, you have to invest it early.
You get him out of the point at least, but yeah, things unraveling late in the hard point, similar to the map 1. We'll see if Royal Ravens can come alive, or if Optic will just close this out. They'll rally right back into the point. Felony tries to hit over the top and get them out. 20 seconds remaining on the point. He'd love to get this time just to get it close, but Shotzi, another multi-kill for him, and you rally right back into it. You'll be at what? Around 220, up 60 as we get ready, and getting close to that point, but you really got to be perfect now if you're Carolina.
No, you do. Yeah, they're going to have rotation over towards B5, but they need to slow down Shotzi, 29 and 18. His timings have been on point throughout this second rotation. He does get taken down as Optic try to fight for top middle control, but Carolina with a nice start.
This is what they needed, just like a moment to breathe. It felt like the game almost got like a little too fast for them there for a moment. Like they were no longer ahead on the rotations when they were playing from behind. Just seems that they kept being on the short end of it. Can they continue to hold? It was a scrappy P5, but last time we were here, up over the top goes Shotzi. Another multi-kill for him, up to 31. Everything hitting him. About 72 stuns and nades going to connect onto him, but you get right back into it. 20 points are needed to get broken there. Too easy if you're Carolina.
Yeah, and then every couple of seconds is going to hurt Carolina. It's going to put the pressure on as Pred controlling this bridge, throwing his nades, able to find another one. 1 HP is Shotzi. Forces Clay out of position, but able to hit the Renetti shots. It will be a 3 dead. Up towards top middle on rotation. Dashy's going to be the first one at P1.
Can they deal with him efficiently? The answer is a resounding no. Dashy able to get 2, and then the help comes in. Pred able to get there, and maybe a sequence where you can rally this to top mid and make a run. If you are Carolina, it's not going to be the case. They get to 180 again, and then they're not seeing another point. Optic Texas looking to lock him out here, close it out, and move on.
And they do just that. They win both of the hard points. It was close. Carolina played them up to a point, 75% of the map.
Yeah.
But then it's just a couple of situations that go Optic's way. Really, that P3 where Gwyn is holding at ult, tries to flank through the mid, and while that happens, his teammates die. They get broke, and then that P4 rotation where they have the early setup. Then you have to use the cruise.
And before that, like Shotzi's triple sort of to get him going as he set them up for the P2. And it just feels like, you know, when they were a step ahead, like when it was playing at their pace, when they were in their spots, he looked really good for Royal Ravens. And like Shotzi was kind of struggling to get going. As soon as like the map opens up for him, my God, he is a tear on the map. He starts to absolutely pick them apart, leads the team in damage, puts up 32 there in the map 4, had some huge multi-kills, nearly 90 seconds on the clock in the hard point as well, as he puts on one incredible performance. And on the other side of it for Royal Ravens, I mean, you're looking back at some of these hard points in the search to destroy and thinking, damn, we played them so tough, we could have won these maps. 100%.
I mean, you just see the second, P2, P3, P4, you get 8 points.
You just plateau.
Yeah, you plateau where you have the early setups and then Optic just breaks on through. But you see there just sort of a summary, a recap. You're able to win that control, but you drop both of those hard points.
Yeah, I don't know what the most frustrating one is. Maybe if you're a Carolina fan, I think probably a search and destroy when you have 8 first bloods. I imagine that's going to be the case. But Big Ken, we're looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do the rest of the tournament. Had some monster moments there. We've got him on stage with Blaze. Take it away.
I agree with you, Maven. He definitely has some monster moments in this series. Toronto, show some love for Optics, Texas. Coming out with another dub, Ken.
Yep.
How does it feel to get that win in this crowd against the Ravens?
Definitely feels good because it's our first match. You don't know how your first match ever going to go. I feel like it went pretty good. We kind of tried to control, but the crowd is kind of crazy. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, they are crazy. You know, and so definitely could be a lot of nerves and unexpected things that happen in the first match.
Yeah.
And so the one thing I want to talk to you about was the S&D. You guys played 9 rounds. You win 6-3, 1 first blood.
Yeah.
Being down so many times in those engagements, how do you stay so cool, calm, and collected to even win in that 6-3 fashion?
I think to win like moments where you're down, you got to have a lot of trust with your teammates, especially like if I'm calm in like the first few rounds, I was kind of making plays. I'm like, yeah, I'll make plays, and my teammates trust me to like do what I can. So I feel like that's the biggest thing is trust. I think the S&D went so long because we were trying to force my streak and not really stand alive. But overall, I think we played it really good. Like I said, it's all about trust.
All about trust, okay? Now, I guess my next question is, Greenwald, do y'all trust him? They definitely do. What do you want to tell them so I can get you out of here so you can start preparing for your next match?
I love you guys. I appreciate all the support. We're looking to win it.
They're looking to win it. One more time, that's going to do it for us on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and congratulations to Kenny and Optic Texas. They complete a day of 3-1s. Alley Cat, what's your takeaway?
My takeaway for the entirety of the day is that, you know, we didn't have any true upsets, but everybody took a map that you weren't expecting them to. Carolina Royal Ravens able to walk away with that control W, I think, is a pretty positive side for that camp.
Let's break down this Optic squad that was able to take both hard points. The second one a little bit closer than the first name was, but Texas gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think both the hard points were winnable for the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. Just Optic has been so clutch. There's like these pivotal points in the map. I'm thinking, you know, for this one, it's like that last rotation. They're down like 70 points. So what do? They end up getting the spawns for P2. They get a majority of the time there, and then they pin Carolina in the back of the spawn, learning from the first rotation, and then securing P3 to P4. We know how that snowball works. They're able to close it out. And then you think back to the map 1. You know, kind of a tough situation as well, but guess what? They get a perfect setup on P4 to make some plays. Pred up top, Snow just slaying them out. Yeah. They have their setups and positions that they like to play, and when they're able to finally get a 4 down, you cannot recover from, and that's what makes this Optic Texas team so dangerous, especially in hardpoint. They're never out.
And Kenny was an absolute demon today in this series specifically. I guess an interesting angle I kind of want to take here is in both of the hardpoints, Optic was kind of on the back foot. You talk about that sub base was 180 at one point, and then they were just able to chain 3 straight in a row. Same thing on the Rio. They were on the back foot of it for a majority of the game. The second set of rotation, Shotzi and Pred are able to turn up and get those kills. That almost makes me worry and want to pinpoint to the fact that that might be where they struggle versus Atlanta FaZe. Because Atlanta FaZe, you give them an inch, they take a mile. So with Optic Texas, with these slow starts, should they get to that Atlanta FaZe matchup again, that might be what hurts them.
It's a fair point.
We've seen some incredible final holds and some epic comebacks in the last 2 weeks. This is Optic Scuff, a play of the game. Let's take a look at the holds to close this one out. When Carolina got tight, it was Kenny and crew powering through and Shotzi dropping a lobby-leading number of kills and damage, right?
Yeah, 5,300 damage, 32 kills in the game. Just beautiful plays at Optic, right? Like, they're able to flip those spawns, rotate over, and fix what they did bad on that first rotation, which was P3 into P4. You heard Joe talking about it. That's everything on this map. They did a great job on P1 as well. So it was spearheaded by Shotzzy. Once he gets loose, he's up top. He can make plays anywhere. And that's the guy that you need going, because up until that point in the series, he wasn't having himself the best time.
Keep in mind, Optic is now done until Saturday, where they will be continuing on to our winners bracket round 2. Everyone else you saw is going to be battling out in that elimination bracket, with Carolina now dropping down to play LAG. How do you feel about that matchup?
I feel like that is not the last series we're going to see from Carolina Royal Ravens.
Royal Ravens, Liv Anchi says, how do you feel about the Ravens overall? Clayster and Felony, clearly something was off at the end of the game, despite Felony having a fantastic game 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about managing your lead, right? I feel like they had a huge opportunity on that sub base as well. And then even thinking about the search and destroy, so many gaps were left open from a team that was so precise in their search throughout this stage. I was not expecting that on the main stage.
It's been a lot of fun. It's time to recap all of the games, as tomorrow we head to the elimination bracket. Today it was all about that winners round 1, and it started with an upset. Technically, New York came in with the 5th seed, while LA Thieves in their 5-2 record had the 4 seed. But it was the Power 4 squad, the Subliners, back on top with a 3-1 victory.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though New York was the lower seed as far as our statistics go and as far as the fans' choices go, New York Subliners was the stronger team heading into this. LA Thieves, a very strong showing. They were able to come out and win that first Rio, which is a shocking surprise, because I expected them to take the search and destroy, if anything, in this series. But after that first map win, it was just all New York Subliners. They were getting all the first bloods. They were able to convert them to a couple of round wins, which allowed them to take that map number 2. And most impressive, the invasion in a 3-1 fashion. They were able to get that attack. And like I said, Hydra has been a different beast when it comes to those map number 3s. Now, if only he can translate it back into the search and destroys, New York Subliners could make a run.
Hydra going on a 14 streak during this series, and of course another 38 kills coming out there in the game 4 as New York gets it all locked up. Tomorrow they'll play against Atlanta, a familiar rematch, Nameless, and we got to talk about how Atlanta got there, because they matched up against the A seed, and they made quick work of Miami Heretics.
Yeah, you know, the series started off really, really close. You heard Kenny talking about it. You just never know how your first series is going to go. Atlanta FaZe outslayed them by 79 throughout this one, right? Like, they were, Abe was running around on map 1 doing whatever he wanted. That being said, 40-point victory. They lose the Search and Shrine 6-star. It's now 2 reps on it. But the last 2 maps, High Rise Control and Rio Hardpoint, masterful out of Atlanta FaZe. Like, that's a full-fledged dominant roster that we saw in the qualifier.
And the painful thing on the side of Miami is, I talked about it before this series, like, allowing High Rise to be map 3 wasn't my favorite thing I've seen out of them thus far, just because it's such a slay-heavy map number 3, and that's going up against an Atlanta FaZe where they're all positive, one of the #1 controlled teams, and we saw it, right? The first round ended on kills, then it went time, and then the final round ended on kills again. And then the Rio, same thing, like Ann said, they got just heavily outslayed. The fundamentals were there for Miami, just unfortunately they couldn't keep up with the numbers.
So if you're looking at our schedule, Atlanta and New York will be facing off on Saturday. We will also see Toronto versus Optic Texas, and this should be another great series. Will we see a game 5? Because none of our top 4 went that way today, Allie.
I honestly, maybe not, because Toronto's hardpoint looks disgusting right now. If Envoy keeps playing like he did in that series, that spells some serious trouble for the other top 4 teams.
What you mean? We ain't gonna see you don't think it's gonna go 5 and Optic Ultra? You think Ultra gonna beat them in 4?
No, I think Ultra might beat them in 4. With the Optic I saw today, I think, unfortunately, again, they just started way too slow in the
Nameless, you called Surge, though, in this series, right?
I did. Obviously, it was a little trolly, but I did think Surge had the opportunity. You saw, I mean, able to take the control, pretty dominant fashion. I thought they had a huge opportunity as well when we got to the 6-star, just blowing up their P3s. But that's going to happen when you're going up against, you know, a team like Ultra, who's 37-8 and hardpoint on the season. That being said, them versus Optic, that's going to be a banger.
On behalf of everyone in the chat, Nameless, can you answer this one honestly? Who won, Kendrick or Drake?
What?
I mean, I don't know.
Don't answer that.
I don't know. I have to think about it.
We'll keep thinking about it. The answer's coming by the end of the weekend. You guys got to stay locked in because we are coming your way each and every day with the headquarters crew. We'll be kicking off tomorrow's show at 1:15. Alley Cat, final thoughts here as this is the bracket going into day 2.
I'm still a little pressed that you got mad at me for saying I think Toronto Ultra takes it in 4. Listen, man, Optic Texas has beat everybody below them, but that involves Seattle, Vegas, Miami, Boston, LAG, LA Thieves. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, sure. I think Optic just look unbelievable. I think they'll take it.
There's a look at your schedule. It kicks off with the match. It's 1:30 p.m. as attached in the Vegas Legion. Look to send Miami Heretics packing. LA Thieves versus Boston. We got the Surge versus Minnesota and so much more. Once again, it all kicks off at 1:15 Eastern. We'll see you for the matches at 1:30.
Yeah, I just came to win. Never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'm ass up in the groove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. Yeah, I just came to win. Hopping off the shuttle and I'm staying locked in. I was always underrated, now I'm in the top 10, making big plays. I was going for the big stage, suited up, about to take it over. I'm going hard on a rampage. I'm back up on my grind. Y'all be on the grind, watching from the sideline while I'm steady getting mine. Yeah, even on the road, we've been on the winning streak. Every day and every week, I'm performing at my peak. You should know it's nothing sweet when I walk into the game. Poker face on, trying to get another ring. With my back against the wall, I'ma show up in the clutch. Y'all ain't doing nothing much. Hold my team up like a crutch. We gon' eat them up for lunch. Check my appetite. I'm looking for the prototype. Even with the odds stacked against me, I'ma win the fight. Ready for whatever. My skin tougher than leather. I'm on the bigger endeavors. My game plan is too clever. Came to win. Never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'ma ass up in the groove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win. Never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'ma ass up in the groove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win.
Grass, nice. They don't went off that, by the way. Double done. Yeah, you're gonna be half moving. Half ball, look at that. Nice. Okay, I might have full. Look my grass. I might have full. Where's the blood? Go. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. 38. Oh my god, let's go. Come on. You guys are everything.
Okay, chat. That was wild. All right, let's get it. I'm gonna reset the stream real quick. Okay. So don't go anywhere. Reset the stream. Share, like, hey, follow, sub. Don't forget. I'll be right back.